And so, all the fellow Taoists gathered together. In the same way as before, Senior White 2 added the simplified fixed health undying state to everyone. Song Shuhang asked, "Is everyone ready?" This time, he first transferred lowly Sure, who had passed out, into his inner world, and he did the same for Lady Onion. "Little friend Shuhang, warn me before you detonate it so that I can prepare myself a bit more," Dharma King Creation said. He had a physical body that was close to the 6th stage while still being at the 5th stage realm. However, in the previous explosion, he still felt as though he was going to die, causing him to almost sing out from the pain. "I'm going to die again." Young Master Phoenix Slayer sighed. Although he knew that he was going to face a deadly agony, he was reluctant to give up such a valuable opportunity. Unfortunately, Venerable Nuclear Bomb isn't here. I'd have really liked to see how he would look while facing the nuclear bomb. It would definitely be such a sight, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. Smiling, Fairy Lychee said, "Venerable Nuclear Bomb? PFFF, Thrice Reckless, are you talking about fellow Taoists Yen Gong? Aren't you afraid that he'll come to kill you after he transcends his tribulation? Is everyone ready?" Song Shuhang said. "If everyone's ready, I'm bringing out the nuclear bomb." "Go ahead, Venerable Spirit Butterfly and Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. Song Shuhang nodded and brought out the nuclear bomb. What he had taken out was a relatively bigger nuclear bomb. It also looked quite old. This was the weakest nuclear bomb that he had in his inner world. "I'll be undoing the seal now," Song Shuhang said. At this moment, Thrice Reckless eyes suddenly lit up as he said, "Little friend Shuhang, wait a moment, can we take a picture of it when it explodes? It should be possible. I found that the items on my body are intact, so as long as we get the timing right, we should be able to take a photo of it," Fairy Lychee said. "Then, Fairy Lychee, can you take a close-up photo of me later?" Thrice Reckless Mad Saber took out his phone and handed it to Fairy Lychee. Fairy Lychee asked, "What kind of close-up photo do you want?" Taking pictures was something she was good at and loved doing, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "Later, when the nuclear bomb explodes and the mushroom cloud spreads, I will make the coolest posture, turn my back to the nuclear bomb, and take a step forward. Fairy Lychee, if you could capture that moment, I would be very grateful." As Thrice Reckless Mad Saber spoke, Song Shuhang and the other Taoists immediately pictured the scene in their heads. "You're trying to recreate a scene that depicts real men don't look back at explosions? Well, it's indeed quite interesting." Thrice Reckless, "Not bad," Northern River's Loose Cultivator said with a smile. Soft Feather blinked as she said, "I've got a feeling that as soon as Senior Thrice Reckless takes a step, it would look like he's been blown away by the explosion. Don't worry, I'll use a pre-photo setting, believe in my photography skills," Fairy Lychee promised. With fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless having brought it up, many of the fellow Taoists got excited. Su Clan 16 said, "Shuhang, later, let's take a photo together." Soft Feather said happily, "Senior Song, me too." Little Kai said, "Teacher, don't forget about me." Song Shuhang, in a few moments, we'll be experiencing the feeling of getting killed by the nuclear bomb. Is it really that important to take photos? Perhaps it was indeed important. Most of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group became excited after hearing Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's plan. They talked amongst themselves, and then either grouped up in 2s and 3s, got ready to take a selfie, asked someone to take a photo of them, or stood and got ready to take a photo of each other. Ready? 1, 2, 3, explode. Song Shuhang quickly undid the seal on the nuclear bomb. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded in everyone's ears. The terrifying explosive power enveloped all the members of the 9 provinces #1 group in an instant. Although they tried their best to press the button, the Taoists that had prepared to take photos of themselves found that the reaction speed of the phone was still half a beat too slow. Nearly all of the photos came out worse than what they had planned them to look like. Most of the photos taken showed the light from the explosion, but there was nothing else besides it on the screen. A few Taoists were able to take the picture of the people they wanted to take a picture of, but they weren't in the planned posture. The posture which they had planned on assuming had turned into a posture where they were getting blown away, and so the faces of the Taoists on the photo were blurred. It was different from the experience they had with the guided missile. Although the fellow Taoists didn't get injured, their bodies still ended up blown away by the nuclear bomb's explosion. Next to Song Shuhang, Soft Feather and Su Clan 16 simultaneously pressed the photo button on their phones, but the photos they took weren't that satisfactory, and the picture was distorted. The only one who had a satisfactory photo was Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. It seems that Fairy Lychee's photography skills had truly reached a godly level. As the nuclear bomb exploded behind him, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber lifted his leg up and, at the same time, acted as though he was lighting a cigarette. Fairy Lychee pressed the photo button right at the perfect moment, capturing a beautiful shot, and then, after the photo was taken, Thrice Reckless was blown away by the explosion. Next, the mushroom cloud formed and leveled everything within a certain range. After the nuclear bomb exploded, things became deadly silent. A long time later, right where the nuclear bomb had been, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue and Venerable Spirit Butterfly sat on the ground, smiling at each other. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue asked, "Can you withstand it?" Venerable Spirit Butterfly replied, "If it's only to this extent, I have a 90% assurance." "I feel the same way." Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue smiled bitterly, and said, "However, the power of the nuclear bomb while we transcend the tribulation will definitely be stronger than this." It was already clear from seeing the scene of fellow Taoist whites transcending his tribulation. The nuclear bomb that little friend Shuhang brought out was clearly a weaker model. Venerable Spirit Butterfly sighed as he said, "If there's only one or two of these, I'd still have more than 80% assurance of being able to get through, but if it's the huge nuclear bomb that appeared in fellow Taoist whites, I have less than 20% assurance of getting through it. As long as we don't seek death, it's basically impossible for a nuclear bomb of that level to appear in our tribulation," Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said. Facing that model of the nuclear bomb, even fellow Taoist white wasn't certain he'd remain intact, which led him to get little friend Song Shuhang to keep his equipment and use some secret arts to get through that tribulation. Venerable Spirit Butterfly asked, "Are the other fellow Taoists fine?" True Monarch Yellow Mountain said, "With everyone being under the protection of the small 8 trigram formation, we are safe." Currently, the nuclear bomb was the most powerful weapon known to mankind, and it was even more terrifying after undergoing the changes made by the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, True Monarch Yellow Mountain began to admire Scholar Xian Gong, who had faced a nuclear bomb in the past. "Every time I'm with little friend Song Shuhang, I seem to encounter something exciting. Is everyone alright? If you are, then gather quickly. We need to leave soon," Song Shuhang said. Senior White too laughed as he said, "Waha, the metal ball is coming, it's faster than I thought. Shuhang, quickly pull your fellow Taoists inside your inner world. I will block the metal ball first, and take you guys away in a while. This way, it will be faster to escape." He seemed to be having a good time. What we've feared has come indeed. Song Shuhang looked around, locked onto his seniors and fellow Taoists, and said, "Everyone, don't resist. I'll be taking you away from here." All the fellow Taoists nodded. Song Shuhang's willed and transported everyone into his inner world, placing them in the vicinity of the third immortal cave that the scholarly faction had given him, the desert oasis. It would have been best to send everyone to the Palace of Winter, but it was now full of guided missiles and nuclear bombs. He placed them elsewhere to avoid any accidents, like his entire inner world getting blown to pieces if the guided missiles and nuclear bombs exploded at once. Song Shuhang said inwardly, "Done, Senior White. We're ready." Senior White too laughed, and said, "Let's go then." While they were talking, Song Shuhang's body started twisting and was pulled away by Senior White 2's power. The escape from the demonic tribulation realm had begun. While Song Shuhang was once again going through the feeling of being twisted into noodles, he vaguely saw the terrifying metal ball in the distance. That metal ball roared, "White! What are you trying to do? Get the hell out of here! Ha!" In the void, Senior White's triumphant laughter resounded. The metal ball roared angrily, "How is it possible? You're already sealed in the world of the Black Lotus, how can you appear here? You look down on me too much. I am, in fact, the ruler of the Netherworld. Even though I was sealed in the world of the Black Lotus, my identity hasn't changed. Even if I've been sealed, I can still use a part of my power. What's so strange about it?" Senior White 2 calmly spoke nonsense. If it wasn't for the connection with Song Shuhang's inner world, he wouldn't be able to get through the seal in the world of the Black Lotus and play around. Scram! Get out of here, the metal ball roared wildly. Ha! Senior White 2 continued to laugh. Song Shuhang, who was being twisted into noodles, suddenly felt his heart move. Then, tiny roots extended from his body, leaving a tiny tip in the demonic tribulation realm. Senior White 2 sensed Song Shuhang's movements, but did not stop him. He just went along with Song Shuhang, and pulled him back to the main world. The roots ignored space. The tiny tip remained in the demonic tribulation realm while their remaining part returned to the main world with Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang and his party had left the demonic tribulation realm. The ball of liquid metal looked at the location of the explosion, full of hate. It tried to use its power to trace back what had taken place here. It wanted to know what that White had done in this place. However, Senior White 2 had long prepared some countermeasures. Hence, all the previous traces of Song Shuhang and the others had already been erased. Thus, the ball of liquid metal's attempt to use the trace-back method failed. Damn it, that White must be plotting something. The ball of liquid metal gritted its teeth. It then suddenly opened its mouth wide, and vomited out something that looked like blood. It definitely had to know what had happened. Otherwise, it would find it hard to rest. After all, this contaminated person transcending the tribulation was related to its big plan. It couldn't let it fail. The ball of liquid metal was planning on returning to the main world. The last time, it had finally managed to make an appearance in the main world, seizing the opportunity to convey a message to its other self, but its other half was in such a terrible state that it couldn't even respond to it. Not only that, but the hidden card it had left behind was also destroyed, and even the tribulation mutated black metal formation was taken away. This time, it hadn't been easy for the metal ball to find a suitable, contaminated person. The goal was to take over their body and sneak over to the main world to carry out its grand plan. This plan was extremely important to its existence, so it couldn't let it fail. Trace back, the ball of liquid metal shouted. This time, it definitely had to succeed. It felt as though the time in the demonic tribulation realm had begun moving backwards. Even though Senior White 2 had erased the traces of his existence before he left, the ball of liquid metal was still able to trace back pieces of it. Just because the files have been deleted from the recycling bin, it did not mean that those files had been completely erased from the system. As long as some programs were used, there'd be a way to restore and retrieve some of the files. Extract, the ball of liquid metal called out. It exerted its own authority, and a scene formed in the air. It was the scene of the explosion of the nuclear bomb. The light from the explosion was extremely dazzling. The explosion carried with it a faint trace of the heavenly tribulation's aura, which disgusted the ball of liquid metal. In front of the nuclear bomb's explosion was a figure of tall stature with a really good-looking posture. He stood with his head bowed while smoking a cigarette, his back was facing the explosion, and he didn't turn to look back. This guy had guts. Even if you had more guts, it would be useless. Once I have traced back your face, you will be a dead man, the ball of liquid metal said inwardly. It then increased the power it was exerting. In the scene, the face of the man who had lowered his head and was smoking a cigarette gradually became clearer and clearer. What was revealed was an extremely beautiful face. With eyes as dazzling as the stars, he looked like an immortal banished to the world of mortals. Vaguely, the corner of the mouth of the beautiful face seemed to reveal an evil smile. The ball of liquid metal roared, "White, you motherfucker." A claw grew on the ball, clawing at the scene fragment that it had just condensed, scattering it. It had worked hard and wasted time to condense that scene, only to find out that it was a scene of White with his back facing an explosion and acting cool. That guy was messing with it again. Damn it. One day, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you, the ball of liquid metal repeated again and again. It knew that the scene that it had just traced back had been very likely tampered with. White, what are you trying to do? The ball of liquid metal pondered. At this moment, far away in the demonic tribulation realm, the sound of thunder could be heard, purple evil lightning had gathered in the distance. The ball of liquid metal raised its head to look into the distance. Then, it took off and flashed towards where the thunder had just rumbled. Regardless of what that White's plan was, it had to make sure that its plan was progressing smoothly. It couldn't allow the tribulation of the contaminated person to be interfered with. When the ball of liquid metal got up and left, in midair, tiny roots rushed out and extended in the sky. When Shuhang was taken away by Senior White 2, these roots of the lotus flower projection were left behind. The roots greedily moved toward the place where the ball of liquid metal vomited out blood just now. They seemed to be trying to absorb the power that the ball of liquid metal had left behind. This was an action done by the roots on instinct. After all, Shuhang was still in the process of getting transferred, so he couldn't possibly be the one controlling these roots. The energy that was left behind by the ball of liquid metal was simply too attractive to the roots, causing them to move over on instinct. The ball of liquid metal, which had already left far, suddenly stopped. It turned to look at the tiny roots. The roots had been too greedy, which allowed the metal ball to detect them. The roots of the black lotus? No, that's not it. Are these the roots of the holy lotus? The eyes of the ball of liquid metal widened. How was this possible? It had secretly given the seed of the holy lotus to the scholarly faction a long time ago. Now, the scholarly faction had already transformed the seed into the world of the holy lotus, so how could its roots have entered the demonic tribulation realm? If these weren't roots of the holy lotus, then what were they? Some imitation of it? Was this also White's doing? Was he researching the black lotus and the holy lotus? It seemed that White had already successfully researched them. Damn it, the ball of liquid metal said coldly. Did it really think that its energy was so easily absorbed? It was the ruler of the netherworld. Since I found you, holy lotus, then just go ahead and disappear, sneer, the ball of liquid metal said lightly. The portion of the metal ball's power that the lotus had absorbed exploded. Crack, the lotus roots, which came from Shuhang's lotus flower projection, were blown up in an instant. Not only that, the residual power of the ball of liquid metal followed the roots and headed for the main body. It wanted to directly destroy the holy lotus. Meanwhile, at an underground laboratory in the Jiangnan area, Shuhang looked at his body. It looked like a string of noodles as it was being pulled out from the space. What the hell? He believed that when he and the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were transferred to the demonic tribulation realm, it was merely an illusion that they were being stretched and twisted. But now, he realized that maybe it wasn't an illusion. Perhaps their bodies were really stretched and twisted when Senior White 2 sent them to the demonic tribulation realm and were restored back to normal after they reached their destination. In this fashion, a noodle-shaped Shuhang fell on the ground. Then, his body, as elastic as it was, bounced back to its original state. Song Shuhang, he reached out and felt around his body. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt. Instead, he was currently having the impression that his height had seemingly increased. I wonder if I've really been stretched longer. I guess I'll measure my height later. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, are we safe now? Senior White too replied, you're safe now. At the same time, space cracks appeared in the air, and then some recon puppets, small recon aircraft, scripture pages, and butterflies exited and fell beside Song Shuhang. These things were released by the Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group when they were preparing to look for Xian Nu Sex Skylark in the demonic tribulation realm. Now, they were all returned by Senior White too. If these things were left in the demonic tribulation realm and found by the ball of liquid metal, the other party would be able to see through the identity of their owners by tracing the objects back. When Song Shuhang saw the items, he understood immediately. Thank you, Senior White. As they were talking, the lotus flower projection on Song Shuhang's chest suddenly swelled up. The roots have been found by the ball of liquid metal. Song Shuhang realized immediately. So, he quickly made a decision, and he took the initiative to cut off the connection between the lotus root projection and his inner world. His inner world was different from the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus. If the Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction was destroyed, it wouldn't be able to evolve into the world of the Golden Lotus. But Song Shuhang's lotus flower was only a projection, and it could even be sealed and turned into a mana-replenishing artifact. When Song Shuhang cut off the connection between the lotus flower and the inner world, the lotus flower projection began to expand. White, you're too greedy. I shall take the life of this holy lotus, smug_smile, from inside the lotus flower, the voice of the ball of liquid metal was heard. This voice was just a kind of recording, for the consciousness of the ball of liquid metal couldn't enter the main world. Once it entered, it would be forced to face the heavenly tribulation, leading to its demise. The lotus flower projection exploded. In the next moment, endless amounts of evil energy of the netherworld gushed out of it, instantly filling up the entire underground laboratory. The little amount of energy that the lotus roots had absorbed from the ball of liquid metal come from something akin to its blood essence. When the energy was released completely, it was extremely terrifying. The virtuous Lamia appeared, wrapping around Song Shuhang, and repelling the evil energy of the netherworld so as to prevent it from contaminating Song Shuhang. Unfortunately, that holy lotus wasn't mine, Senior White said with a smile as his figure appeared. After his appearance, Senior White too stretched out his hand, and the evil energy of the netherworld which covered the place was gathered together. In the end, it was condensed into a pitch-black orb the size of a football, rolling around in the palm of Senior White too. Here you go. Senior White too threw the evil energy of the netherworld to Song Shuhang. Now, the will of the ball of liquid metal had disappeared from the evil energy of the netherworld. As such, it was now something without an owner, and could be absorbed by Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang didn't stand on ceremony. He mobilized his inner world once again, and condensed a new lotus flower projection. Then, tens of thousands of transparent roots embedded themselves into the ball of evil energy, absorbing the energy frantically. As the evil energy of the netherworld was being absorbed, Song Shuhang's inner world began to grow at a visible speed. He had profited. Unfortunately, the energy that guy sent over was just a small bit. If you could absorb all of its blood essence, then your inner world would double in size, Senior White too said. It's fine, there will be more chances, Song Shuhang said. Senior Skylark seemed to have been completely contaminated, and had thus become an existence similar to a netherworld demon, but she seemed to have retained her consciousness. If she succeeded in transcending the demonic tribulation and ascended to the 8th stage, she should be able to return to the main world from the demonic tribulation realm. At that moment, perhaps she would want to get rid of the evil energy which had contaminated her, inside the inner world. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, as well as Demon Monarch Nirvana, Little Kai, Shur, and others, were all placed in the desert oasis, the third immortal cave that the scholarly faction gave Shuhang. True Monarch Eternal Fire recognized the place. After all, he had personally given this ancient heavenly city fragment to Shuhang. He raised his head and looked into the distance. The heavenly city fragments, how come they're all connected? Not long ago, True Monarch Eternal Fire represented the scholarly faction and gave a total of 11 immortal caves to Song Shuhang. Except the ordinary immortal cave in the Jiangnan area, the other 10 immortal caves were all fragments of the ancient heavenly city. Now, when True Monarch Eternal Fire looked around, it seemed that the heavenly city fragments which he'd given Song Shuhang had been connected. After True Monarch Eternal Fire gave it some thought, his body rushed towards the sky, and then he looked around from above. He found that the Palace of Summer, the Sword Saber Peak, the Desert Oasis, the 5 spiritual springs, and the fragment of the illusory city were all connected together. True Monarch Eternal Fire thought to himself, little friend Shuhang did this? Other than that, when he flew up into the air, he saw that the edges of the world seemed to be growing slowly. As the ruler of the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus, True Monarch Eternal Fire immediately had a guess in mind. Little friend Shuhang seems to have a space similar to the world of the Golden Lotus, but it's still very small and incomparable to the latter, which has already become a small world. Making the ancient heavenly city fragments into a small world? Such means and ideas are truly worthy of little friend Shuhang. True Monarch Eternal Fire then descended. Perhaps the scholarly faction could also try moving the other fragments of the ancient heavenly city they had into the world of the Golden Lotus? Just as True Monarch Eternal Fire was thinking, everyone in the place was suddenly moved out of the inner world, and once again appeared in Demon Monarch Nirvana's underground laboratory. Back in the underground laboratory, everyone saw Song Shuhang holding a sealed ball of evil energy in his right hand. There was a lotus flower projection on his chest, and there were tens of thousands of roots that had stabbed into the evil energy of the netherworld, crazily absorbing the said energy. As for Senior White 2, he was no longer to be seen anywhere when the group of people appeared. Senior Song, what's that thing on your hand? Soft Feathered curiously looked at the evil energy of the netherworld in Song Shuhang's hand. This is an unexpected harvest I got after we entered the demonic tribulation realm, Song Shuhang said with a smile. The quality of the orb was too high, so he had to absorb it slowly. According to his estimates, it would take at least around an entire day for the inner world to completely absorb the evil energy of the netherworld. After saying that, Song Shuhang extended his hand, and the sealed evil energy floated like a balloon, hovering above Song Shuhang's head. Then, he bent over, picked up Lady Onion, and stuffed her back into the size-reducing purse. In the underground laboratory, members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, as well as Demon Monarch Nirvana, sat on the ground and began to exchange what they got from experiencing the guided missile and the nuclear bomb. It was mainly the 2 venerables, Demon Monarch Nirvana, and True Monarch Yellow Mountain, who was the most powerful of those of the 6th stage, that were sharing their experiences with everyone, so the other fellow Taoists were just sitting and listening. The exchange lasted until the next morning. That's about it, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. Next up, I estimate that I'll be transcending the tribulation and ascending to the 8th stage realm this month. I should also be ready to ascend to the 8th stage before the end of this month, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said as he nodded with a smile. True Monarch Yellow Mountain similarly nodded. I've already more or less made my preparations. I feel that today, or, perhaps within these 2 days, I will be transcending the tribulation. Medicine Master added, I've already prepared, and now I also know about the modern heavenly tribulation. If there's no accident, I will be transcending my tribulation tomorrow, and Purple Mist will be protecting me. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's eyes lit up. TSK, in addition to those who are currently transcending their tribulations such as Venerable White, Senior Skylark, and Senior Nuclei, Ano, Senior Xian Gong, there is also 7, who is about to transcend his. Then, there are also those who've already succeeded in transcending their tribulation like Soft Feather, Su Clan 16, Little Friend Shuhang, 7 Lives Talisman, Northern River, and that shady fortune teller. Moreover, there is quite a good number of people that will be going to transcend their tribulations soon within our group. Senior Yellow Mountain, why don't we change our group name to 9 Provinces Tribulation Transcending Group and wish all the fellow Taoists who are going to transcend their tribulation success? True Monarch Yellow Mountain, if it was the suggestion of another fellow Taoist, perhaps True Monarch Yellow Mountain would consider it. Honestly, changing the name to 9 Provinces Tribulation Transcending Group might really bring them good luck. However, since the suggestion had been made by Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, True Monarch Yellow Mountain didn't dare change the group name, as he felt that changing it would only be seeking death. After the exchange, the seniors and the fellow Taoists all bade each other goodbye. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber and Soft Feather wanted to play around in the Jiangnan area, but were forcibly taken away by Venerable Spirit Butterfly. It seemed that Senior Thrice Reckless movie still hadn't been completed. Let's go as well, Su Clan 16 said. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, alright, 16. You take Sure, I'll take Little Kai. Just as Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 were about to leave, Demon Monarch Nirvana called out, Little Friend Shuhang, please wait a moment. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Nirvana, is there still anything else? With a slight smile, Demon Monarch Nirvana said, this time, when Little Friend Shuhang transcended his tribulation, an accident came up. I was originally going to repay you by giving you the tribulation transcending formation for the 4th stage, but now, you won't be able to use it. Song Shuhang nodded. So, when you plan on transcending the heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage, make sure to contact me, Demon Monarch Nirvana said. At that time, I'll make the tribulation transcending formation of the 5th stage for you. Will I have to pay more? Song Shuhang asked with a smile. The tribulation transcending formation of the 5th stage was definitely more expensive than the tribulation transcending formation of the 4th stage. Demon Monarch Nirvana waved his hand, and said, why would you? Little Friend Shuhang was willing to bring me to experience the power of the guided missile and the nuclear bomb, and that's already more than enough as payment. Experiencing the 2 explosions today has brought me great comfort. Demon Monarch, are you a masochist? Great, when I plan on transcending the tribulation of the 5th stage, I'll make sure to contact you, Demon Monarch, Song Shuhang replied. With this, he no longer had to worry about a tribulation transcending formation for when he transcended the heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage. After saying goodbye to Demon Monarch Nirvana and leaving the underground laboratory, something came up in Song Shuhang's mind. 16. Please contact Senior Phoenix Slayer for me and see where he's gone, Song Shuhang said. Now that his phone was no longer by his side, he needed to use it again and again. Su Clan 16, who had stepped on her saber light, asked, is something up? I still have to borrow his CPU, so I can't just let him run away, Song Shuhang said with a smile. I'll ask in the group. Su Clan 16 took out her phone, and sent a message in the group. In the next moment, 16 said to Song Shuhang, Senior Phoenix Slayer said that he's already with True Monarch White Crane, waiting for us at Medicine Master's building. He said that since he agreed to help you, he naturally wouldn't forget about it. Then, let's hurry back, Song Shuhang said with a smile. In the demonic tribulation realm. Xian Nu Sek Skylark calmly stood on the ground as her icy blue eyes stared at the evil lightning in the sky. In the sky, the evil lightning continued to pour down. Every bolt of lightning contained power at the level of the 7th stage, but it was still around the middle level of the 7th stage, so it wasn't too powerful. Skylark didn't even have to fight back at all. She continuously condensed thick ice around her body. Every bolt of evil lightning that fell on her body would merely melt the ice around her. Xian Nu Sek Skylark said lightly, this is the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage of the netherworld? How weak, the heavenly tribulation lasted for an entire night, but ever since the first wave until now, the intensity of the evil lightning remained the same. It remained the same from the beginning to the end, without any change. The seemingly powerful evil lightning was not a threat to Skylark at all. "This is too boring," Skylark said. She'd thought that she would have the pleasure to withstand something like the guided missiles or the nuclear bombs as Venerable White did. Therefore, when she'd felt that she could take on the demonic tribulation, she entered the demonic tribulation realm without hesitation to ascend to the 8th stage. But, she hadn't expected that the demonic tribulation was unexpectedly this weak. No fun at all. Skylark shook her hand. Icicles sprang up under her feet, carrying her to the sky. Then, she put her hands together. World of cold ice. Huge amounts of evil energy poured out of her body and transformed into black cold ice, covering the evil lightning in the sky. Crack, 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 in the blink of an eye, Skylark froze the cloud of evil lightning, transforming into a 2-kilometer-long ice block that fell from the sky. The demonic tribulation of the 8th stage is unexpectedly only this strong. Is this why the Netherworld realm has so many 8th stage demons? Skylark mused. Boom, the frozen cloud of evil lightning landed. But in the next moment, another cloud appeared in the sky. It was still 2 kilometers in size, and the sky was once again filled with evil lightning that had the power of someone at the middle levels of the 7th stage. Then, the lightning advanced towards Skylark. "Aya, how about you just get lost? Can't you be a little stronger than this?" Skylark said angrily. Countless icicles exploded out from her body, scattering the falling evil lightning. Too weak, too weak. Skylark flicked her long blue hair. "I feel so regretful." She'd decided. She no longer wanted to transcend this tribulation. The Netherworld realm's demonic tribulation was too weak, it wasn't fun at all. Hence, she decided to return to the main world and transcend the heavenly tribulation. She wanted to experience the guided missiles, the nuclear bombs, and even the hydrogen bombs. Experience the thrill of an explosion that went boom. Skylark shouted, "I'm no longer going to transcend this demonic tribulation. Let me out." Her voice reverberated in the space of the demonic tribulation realm. In the sky not too far away from her, the ball of liquid metal remained silent. This isn't the reaction I was expecting, it thought. As the ruler of the Netherworld, it had stealthily made Skylark's demonic tribulation have constant power and constant speed. It had gone through so much trouble to make Skylark successfully transcend the demonic tribulation of the 8th stage and become a profound sage without a problem. But this woman was actually unhappy? Even dissatisfied? When cultivators transcended their tribulation, didn't they all expect the power of the heavenly tribulation to be weaker? What to do now? Should it increase the power of the heavenly tribulation? But if it were to increase the power of the demonic tribulation now, wouldn't the metal ball feel as though it had been threatened and had to compromise? The ball of liquid metal didn't like this very much. However, if it didn't increase the power of the demonic tribulation, the contaminated person would very likely leave the demonic tribulation. The ball of liquid metal fell deep in thought. It thought for a short while and decided to continue on with what it had already planned. This was the demonic tribulation realm, how could the contaminated person play tricks here? She will transcend it if she wants, and if she doesn't want to, then I'll force her to transcend it. As for not wanting to transcend the tribulation and wanting to leave? Not a chance. Now that you've entered the demonic tribulation realm, you can't just stop halfway. You'll either ascend and become a Netherworld sage or die trying. Do you really think this is your home's garden or something? It's not a place where you can come and go as you please. In any case, the power of the demonic tribulation shall remain the same, it shall neither increase nor decrease. If you like it, then you can have fun with it, if you don't like it, then you will have to put up with it. Obediently wait for this wave of the constant power and constant speed demonic tribulation to finish and become a netherworld sage. Or so the ball of liquid metal thought to itself. The only exception would be if the brain of the contaminated person went bad, and she gave up resisting, and then lay down to wait to be chopped up by the tribulation lightning, seeking her own death. However, be it the practitioners of the main world or the demons of the netherworld, the purpose of their bitter cultivation was to achieve immortality, so where would you find someone willing to lay down and let themselves be attacked by lightning? One should know that once they died from tribulation lightning, it would be truly the end for them. Just as the ball of liquid metal was thinking this. Under the demonic tribulation, Skylark reached out and flung her long hair. Then, she dispersed the thick ice around her body. Whether it was the ice being used for offense or defense, she dispersed all of it. Then, she took off her Taoist robe and stored it away, leaving only ordinary clothes on her person. Those clothes were the kind that you could buy at any ordinary people's clothing shop. They had no trace of magical energy whatsoever. Skylark lay down right where she was and waited for the demonic lightning to strike down on her body. The ball of liquid metal, King Hell, does she have a screw loose? Boom! Purple demonic lightning fell on Skylark from the sky, scattering what remained of her defenses. Skylark screamed delightfully. In the end, it was still a demonic tribulation of the 8th stage. Even though the ball of liquid metal had deliberately reduced its strength, it still had power around the middle of the 7th stage. In addition to that, the special attribute of the demonic tribulation dealt bonus damage to creatures of the netherworld and beings like Skylark who were in a contaminated state. After this wave of the demonic tribulation, Skylark's body twitched uncontrollably. Currents flowed through her body, and demonic fire invaded it, burning her internal organs. In addition to that, the power of the inner demon also brought Skylark's soul into a cruel illusion where it was tortured. It hurts, Skylark screamed while reaching into her pocket to take out her tailor-made phone. She adjusted the angle and then took a few selfies while the demonic tribulation was descending upon her. It would be a waste not to take a photo of such a beautiful lady in distress, wouldn't it? Perhaps I can use this photo to stir fellow Taoist thrice reckless feelings in the future. Boom! Another wave of tribulation lightning fell on her body. Skylark quickly put away her phone and continued to lay on the ground, quietly while clenching her teeth and bearing the violent strikes of the purple lightning. The ball of liquid metal, what in the world is this person trying to do? Why is she doing this? Tell me, why? She's simply seeking death, isn't she? I've never seen someone with such strange reasoning. For her to actually just give up on transcending the tribulation just because it wasn't fun? Does she really have to lie down and put away all of her defenses, and even make herself look like she doesn't want to live? She was really seeking death. How could someone like her survive until now? What was more, she was even able to reach the 7th stage venerable realm. Wait, could it be that she has perceived my existence? Is she testing me? The ball of liquid metal suddenly thought of a possibility. But immediately afterward, it denied it. The woman couldn't have noticed anything from the beginning to the end. The way it used to enter the demonic tribulation realm was something it had just come up with. Other than its old enemy, White, it was absolutely impossible for others to detect its existence. Boom! The demonic tribulation remained at the same level, and once again exploded on Skylark's body with the same amount of power. Skylark had already been struck by lightning all over her body, and her long blue hair was showing signs of getting burnt. Demonic fire also accompanied the wave of the demonic tribulation, which made her directly pass out. But even so, Skylark didn't resist. As such, she was now curled up, lying on the ground, neither resisting, nor defending, attacking, avoiding, and healing. She had completely given up on saving herself. If this were to go on, there would only be one end for her, death. This person can't possibly be actually seeking death, right? The ball of liquid metal was inexplicably upset. This person was related to its grand plan. If she were to die, it would have to look for another suitable, contaminated person, and nobody knew how long that would take. Additionally, time was something it was short on now. Its counterpart's state was getting worse and worse, so it didn't have much time left. What should it do? Did it really have to compromise and increase the power output of the demonic tribulation to satisfy the contaminated person? Reigniting her motivation and getting her to take the tribulation seriously? The ball of liquid metal pondered for another moment. Bah, never. How did people with such bad habits even appear? It must be due to them being spoiled. Therefore, it definitely couldn't spoil her further. The ball of liquid metal thought, I should weaken the power of the demonic tribulation even further so that it wouldn't be able to kill this contaminated person. That way, she can successfully transcend the tribulation without even trying. Do you want to lie down and get struck to death by the demonic tribulation? Then, just continue lying down as I force you to ascend to the 8th stage regardless. And so, the ball of liquid metal once again used its authority of the ruler of the netherworld and modified Skylark's heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage was now releasing the lowest level of power it could. Even for the ball of liquid metal, it was impossible to lower the power of the heavenly tribulation to the 3rd or 4th stage. Thus, when it made its move, it could only reduce the power of Skylark's demonic tribulation to the initial level of the 7th stage. As such, the power of the demonic tribulation was no longer fatal to Skylark, who had strength and a physical body at the peak of the 7th stage. At most, it could strike her to the point where she would be half dead. As long as she didn't die, and was able to smoothly ascend, the metal ball would be fine with it. The ball of liquid metal was very satisfied with its plan. Xian Nu Sect Skylark, who was originally curled up into a ball, slightly opened her eyes, and then she looked towards the sky in confusion. It seemed that the power of the demonic tribulation had become even weaker. Previously, when the demonic tribulation exploded on her body, she could still feel sharp pain, but when the demonic tribulation fell on her body now, the pain was not even half as much as before. What the hell, why did the power of the heavenly tribulation get weaker? Could it be that I've gotten used to it due to having been repeatedly struck by lightning? Xian Nu Sect Skylark got up. At this moment, there were no longer any clothes on her body. The clothes she was wearing were ordinary clothes, and as she had completely given up on resisting and defending, they naturally couldn't withstand the demonic tribulation. Boom! When the demonic tribulation fell on Skylark's body, she carefully analyzed it. Skylark, the power really got weaker. The power that had originally been around the middle of the 7th stage was now around the beginning of the 7th stage. Facing such a weak attack, even if she gave up all of her defenses and was seriously injured, she wouldn't die. How regretful, Skylark muttered. The main world's heavenly tribulation was clearly more powerful. She'd had to have a stroke to actually come and attempt to transcend this demonic tribulation, which had no meaning to it at all. She sat down cross-legged, rested her chin on her hand, and took on the explosions of the demonic tribulation. At this pace, even without defending against the demonic tribulation, wouldn't she still be able to transcend it? If it's like this, then what's the point in ascending to the 8th stage? Skylark sighed softly. In the 9 provinces number 1 group, when the other venerables transcended their tribulation, there were guided missiles, tanks, nuclear bombs, and hydrogen bombs. There was so much excitement during every wave, with every wave bringing them close to death. After their success, these fellow Taoists would be able to share the experiences they had with the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage with the later generations, experiences filled with excitement and vital knowledge. But what about her? She even withdrew all of her defenses, lay around like a dead fish, and still reached the 8th stage at that time. How was she supposed to share her experiences with the later generations? She couldn't just let the later generations seek death like her, withdrawing their defenses, and transcend their tribulation while acting like ordinary people, could she? Skylark felt very tired. She raised her head to look at the weak tribulation clouds. Could there really be no way to make the heavenly tribulation stronger? Wait, right. I can increase the power of the demonic tribulation myself. She could just do it herself. Thoughts on how to increase the power of the heavenly tribulation. There was a very simple method, a method that didn't discriminate between practitioners of different systems. It was a method which had several practitioners come together and transcend the tribulation together. At that time, the heavenly tribulation's power wouldn't be something as simple as an addition. But there was a problem. The heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage pulled one into a small independent realm, and there was only Skylark in the entire demonic tribulation realm. Where was she going to look for another fellow Taoist to accompany her in transcending the tribulation? There was a way. Skylark put her hands together, and drew a spherical defensive formation. She reached into the defensive formation, and took out a sealed piece of scrap paper. Hello, banknote, are you there? Can you hear me? Xian Nu Sek Skylark called out to the piece of scrap paper. After about 10 breaths' time, the piece of scrap paper moved. F***ck, what's happening? Why can I see you? Where is this place? This is the demonic tribulation realm, Xian Nu Sek Skylark said with a smile. Fellow Taoist banknote, are you interested in transcending the tribulation with me? Wait, why am I here? Skylark, what did you do to me? The piece of scrap paper asked in panic. It was merely a treasured banknote that circulated in the ancient heavenly city, and it definitely wasn't a creature of the netherworld. Why had it suddenly appeared in the demonic tribulation realm? What did Skylark do to it? The banknote then remembered that it was in its cave, happily counting its spirit stones until just now. It was its favorite pastime. But, all of a sudden, it felt that its feet were quite itchy. Its feet referred to the bottom part of the banknote. Then, it bent over to look at its feet. It was then that it suddenly found itself in a trance. Afterward, the face of Xian Nu Sek Skylark appeared right in front of it, and then, she invited it to transcend the tribulation with her. What a joke! Was the heavenly tribulation something to transcend together with others? As for those who did attempt to transcend the tribulation with others, if they weren't stupid, what were they? It was a banknote that had survived since the times of the ancient heavenly city and developed intelligence by chance. It hadn't been easy for it to reach its current realm, and it didn't want to accompany Skylark in her crazy ideas. So, the banknote decided to reject Skylark's invitation. It gritted its teeth, and said, I refuse. I will not accompany you in transcending the tribulation. It's a path leading to death. Besides, Skylark, what did you do to me? Why is a part of my body in your hands? No, I've never done anything to you. Skylark slightly smiled, and said, you and I were just cooperating with one another. Our relationship is one of equals, and our friendship shall last forever. I would never do something that might cost me the cooperative relationship between us. The banknote gnashed its teeth as it said, then why is a part of my body in your hands? Skylark replied, it was you that tore it off and said you would give it to me as a gift. Bullshit. How could such a thing be possible? The banknote said angrily. Have you ever seen anyone tear a part of their body off just to gift it to someone? You, Skylark said. The banknote angrily said, stop kidding, Skylark. Today, if you can't properly explain it, our cooperative relationship is over. Everything I said is true. If there was any falsehood in anything I've said, then may I get struck by lightning from the heavens. Wait, I'm currently transcending a tribulation and getting struck by lightning very hard. Skylark smiled, and then slowly said, let me slowly explain it, then. I remember that it was just an ordinary night. Fellow Taoist banknote, it seems that you were drunk, for you did not even know which powerful monster you fought, and your body was all torn up. After the fight, you took the torn parts of your body with you as you rode a sword to get to my immortal cave, asking me to mend your body for you. You and I had cooperated for several years, so I used expensive materials to mend your body as a sign of our friendship. After I finished fixing you up, I looked for you to settle the bill. The materials I used to repair you were very expensive, so I couldn't just suffer a big loss without getting anything in return. Well, Skylark did have a point there. It's only natural to pay off one's debts, but what does that have to do with the part of my body in your hands? The banknote said with eyes wide open. Skylark couldn't have taken its body as payment, right? Listen to me first. While taking on the explosions of the demonic tribulation, Skylark continued, at that time, when you were about to repay me, you suddenly shouted, "I don't have any money to give you, it seems like there is only one way," and rolled around noisily on the ground. As I saw that you were still drunk, I let you rest first. After waiting for you to regain clarity, I went to settle the accounts with you once again. However, I didn't expect that, while rolling around, you would suddenly bend over and tore off a large part of your own body, handing it to me. At that time, you said that as your body was a banknote, it should be something that could be used as payment. You were very forceful back then, and you even told me that there was a portion of your will in that torn part of your body, and as long as I stimulated a little, I would be able to draw in your consciousness. Banknote, I didn't want to take fellow Taoist's body, but the drunken you was being unreasonable, forcing me to take it, even saying that you would take my not taking it as me looking down on you, and that you would refuse to cooperate again if I didn't take it. And so, I had to take that part of you. In addition, I should remind fellow Taoists that, in the end, I had to use other materials to mend your newly torn up body. As such, the second fee still hasn't been liquidated, Xian Nu Sec Skylark said calmly. Banknote, it seemed that such a thing had really happened, it did remember that it had drunk a little bit too much one time. It should have been when it had teamed up with other people to explore some ruins, where they were able to acquire some immortal wine, which they then drank at a later time, probably. It couldn't even remember how it drank the wine. Did it immerse its entire body in the immortal wine? Otherwise, how else could it drink the immortal wine? Anyway, it had gotten drunk, and it did vaguely remember having a fight with a powerful monster. Then, when it woke up, it found itself in Skylark's immortal cave. The banknote then asked, "So, what happened after my feet were? I mean, the bottom part of my body was torn. Did you patch it up?" "Exactly," Xian Nu Sec Skylark said. "My skills are pretty good. Moreover, I guess that until now, you didn't realize that the bottom part of your body was replaced." The banknote could only feel depressed. A part of its body was now in Xian Nu Sec Skylark's hands, and it was also true that its consciousness was being drawn to this small part of its body, which was something that could not be changed. The banknote asked, "Tell me, how can I get you to return this part of my body?" Skylark immediately replied, "How about transcending this tribulation with me? You see, my heavenly tribulation is simply too weak, there's no meaning to it at all." The banknote said angrily, "What's wrong with it being weak? Aren't you just seeking death with this attitude? Seriously, this isn't the first time you and I are cooperating." Skylark smiled. Then, her icy blue eyes blinked. "When have I not been seeking death?" "Banknote," Skylark encouragingly said, "just consider it. As long as you lend me a hand here, you just have to wait for me to return to the main world, and the part of your body which I have will be returned to you. I remember your power as you also, in fact, are on the verge of ascending. With just one thought, you could draw in the heavenly tribulation. So, it would be better for you to take advantage of this opportunity and not only get back your lower body, but also draw in the heavenly tribulation here in the demonic tribulation realm and ascend it together with me." The banknote said, "In the case that the heavenly tribulation descends and destroys that part of my body, wouldn't I be incurring a great loss?" "Don't worry, you just have to believe in my strength," Skylark said. "How can I possibly just leave everything up to you in your current conditions? This is why I don't want to do it, the banknote said. Skylark looked terrible right now, with her body full of bruises, and with the tribulation lightning striking it from time to time. Sigh. Fellow Taoist banknote, there's something I didn't want to tell you. Although it doesn't really matter, but anyway, I'll just explain it to you, Skylark said slowly. This part of your body is now in my hands. Even if you don't draw in the heavenly tribulation and strengthen my tribulation, I could just throw this part away, and it would be directly blown to ashes amidst the demonic tribulation ongoing here. Banknote, the complete destruction of that part of your body should be the worst outcome for you. However, if you are willing to help me, I would give my best to protect that part of your body, fellow Taoist. Anyway, even putting my protection aside, there would at least be a possibility for survival for you. Therefore, this is a situation of life or death. Now, do you still have any reason to refuse? Skylark smiled sweetly. Banknote responded, F***CKU. Make up your mind, fellow Taoist, Skylark said. Let me just remind you that I won't be able to support my defensive formation much longer. At most, there is 10 seconds before the defensive formation collapses. At that time, this part of your body will be exposed to the tribulation lightning. I'll help, the banknote said bitterly. But I have one condition: once I help you draw in the heavenly tribulation, you must release the consciousness in this portion of my body right away and let it return to my main body. The consciousness in that part of its body didn't want to accompany the insane Skylark as she transcended the demonic tribulation. Fellow Taoist, you're really frank. I agree to your terms, Skylark said. You just have to use this part of your body to draw in the heavenly tribulation and increase the power of my demonic tribulation. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I will definitely release your consciousness and let it return to you. The banknote took a deep breath, and that part of its body circulated its spiritual energy. Could it really draw in the heavenly tribulation in the demonic tribulation realm? The banknote and Skylark both had no idea what kind of changes would take place, but if it didn't work, the banknote would only need to use that part of its body to interfere with the demonic tribulation, which would then still be strengthened according to the principles of the world. At this moment, the ball of liquid metal remained completely focused. She wants to use the heavenly tribulation of her monster pet to strengthen the power of her demonic tribulation. This person, does she really want to seek death? However, with me here at the side, the power of the demonic tribulation won't increase too much, the ball of liquid metal thought to itself. It had to make sure that Skylark would transcend her tribulation smoothly, and it definitely couldn't allow the power of the demonic tribulation to increase randomly. The banknote was regarded by the ball of liquid metal as Xian Nu Sect Skylark's monster pet. As the banknote released its spiritual energy, it was then identified as a disruptor by the heavenly tribulation. In the sky, the power of the demonic tribulation was raised by a little. Xian Nu Sect Skylark thought, there's an effect, but it isn't enough. Boom, in the sky, another wave of tribulation lightning descended. This bolt of tribulation lightning was purple-black, but inside, it contained purple-golden lightning, making the bolt of tribulation lightning appear like a blood vessel. The tribulation lightning had clearly mutated. The mutated tribulation lightning was like a sword, cutting down on Skylark's body. What a joke! This mutated bolt of tribulation lightning was a combination of the power of Xian Nu Sect Skylark's demonic tribulation and the heavenly tribulation drawn in by fellow Taoist banknote. Two different kinds of tribulations with different attributes intertwined and integrated with one another like yin and yang. At the same time, after the two different kinds of heavenly tribulation fused, they transformed into a sword. This kind of attack was similar to the phenomena that great masters would give rise to during their speeches. This sort of mutated tribulation lightning was not only a combined attack of the demonic and heavenly tribulation, but also a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Whether it was a demon of the netherworld or a human practitioner, this kind of tribulation would be deadly for them. By the side, the ball of liquid metal thought to itself, with me here, the power of the demonic tribulation won't increase much. Just go along with my plan, finish transcending the demonic tribulation, and ascend to the 8th stage. The demonic tribulation realm was its territory. Regardless of what Skylark did, she wouldn't be able to escape from its control. The ball of liquid metal made its move. Right before the mutated sword of the demonic tribulation cut down on Skylark, it quickly adjusted the power of the sword to the lowest level. Facing the mutated sword of demonic tribulation, the eyes of Xian Nu Sec Skylark, who was now covered in wounds, lit up. She could smell the excitement coming from the mutated sword of the demonic tribulation. Although there was a small gap between this and the guided missiles and nuclear bombs from when fellow Taoist White was transcending his tribulation, this mutated sword of the demonic tribulation was still a good start. Skylark felt that as long as she did things properly, she would be able to continue using various methods to stimulate the boring demonic tribulation. The mutated sword of the demonic tribulation was very fast, and reached her body in an instant. Skylark chose not to defend. She quickly placed the banknote's body into her spatial magical treasure. She was someone who kept her promises, so she had to return this part of fellow Taoist banknote's body to it later and do her best not to let it get destroyed. As for the power of the mutated sword of the demonic tribulation, she wanted to feel it for herself. When she placed that part of the banknote away, the mutated sword had already cut into her body. At this moment, all of Skylark's defenses had already been dispersed. So, the sword of demonic lightning stabbed directly into her shoulder, cutting open her flesh as most of the sword entered her body. In the next moment, the power of the heavenly and demonic tribulation poured into Skylark's body, and a violent explosion ensued. The sword only contained the power of the tribulation lightning, but the purer the energy was, the purer the explosion would be, causing the power to be greater. Skylark suddenly shouted, "I underestimated it." What did she underestimate? The power of the mutated demonic tribulation, or something else? Not good, it's too much, Skylark screamed, and her head tilted as she slowly fell to the ground. When she was falling, left with her last bit of consciousness, she forced herself to land in a beautiful posture. Boom! Eventually, Skylark collapsed in a curled-up posture. When she fell, the demonic tribulation in the sky also stopped, no longer continuing to descend. The ball of liquid metal was stunned. Why did the demonic tribulation stop? Just now, it didn't step in to stop the operation of the demonic tribulation. As long as the contaminated person didn't die, the demonic tribulation shouldn't stop. When the thoughts of the ball of liquid metal reached this point, it couldn't help but feel uneasy. Its eyes were now fixed on the contaminated person who was motionless like a corpse. Then, the life force in Skylark's body began to dissipate, and the temperature of her body, which was wounded all over, slowly began to decline. What, is she dead? The ball of liquid metal, who had had all of its attention focused on this throughout the entire process, suddenly looked confused. How the fuck did this happen? I suppressed the power of the sword of the demonic tribulation to its lowest level, and I even repeatedly calculated the condition of the contaminated person. The power which the sword of the demonic tribulation had could at most wound her a little more. It definitely couldn't kill her. What really happened to her? Is she dead? But how could she have died? What's wrong here? Where did the problem arise? What did I ignore? At this moment, the ball of liquid metal was completely at a loss. It felt as though something had exploded in its mind. Impossible, even if the power of that sword was to be enhanced several times over, she couldn't possibly die. The ball of liquid metal couldn't believe it. It went on to carefully sense the contaminated person right in front of it. At this moment, Skylark's vitality had completely dissipated, and her body was similar to a cold corpse. She had really died and was not just pretending. The ball of liquid metal was the ruler of the netherworld, and in the demonic tribulation realm, only Senior White 2 would be able to hinder it. However, even if it was Senior White 2, he and the ball of liquid metal were at the same level. When faced with the ball of liquid metal, Senior White 2 wouldn't be able to hinder it completely. It was absolutely impossible for it to mistake a living person for a dead person. The ball of liquid metal was unwilling to accept it, so it used its authority as the ruler of the Netherworld on Skylark's corpse. The power of the ruler of the Netherworld swept through Skylark's body, but the result was the same. Skylark was dead. She was truly dead. The ball of liquid metal entered a state of death-like silence. If I had not deliberately suppressed the demonic tribulation before, and if I had let the demonic tribulation and the main world's heavenly tribulation fuse, would she have seriously tried to transcend the tribulation, ultimately ascending to the 8th stage? The ball of liquid metal's mind was suddenly filled with this thought. This feeling, was this regret? To be honest, it really did regret quite a bit. But in addition to regret, the ball of liquid metal was feeling an indescribable sense of suffocation. What was wrong with the world? Just because the power of the demonic tribulation was too weak, she became unhappy, dissatisfied, and uninterested, and then even went on to seek death, abandoning defending and healing. In the end, she died to a heavenly tribulation that was at the level of a beginner 7th stage. What a joke! What had been going on in this person's head? The ultimate goal of cultivation was to attain immortality. Every cultivator had their own dream of becoming an immortal, but what about this girl? What was the end she was seeking? Was she just seeking death? After bitterly cultivating to the peak of the 7th stage realm, just because of the heavenly tribulation being boring, she threw away everything she had and died? How did she survive before? Were all the previous heavenly tribulations she transcended very fun? Or, could it be that something like the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage unexpectedly had a wave of tribulation fire within, and according to today's horoscope, Virgo wasn't supposed to come in contact with fire-related things, had happened, and she had died for that reason? At this moment, the ball of liquid metal felt quite tired. It hadn't been easy to find such an important chess piece, and then completely contaminate and turn her into a creature of the netherworld. In just a few more moments, it could have finally started its grand plan and descend into the main world like a king. Alas, just before its grand plan was about to begin, that woman died. Xian Nu Sect Skylark had died. Her death was so sudden that even the ball of liquid metal was caught off guard. In the demonic tribulation realm, there was still a death-like silence. After a long time, the ball of liquid metal suddenly yelled, "White, come out. Is this your doing?" But this time, that hateful voice didn't respond to it. Since Senior White 2 had already brought Song Shuhang back to the main world, he no longer paid attention to the demonic tribulation realm. The ball of liquid metal felt that Senior White 2 had recently been messing with it, but in fact, Senior White 2 hadn't really been doing anything. Many things that seemed to be aimed at it were actually Song Shuhang's fault. After the ball of liquid metal roared, it calmed down once again. In fact, it understood in its heart that this matter shouldn't be the doing of White. If that guy was really the one who did it, then he would definitely jump out and laugh at it. Moreover, White's body was still sealed in the world of the Black Lotus. Regardless of the effect of the seal, the world of the Black Lotus separated them, and the metallic ball had come over with its main body. Even if White were to do something, he wouldn't be able to hide his actions from the ball of liquid metal. Still, if it hadn't yelled like that, the metallic ball wouldn't have been able to ease the discomfort in its heart. Everything was White's fault. All the faults in this world were his fault. What to do next? Is it necessary to rescreen for another qualified person? The ball of liquid metal mused. However, the state of its counterpart was getting worse with every passing day. It was currently lacking time, and it would be very difficult to find another person like Skylark, who was nearly perfect in terms of accommodating its power. This was the most vital point as to why the ball of liquid metal valued Skylark so much. Skylark's acceptance of the pollution of the evil energy of the netherworld was pretty much as natural as it could get, containing almost 100% of the power of the ball of liquid metal, she was simply the best vessel it could get. It was as if she was destined to become its container. The only thing was that the destined one had died. F***ck, the ball of liquid metal said, filled with hatred. It looked at Skylark's corpse, which was on the ground, and then condensed a powerful hand in the void to take it away. This contaminated person was an important experimental item, and was the most perfect chess piece that it had selected. It was necessary to take her away as it couldn't let White touch her. But right when its hand had moved, it suddenly stopped. In mere seconds, Skylark's dazzling blue hair had been seemingly dyed with ink. After around 2 breaths of time, the color of her hair had changed from blue to black. Not dead yet? The ball of liquid metal's heart moved. It dispersed the hands, and invoked the authority of the ruler of the netherworld to investigate Xian Nu Sec Skylark's body once again. However, the result did not change. Xian Nu Sec Skylark had really died, and there wasn't a shred of life in her. The ball of liquid metal mused, strange, could it be that after she died, the color of her hair returned to its original black color? Black-haired Skylark style looked completely different with her lavender-color skin. Unfortunately, the ball of liquid metal was not a humanoid creature, and its preferences were different from those of humans. It once again condensed the hands, and then took Skylark's body away. I really want to destroy this test subject. The ball of liquid metal sighed. However, the experimental body still had some research value, so it temporarily didn't destroy it. After it had completed its research, it would destroy the body so as to no longer see this pain-inducing being. The ball of liquid metal grabbed Xian Nu Sec Skylark with one hand, and returned from the demonic Tribulation realm back to the center of the Netherworld realm. This was the new place where it had been staying recently. Here, there was also an immortal rank guy bound by dark chains. It was the stone giant that had been tricked in the forbidden area of the Palace of Winter the other day. Song Shuhang had baited him into throwing a powerful spatial bomb into the old lair of the ball of liquid metal. As a result, it was captured by the metallic ball and dragged into the Netherworld realm, and now it was being forced to undergo the baptism of the evil energy of the Netherworld. Recently, he also participated in 2 major research experiments of the ball of liquid metal, with him being the test subject. After the ball of liquid metal returned, Xian Nu Sec Skylark's body was placed on a high platform. Skylark's thick, long hair covered her body like a quilt. The stone giant raised its head to look at the ball of liquid metal and Skylark's body. From the outside, the stone giant seemed to be in a terrible state. The flames left by the Taoist priest Scarlet on its body had grown more intense and more vigorous, and now there was also the evil energy of the Netherworld which had invaded its body and made its situation a lot messier. However, under that terrible appearance, there was a hint of hope. He found that the flames left by Taoist priest Scarlet were incompatible with the attributes of the Netherworld. As such, both used its body as their battlefield. Now, it just needed to wait and build up its power silently. Perhaps it could somehow take the opportunity to cure the wounds left by Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. And when it recovered its strength, it could then escape the Netherworld and return to the main world. The ball of liquid metal suddenly asked, "Do you know her?" Hee. The stone giant smiled coldly. How could he know this female cultivator who was just a small cultivator at the 7th stage? Even if he had seen her before, he would have quickly forgotten about her. What he would remember were beings who at least had power at the 9th stage Tribulation transcend a realm. It looks like you don't know each other, but it's okay, you will have the opportunity to learn more about her in the future, the ball of liquid metal said. It wanted to try and see if it could alter the state of the stone giant in a way similar to how Skylark had been changed. It wasn't that it wanted to replace Skylark with the stone giant. After all, it wouldn't be easy to control a Tribulation transcender that had found its path. What the ball of liquid metal wanted was just to conduct some experiments on the stone giant. The stone giant caught the meaning in the words of the ball of liquid metal and cursed, beep. The ball of liquid metal automatically censored the roar of the stone giant. Then, it willed, and dozens of different magical treasures appeared in the air. These were all things that were developed by the ball of liquid metal itself, and were items that could assist it during its experiments. First, let me see why you are able to perfectly contain my strength, the ball of liquid metal said. Under the control of the ball of liquid metal, various magical treasures emitted layers of light that covered Skylark's corpse, and dug into her body in search of its secrets. The ball of liquid metal was the ruler of the netherworld, and someone like Skylark, who was only at the 7th stage realm, shouldn't be able to hide anything from it. But that did not appear to be the case this time. Whether it was Skylark having suddenly died after being hit by a mutated heavenly tribulation, the strange change in the color of her hair at the end, or that seemingly problematic brain of hers, all of it made the ball of liquid metal have a strange feeling. Soon after, the ball of liquid metal stopped moving. It was unable to find out anything. Now, what was presented in front of it was the body of a very normal human female cultivator, and her injuries seemed to only be due to the damage from the demonic tribulation. In the end, there seemed to be no reason as to why Skylark's body matched its power so perfectly. What did I overlook? The ball of liquid metal thought to itself. At this moment, it saw the wound on Skylark's shoulder. A wound of such level should have healed very quickly with the natural healing powers of a 7th stage venerable. However, due to her being already dead, Skylark's wounds didn't automatically heal. A thought suddenly appeared in the mind of the ball of liquid metal. What if it tried to heal her body? Neither creation nor revival were among its expertise. However, as the ruler of the netherworld, it still had some means. It wanted to try and see if it could restore Skylark's seriously injured body. Perhaps the secret she was hiding was hidden in the area where she was injured and damaged. Skylark said that she would die and then she died, so there was a good chance that there was an important secret in her body, which ended up getting destroyed. The more it thought about it, the more logical it thought the idea was. As a result, the ball of liquid metal condensed a finger, which then pointed at the center of Skylark's brows. Its unique energy surged out, and was injected into Skylark's body. This energy was something beyond the 9th stage, and represented invincible power in the netherworld realm. As expected, even if it was a corpse, Skylark's body could still perfectly accept its energy. Skylark's wound, in accordance with the will of the ball of liquid metal, began to recover. The ball of liquid metal nodded, satisfied with the gradual recovery of the body. It then retracted its finger and silently waited for Skylark's injuries to recover. Under the influence of its energy, Skylark's injuries were reversed, a little bit. It wasn't a healing, but damage reversing instead. After 2 breaths passed, Skylark, with all of her injuries gone, looked exactly like how she had before. The ball of liquid metal stretched out its finger again, reaching out to the center of her brows and observing the changes which had happened to her. This time, what it did really paid off. When its finger reached Skylark's brow, it was able to get a glimpse of her memory. I did the right thing, thought the ball of liquid metal. When Skylark was seriously injured before, it was unable to obtain any useful information from her, but after restoring her body, it could read her memory fragments with just a touch. However, why would healing her physical body lead to it being able to obtain information from her memory? Could it be that this gal didn't rely on her brain for thinking and memory? The ball of liquid metal searched Skylark's memory with all its might, trying to get something useful from her memories. However, Skylark's memories were trivial. Most of the time, she seemed to be wandering the world and looking for something. From the mountains to the deep sea, from secret realms to space, and from nearby planets to other celestial bodies, she was busy searching for something. Moreover, the state of her memory was not continuous. It would jump randomly every time. When the ball of liquid metal saw some of the mysterious scenes, it couldn't help but stop its finger. It might be due to the memory being relatively distant, but the scenes of the secret realms in Skylark's memory were blurry. However, this wasn't the important point. What was important was that there were several secret realms in her memory. The ball of liquid metal had only known of the existence of such places from ancient books, it had never had a chance to see them for itself. In addition, the styles of the secret realms in her memories were very old, and looked like something that came from the end of the immemorial era. Was she a seventh-stage venerable that had survived from immemorial era to the present? The ball of liquid metal mumbled, with the longevity that seventh-stage venerables have, they wouldn't even live through the ancient era, let alone the immemorial one. It looks like it should have been a secret reincarnation technique. Then, right at that moment, Skylark's memory changed once again. In this period of the memory, Skylark looked up at the sky, which was covered by purple clouds and auspicious omens. The memory jumped again. Skylark, who had been searching for something important, searched along the place where the purple clouds condensed. Then, a few years later, she met a boy. The boy was about 5 years old, but he had studied a lot of books and seemed to have gathered all the knowledge in the world. Skylark and the boy chanced upon one another, but it was clear that the boy wasn't what Skylark was looking for. Therefore, she stayed with the boy only for a while and guided him from the ordinary world into the more magnificent world of cultivation. The boy's cultivation speed was quite exaggerated. Within half a month, he had left behind his mortal life and broken through the Dragon Gate realm, ascending to the second stage realm. The scholarly sage, the ball of liquid metal, said as it gritted its teeth. If it was asked who was the most annoying person in the world, it would naturally say, White. However, in the heart of the ball of liquid metal, there was another guy it hated 100 times more than White, and that was the scholarly sage. Its aversion to the scholarly sage was buried deep in his heart. Even if it destroyed the main world's scholarly faction again and again, it couldn't rid itself of the grievance. The boy in Skylark's memory was only 5 years old. However, even if the boy were to turn into ashes, the ball of liquid metal would still never mistake him for someone else. Unexpectedly, the chess piece and container that it had screened out turned out to be the one who had guided the scholarly sage onto the road of cultivation. It had always considered the scholarly sage to be its enemy. Even though he had already died, it still remained on guard against the rebirth card of its opponent. The memory jumped once again. What was shown were Skylark and the child scholarly sage. The scholarly sage, who was still a child, used a mature tone to ask, "Hey, Skylark, what are you looking for?" Skylark answered seriously, "I'm looking for someone." The scholarly sage curiously asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I don't know." Skylark still looked serious. The scholarly sage asked, "Are you messing with me? Is the other party a male or female? What are their characteristics?" "Whether they're a male or a female, I don't know," Skylark said. "But they must be a very interesting person, different from others. They have to like to do things that others cannot understand, and should be a kind person. Their strength doesn't necessarily have to be high, but they must be very talented, and must have a goal." When Skylark talked about it, her beautiful blue eyes narrowed happily. "Aren't you talking about me?" the child scholarly sage remarked with his chest pushed out. He was a person different from others, and the things he did were generally incomprehensible to others. He wasn't that strong at the moment, but he had quite the talent for cultivation. He was a very kind person, or at least he thought so. Additionally, he also had great goals. Ever since the moment he came in contact with the world of cultivation, he decided to do his best. He would obtain immortality and suppress all the living things in the universe, finally taking control of the will of the heavens. "Unfortunately, it isn't you." Skylark laughed as she flicked scholarly sage's head, directly causing the child to be flung away and smash into a poor rock on the way. Then, Skylark's memory turned into a long and goalless journey. The only clear memory she had during her journey was the scene of the scholarly sage showing his divinity as he reached 8th stage, and the profound sage speech of the scholarly sage. After the memory of the scholarly sage's profound sage speech, what unfolded was another long series of adventures. If one were to write books based on Skylark's adventures, it was quite possible that one would be able to fill an entire library. The final memory of Skylark's journey was when she heard that the scholarly sage had created and perfected his own path, becoming known as the sage and entering the scholarly faction. The memory seemingly belonged to the middle period of the ancient era, very close to the beginning of the final period of the ancient era. After that, Skylark's memory was blank. There were no recent memories. In the memories, Skylark's personality appeared to be quite normal, showing no signs of madness. The ball of liquid metal couldn't really associate the Skylark in the memories with the Skylark it knew, the one who had given up defending, and went on to seek death just because the heavenly tribulation wasn't fun. So, what happened to this girl after the end of the ancient era? To the point that her personality ended up getting twisted into this? The ball of liquid metal retracted its finger again. From the long memory, apart from learning that Skylark was related to the scholarly sage, the ball of liquid metal didn't gain anything else. However, this confirmed that Skylark had extraordinary origins. This girl had been looking for someone, and had never given up. Perhaps the person she was looking for was the clue. It was just that the ball of liquid metal couldn't even protect itself now, it didn't have time to waste on Skylark. It seems that there is only one way. Although the precious test subject will be destroyed, I have to give it a try, the ball of liquid metal said lightly. It would thoroughly dissolve Skylark's body and research why it could perfectly accommodate its power. In the Jiangnan area, young Master Phoenix Slayer, True Monarch White Crane, Su Clan 16, and Little Kai sat side by side. In front of them, Song Shuhang reached out to condense his sage seal, carefully controlling the aura of dignity it was letting out. Go, say my name, Song Shuhang said expectantly. Little friend Shuhang, True Monarch White Crane called out. Little friend Song. Young Master Phoenix Slayer also wasn't affected. Shuhang. Su Clan 16 was also fine. Tyra. Teacher. The monster bird Little Kai was clearly affected. Tranny. Song, said timidly. Song Shuhang, this was why he couldn't come to like the sage name tyrannical Song. Your control over the sage seal was too weak, True Monarch White Crane said. But as long as the power of the other party is lower than yours, they will be influenced by it. That's why I need more practice. Song Shuhang sighed. However, the mastery of the sage seal wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. If Song Shuhang couldn't properly control the sage seal, he didn't plan on going out these days, otherwise, every time he went out, he would be like a VIP who went on a tour, and all ordinary people who came across him could form 2 rows and greet him. That feeling, it was quite sensational. However, it would only be so on the premise that he was senior thrice reckless. This gives me a headache. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. He retrieved the sage seal while trying to suppress its aura of dignity. If I try to restrain the aura of the sage seal, what would be the effect? Little Kai blinked. Tyra. Teacher. Song Shuhang, Little Kai was still affected to some extent, but she somehow didn't spell out the entire tyrannical Song name. Thought about it, and tried to say it again. Tranny. Song. It was the same as before, the more she desired to resist the influence of the sage seal, the more she got affected. Song Shuhang sighed. Is there not a simple and practical way to master the sage seal? If it really wasn't possible, he would have to consider taking a long vacation from school, closing up for a period of time, and at least gaining control over the sage seal first. A vacation to close up and practice. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. I'm just at the 6th stage realm right now, so there's no use asking me that. True Monarch White Crane shrugged. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, in the entire 9 provinces number 1 group, the one who knows the most about the Sage Seal is probably Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. But, he has already told you everything he knows. Perhaps, you could ask that Senior. He has left. Song Shuhang shook his head. Senior White 2's whereabouts were erratic, and, he was a powerhouse of the netherworld. As such, his experiences might not be suitable for Song Shuhang. Oh, right, I almost forgot her. Song Shuhang's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Senior White 2 was nowhere to be found, Song Shuhang still had another expert that he could contact at any time, an expert suspected of being a Tribulation transcender or stronger, Pavilion Master Chu. He reached out, went through his size-reducing purse, found the crystal-clear water pavilion token, and poured his true chi into it. After a while, the lazy Pavilion Master Chu replied, "Hello? Who is this?" "Pavilion Master Chu, it's me, Shuhang," Song Shuhang said. "What's the matter?" Pavilion Master Chu yawned. "You aren't going to ask me to accept that crying old man as a disciple again, are you?" "There is no way I would do that." "No, it's not about the crying old man. I have something to ask the Pavilion Master Chu," Song Shuhang said. "Go ahead," Pavilion Master Chu said lazily. "Pavilion Master Chu, do you have any tips for quickly mastering the Sage Seal?" Song Shuhang asked. "Sage Seal? You've just ascended to the 4th stage, why are you asking about that thing?" Pavilion Master Chu said curiously. She still remembered that when Song Shuhang talked to her last time, he had just been promoted to the 4th stage realm. "I just condensed the Sage Seal, and since I'm not familiar with it, I can't control it properly. The dignity function of Sage Seal can't be freely turned on and off, so it's quite troublesome. As such, I wanted to ask the Pavilion Master Chu for tips on controlling the Sage Seal," Song Shuhang said. It was not known if Pavilion Master Chu had just been dead asleep previously, or if the crystal-clear water pavilion she was in was a very special place, but it seemed that whether it was Song Shuhang showing his divinity to the masses or his profound sage speech, she knew nothing about them. Pavilion Master Chu, no sound was transmitted from the crystal-clear water pavilion token. Then, there was a sound of something falling. At the same time, Pavilion Master Chu transferred a wisp of mental energy through the token to sense Song Shuhang's state. Song Shuhang didn't resist, and let the mental energy circle in his body. After a long while. "Tyrannical. Song." Pavilion Master Chu muttered Song Shuhang's sage name. Song Shuhang responded. There was another awkward silence. After a long while, Pavilion Master Chu carefully asked, "Did I oversleep this time, accidentally sleeping for thousands of years?" She remembered that she had slept for a little while, and she had just created a tailor-made, tribulation transcending formation for Yi Si. How come that Song Shuhang, who had just ascended to the 4th stage before she slept, had now condensed a Sage Seal, and shown divinity to the masses? Or, could she still be dreaming at this moment? "No, you've misunderstood, Pavilion Master Chu." Song Shuhang finally understood, and replied, "I haven't ascended to the 8th stage. I have just ascended to the 4th stage a few days ago. To be precise, I'm still just a semi-4th stage cultivator. It was only a coincidence that I got the Sage Seal in advance. It's a long story. If you are interested in listening, I will tell you the next time I come to the crystal-clear water pavilion." Pavilion Master Chu asked, "A 4th stage cultivator condensed Sage Seal by coincidence? Was she crazy? Or had the world gone crazy? It's not just me. There are also 3 seniors who are just like me, and condense their Sage Seal before reaching the 8th stage," Song Shuhang said. "This is also the reason I don't have enough control over the Sage Seal." Pavilion Master Chu, do you have any tips on how to quickly master it? Yes, said Pavilion Master Chu. What do I have to do? Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. A good sleep. When you wake up, the Sage Seal will be fully in your control, Pavilion Master Chu replied. Song Shuhang, Pavilion Master Chu added, the Sage Seal itself is part of the power of an 8th stage profound sage. When a profound sage condenses their Sage Seal, they will be able to freely use its various abilities. But your situation is too special, and no one in the world can give you any tips. If you really want me to give you an opinion, try to beat it up and see what happens. Beat whom? Song Shuhang said. Beat up your Sage Seal. Uncontrollable things become obedient after a good beating. This method has been tried and tested throughout the ages, Pavilion Master Chu replied. Are you messing with me? Alright, I've already told you the way. If you want to be stubborn, then that's on you. Pavilion Master Chu yawned, and said, also, about the cultivation technique that Yi Si brought back, I already let that little girl called Li Yinzhu begin practicing it. Have you already prepared the medicinal pill to use alongside the cultivation technique? I don't know yet, but I should know this week, Song Shuhang replied. During his visit to the Forbidden Area, the Great Northern Emperor said that he would contact him within 10 days and try to prepare the materials necessary for the Ice Soul pill. Calculating the time, he would contact him in a week at most, if he'd keep his word. Then, I'll wait for your news. If there's nothing else, don't bother me anymore. I haven't been able to sleep well ever since I have met you. Your voice feels as annoying as an alarm clock. Pavilion Master Chu's voice was getting softer and softer, and she gradually fell asleep. Song Shuhang, he silently put away the crystal-clear water pavilion token. Then, he turned to look at true Monarch White Crane, who had the highest cultivation among them. Senior White Crane, what do you think? True Monarch White Crane said, maybe try beating it. Young Master Phoenix Slayer sneered. Have you two gone crazy? The Sage Seal is not a pet, and it doesn't have intelligence. It is equivalent to a personal magical treasure. What do you want to achieve by beating it up? That's not the case, True Monarch White Crane said. I feel that beating it up might really be useful. It's like when I watched TV in the past, whenever the screen became messy, I would just go up to the TV and hit it a few times, and sometimes, it would start working again. True Monarch White Crane had a point. Su Clan 16 remarked, anyway, just try it out. If it doesn't work, then you can take a vacation to close up and practice. I'll prepare the leave of absence for you. Since even Su Clan 16 had spoken, he should probably just give it a try. Song Shuhang summoned the Sage Seal with a thought. The Sage Seal hovered right beside Song Shuhang, and it automatically applied layers of dignity to its host. Did it especially like this ability? Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and after thinking about it, he used his hand like a knife to cut down on the Sage Seal. This scene, why does it give me such a familiar vibe? It even feels like something similar happened not too long ago. Oh. I remember now. A similar thing really did happen. When he hatched the invisible saber insect, he had to use the spirit beast seal to beat up the body of invisible saber insect. At that time, it took Song Shuhang a total of 11 hits to allow the invisible saber insect to successfully complete its evolution, resulting in 11 saber patterns forming on its saber body, laying the strongest foundation for its future evolution. Only a few days ago, I finished beating up my weapon pet, and now I'm beating up my Sage Seal. My style has been completely distorted, it seems like there's no more going back. Bang! A powerful chop fell on the Sage Seal, and the Sage Seal sank. Temporarily turn off the dignity function, Song Shuhang ordered. The Sage Seal jerked a little, and then it happily applied dignity all over Song Shuhang's body. It had the opposite effect, senior brother TTT Tranny. Song Loli sure trembled, and said, "The pressure has become heavier and harder to bear." There was an effect. Song Shuhang, slap it again and see what happens. I feel that this change is a good thing, true Monarch White Crane said. If there is a change, it means that the process of beating up the sage seal could be effective. What fellow Taoist White Crane said makes sense, said young Master Phoenix Slayer. So, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and brought down another hit onto his sage seal. However, as before, the sage seal seemed to have instead been encouraged, and gladly applied more dignity to its host. Song Shuhang's aura of dignity grew stronger. This time, even young Master Phoenix Slayer, who had already reached the 5th stage realm, felt uncomfortable. Meanwhile, a demonic hamster shook open the door to Medicine Master's building with a confident face, holding a toothpick-sized sword in its hand. For the demonic hamster, Medicine Master's building was already a place it was very familiar with. In addition, it had received the help of its master, Senior White 2, so it could easily avoid the formation which guarded the building and simply walk in from the front door. After entering the door, the demonic hamster yelled, "Bedwetting Hang, come out for a fight." Due to the formation isolating the room from the outside, before entering through the door, the demonic hamster did not sense the auras of the 6th stage True Monarch White Crane and the 5th stage Young Master Phoenix Slayer in Medicine Master's building. In all honesty, the hamster wasn't really a qualified demon of the netherworld, but due to its identity, it was destined to be above ordinary demons. The demonic hamster's body was small, but its voice was not. After a loud shout, Song Shuhang and the other people in the room heard its yell. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched fiercely. "Looking for you?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked. "Bedwetting Hang?" True Monarch White Crane stared strangely at Song Shuhang. "Bed, wedding," Su Clan 16 blinked. Sure looked dazed. Little Kai looked puzzled. Song Shuhang rubbed his face. "It's this guy again, and he even dares to throw dirt on my name. I'm not going to spare it this time. This time, if I can't make it call me father and beg for mercy, my surname isn't Song." The demonic hamster's power was at the peak of the 4th stage. Song Shuhang was slowly catching up with it, being also at the 4th stage. There was no longer a gap of a big realm between them. As such, Song Shuhang felt that even if he did not use the 3-headed, 6-armed form alongside Yi Si and the virtuous Lamia, he would still be able to face the demonic hamster. "None of you have to do anything, I'll go deal this little mouse myself," Song Shuhang said as he jumped out of the window. When he jumped out of the window, the sage seal was happily covering him with layers of dignity, making the image of its master appear much greater. The sage seal even faintly drew out the light of virtue in Shuhang's body, casting a light golden radiance on his body. At this moment, from the perspective of the demonic hamster. After stepping into Song Shuhang's residence, it couldn't wait to scream out the words of provocation it had come up with after thinking for one day and night. It dared to guarantee that as soon as it shouted out the word "Bedwetting Hang," Song Shuhang would definitely be filled with anger and come out to fight it. Recently, the demonic hamster had made great progress in swordsmanship, and it was preparing to transcend its demonic tribulation in a few days and ascend to the 5th stage. Before it ascended, Senior White 2 had given it a task, which was to bring a fox demon to Shuhang. So, it took the opportunity to ready itself and have a bout with Song Shuhang as well. It wanted to let the stupid Song Shuhang know that its swordsmanship today was completely different from how it was a few days ago. A scholar who had been away for 3 days had to be looked at with different eyes, this was what it was talking about. Its plan initially went without a hitch, and it could even be said to have been quite successful. After saying "Bedwetting Hang," Song Shuhang couldn't wait to jump out of the window to find it. Young people, TSK, the cultivation of their mind is far from enough. However, before it could even sneer at Song Shuhang's cultivation of mind, it suddenly felt that an oppressive force had enveloped it. And, the source of that oppressive force, was unexpectedly Song Shuhang? At this moment, Song Shuhang's body exuded a faint light of virtue, and his every hair had been dyed with a golden brilliance. But, what brought pressure to demonic Hamster was not the light of virtue that restrained the demons of the netherworld. That pressure came from Song Shuhang himself. It was the same pressure that high-level cultivators gave to low-level cultivators. The netherworld realm couldn't witness the main world's show of divinity in front of the masses nor the main world's profound sage speech, so the demonic Hamster was confused for quite a while as to what the great feeling of oppression coming from Song Shuhang's body was all about. But, it soon understood. When its eyes were staring at Song Shuhang, it couldn't help but know of the other party's sage name. The first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage tyrannical song. My lord, what in the world is going on? Did I read that wrong? Are my eyes going bad? Or is this a nightmare? Tyrannical, daddy. 1. The demonic Hamster's hands which were holding the toothpick-sized sword trembled. However, before it pronounced the word song, it closed its mouth forcibly to avoid accidentally said out loud the sage name. Boom! At this moment, Song Shuhang landed on the ground, and his face twitched when he heard the words being squeezed out of the demonic Hamster's mouth. Although he had vowed to hit the demonic Hamster until it begged him for mercy and called him father, that was, in the end, just some casual stuff he had said. So when the demonic Hamster really pronounced those words, Song Shuhang felt his face twitch. The atmosphere between the man and the hamster became slightly awkward. After a short pause, Song Shuhang said, "Good mouse." The demonic Hamster said angrily, "F***ck. You took advantage of me. You're the one that called me like that, I didn't force you to do it," Song Shuhang said. "What's the deal with that sage name? Which idiot gave it to you?" The demonic Hamster felt extremely wronged. "Who knows? Some random guy," Song Shuhang said. "If there really had to be an idiot, then it should be the will of the world." The sage name, tyrannical song which he got was not what he wanted, but rather merely a random combination of characters chosen from his Taoist names. At this time, in the dormitory of Jiangnan University Town, it was bright outside. Gao Mumu did not know why, but he had woken up early. "Hell, how come I woke up again?" Gao Mumu said. He felt like something was wrong these days as his sleeping time had been decreasing every day. He would sleep for less than 3 hours and already wake up. This was undoubtedly a symptom of insomnia. But unlike ordinary insomnia, although he only slept for 3 hours a day, he did not feel sleepy at all, but instead felt full of energy. He even went to get checked up a few times, but the doctor told him that his body was in excellent form. In this era where almost everyone had substandard health, it was rare for people to maintain their physical form like Gao Mumu. The doctor asked Gao Mumu to keep it up and maintain his body healthy. Gao Mumu, who could not sleep, rolled over and looked at Song Shuhang's bed. Shuhang did not return last night. He couldn't have shared a room with Teacher Su, could he? Looking to the side, Yangda and Tubo were both sleeping soundly. After sighing, Gao Mumu pulled out his cell phone and started typing. At such an early part of the day, there really was nothing to do. Regardless, he was filled with energy, so what else could he do besides typing out some characters? In the small fish tank in their dormitory, a turtle showed a human-like smile. The task assigned by the young lady was still being beautifully done today. Back to Song Shuhang and the demonic hamster's fight scene. The demonic hamster finally calmed down. "Speaking of which, surname Song, what the hell is going on with you?" Song Shuhang's sage name and 8th stage pressure weren't fake, but Song Shuhang's strength was fake. With its eyes, it could see that Song Shuhang's real strength was only at the 4th stage. "It's hard to say. An accident happened during my heavenly tribulation a few days ago. After narrowly escaping it, I got a sage seal," Song Shuhang replied. The demonic hamster could confirm this kind of thing when it asked Senior White too, so there was no need to hide it. What, still want to fight me? Song Shuhang laughed. He felt it particularly interesting when demonic hamster had called out the word daddy. Yes. My sword technique has reached the master level today. I definitely have to let you experience its beauty. The demonic hamster raised its toothpick-sized sword and pointed at Song Shuhang. However, you first put away the pressure coming from your body, it would be too insulting to this hamster. If I could, I would have put it away, but I don't have enough control over it. Song Shuhang reached out and gently touched the sage seal, saying, in fact, before you came and challenged me, I've been trying to stop it from. Song Shuhang had yet to finish speaking when the sage seal suddenly moved slightly. In the next moment, it stopped using the dignity function on its host. The sage seal's dignity function had just shut down. Song Shuhang, the demonic hamster, stared at Song Shuhang questioningly. Trust me, before this, I couldn't turn off this majestic feature no matter what I tried, Song Shuhang said earnestly. At the same time, he guessed that he might have mastered one of the methods to control the sage seal. Violence couldn't solve the problem. At present, he was not strong enough, and he needed to approach the sage seal with gentleness to get his will across. It's useless to say any more. The body of the demonic hamster shook. After no longer being placed under that oppressive force, it felt its condition immediately improve. Come and fight, Song Shuhang. This time, I must let you understand what peerless swordsmanship truly means. Even if you call your ghost spirit out, I'm not afraid. Unfortunately, Yi Si went to transcend her tribulation, and won't be able to come out for the time being, Song Shuhang said. The demonic hamster secretly let out a sigh of relief. Then, its small claw lightly touched a spatial magical treasure on its chest. The spatial magical treasure contained a lot of money, with the money being the one in circulation in the main world. Most of the money was in RMB, and there was still a small amount of USD and Euro. This stuff was to be used for bribery. No, it was a suppressive treasure to be used against Song Shuhang's powerful fifth-stage ghost spirit. This was because the ghost spirit seemed to like the various currencies of the main world. Hearing of Yi Si's absence, the demonic hamster was relieved as the money could be saved for the next bribery. No, what it meant was that it could be used for the next time it had to go against Yi Si. She's in luck. Otherwise, she would have to bear witness to my peerless swordsmanship too. The demonic hamster flung its white robe, and said coolly, You are still in time to ask for mercy, Song Shuhang. Otherwise, if you wait for me to make my move, don't cry and call me father later, because I won't let you off. The same goes for you, Song Shuhang said. While talking, Shuhang stretched out his hand. Bam! On the second floor, a black iron statue jumped out of the window and landed behind Song Shuhang. The demonic hamster mockingly said, Do you want to use a puppet? Do you have no other means besides using external assistance? No, this is not a puppet. It is my Taoist robe, Song Shuhang said. The black iron statue cracked and opened up. Black iron godly armor, transform. On the third floor, young Master Phoenix Slayer dubbed Song Shuhang's scene. Song Shuhang, accompanied by the dubbing of young Master Phoenix Slayer, the black iron godly armor broke apart and assembled on him. I must be seeing things, it actually transformed. The demonic hamster's eyes widened as it looked at Song Shuhang, who had become an iron golem. Song Shuhang raised his head, and said, Senior Phoenix Slayer, will you stop messing around? The atmosphere always becomes awkward when you start dubbing. Hahaha. Young Master Phoenix Slayer laughed, his beautiful eyes looking at the demonic hamster. What a fat hamster, it looks delicious. The demonic hamster, it could sense deep malice in young Master Phoenix Slayer's eyes. Flinching, it said to Song Shuhang, We are doing a one-on-one duel, right? Relax, none of the seniors and fellow Taoists upstairs will intervene. Shuhang waved his hand, having understood what it meant. At the same time, the treasured saber-broken tyrant appeared in his right hand, and together with it, the invisible saber insect also made its appearance. The saber insect remained invisible as it hovered by Shuhang's side, waiting to make its move. The demonic hamster took a deep breath and raised his toothpick-sized sword against Shuhang. One person and one hamster stood against one another. Sword intent condensed on the hamster's body, and a breeze blew, causing leaves to fall in the courtyard. At this moment, the sword intent on the demonic hamster's body flashed, cutting the leaves into fine pieces. The finely cut leaves were blown by the wind, rolling towards Shuhang. Shuhang refused to be outdone. Saber intent emerged from his eyes, and whoosh, the finely cut leaves were cut into dust. The demonic hamster said gravely, "You've grasped saber intent?" "The last time we met, I had already grasped it. But at that time, you ran so fast that I didn't have a chance to show you," Shuhang said calmly. "I've underestimated you, but now, you're at least qualified to be my opponent. Get ready to suffer a crushing defeat." The demonic hamster prepared to use the starting move of the otherworldly flying demon technique. "The record between us is 1 win and 1 draw for me. It seems you're the underdog here." Shuhang was still calm. "Nonsense, if you hadn't relied on external forces, would have beat you down in that first battle," the demonic hamster said angrily. "There are no ifs and buts in this world. Only losers comfort themselves with such things," Shuhang said. As he spoke, the invisible saber insect had found a great position, aiming at the demonic hamster. The concealment of the saber insect was really powerful, and even the demonic hamster couldn't sense its existence. At this time, on the 3rd floor, Loli Shur, who was watching the battle, yawned. "Senior brother Song and the hamster haven't started yet?" She didn't sleep last night, and even experienced the explosive force of the guided missiles, which left her mentally exhausted. Verbal attacks are also part of a duel. Shuhang and the hamster are using words to lower the other's momentum. "The duel has started ever since the two of them stood in front of each other," Su Clan 16 replied. "Actually, trash-talking before fighting would usually be just to provoke the enemy, but the opening nonsense between these two has been going on for quite a while." "Hey, Shuhang, are you still going to fight?" "If you aren't going to fight, we will leave our seats and go home," True Monarch White Crane called out. Shuhang, demonic hamster, I haven't seen you for a few days, but it seems you've gotten a sharper mouth. I'd like to see if your strength is as good as your words." The demonic hamster stood up, brought its sword out of its sheath, and assumed an elegant posture. Faced with the killing technique of demonic hamster, Shuhang did not use the basic Buddhist fist technique to attack. He just calmly said, "Strike." Rip. The demonic hamster was suddenly stabbed in the back, the attack causing half of the otherworldly flying demon technique to break. "Aya!" the demonic hamster screamed, and its body fell from the air until it flopped on the ground. Shuhang held back just now. He only let the invisible saber insect break the defenses of demonic hamster and scare it. However, Shuhang's mutated invisible saber insect was too sharp. After breaking through the defense of demonic hamster, it also carried out an explosive saber chi attack. The saber chi exploded inside the demonic hamster's body, which wasn't really powerful but could still make the hamster roll in pain. Ah! The demonic hamster rolled around for a long time, lying weakly on the ground and staring at Shuhang. Just now, what was that? Why did it feel like it was suddenly stabbed? But when it turned its head, it saw nothing. Could it be due to Shuhang having cultivated some weird saber intent? "That's my unique saber technique, invisible void saber technique." Shuhang uttered some serious nonsense. He definitely was not stupid enough to reveal the invisible saber insect to the hamster. I didn't expect you to practice such a weird saber technique. The demonic hamster stood up as it raised its sword. Then, it flung its white robe. But your invisible void saber technique has been seen through by me. This kind of saber technique can only be used to surprise people. After using it once, it will no longer be effective. After saying all that, it got ready to use the opening move of the otherworldly flying demon technique again. At the same time, its body glowed with the dark chi of a healing technique. The last time, it almost couldn't afford the cost of Yi Si's healing technique as it had not brought healing-type magical treasures along. So, when it went out this time, it remembered to bring several healing-type treasures. The healing technique helped its wounds recover. At the same time, it activated a powerful defensive spell on its white robe. This way, Song Shuhang's weird invisible void saber technique wouldn't be able to hurt it. Song Shuhang said, "You haven't given up yet?" "I won't give up until I defeat you," the demonic hamster said in a deep voice. "This time, let me show you the progress of my sword technique. Take my move and scream under it." It was a handsome display of the otherworldly flying demon technique. Sword light flew toward Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang shook his head gently. "It looks like you won't give up unless you are fully convinced." While he spoke, he held the treasured saber broken tyrant in reverse grip, and then said, "Saber controlling technique." It was Su Clan 7's secret saber controlling technique, Moonlight. This time, Song Shuhang did not attach saber intent to the treasured saber broken tyrant. As such, the saber turned into a ray of moonlight as it headed towards the demonic hamster. Saber controlling technique? I'll break through it. The demonic hamster rotated its body and displayed the full power of the modified, X3, otherworldly flying demon technique. It exerted all its strength and directly chopped towards the treasured saber-broken tyrant. It wanted to knock down Song Shuhang's saber-controlling technique together with him. Song Shuhang stretched out his right hand, faced the demonic hamster's body, and clenched his fist, saying, "Bind." He imagined the hamster getting tied into a ball by a thin rope as he issued an order through the Sage Seal. It was the power of the Sage Seal, the absolute command. The demonic hamster's modified, X3, otherworldly flying demon technique was abruptly interrupted. It felt its rotating body suddenly being tied up by a rope, which rendered it unable to move. Then, it watched the moonlight coming from Song Shuhang's treasured saber-broken tyrant chop towards it fiercely. In addition to the saber-controlling technique Moonlight, the invisible saber insect once again quietly returned behind the demonic hamster, still in the same old position, and gave the demonic hamster a deep stab in the back. The saber-controlling technique Moonlight broke the hamster's defense. The invisible saber insect likewise pierced through the hamster's defense, leaving it with the same injury and the same explosive saber chi damage. Aya, the demonic hamster screamed as it fell to the ground, rolling in pain. After rolling for a long time, it looked weakly at Song Shuhang. This time, what was it? It's the standard binding technique. You don't know about binding techniques? Song Shuhang said seriously. Why was it invisible again? The hamster stared at his eyes. Why were Song Shuhang's magic techniques and saber techniques all invisible? Well, it's a secret technique. It's a complete set, so they're all invisible, Song Shuhang said. The demonic hamster gritted its teeth as it said, F***CK. Song Shuhang asked, "Do you want to continue?" "I refuse to accept it, I have to try again. I will definitely defeat you." The demonic hamster gritted his teeth. While speaking, it used the healing technique again. In addition, it also added 3 layers of defensive techniques to its body. Song Shuhang calmly said, "However, if it weren't for me being merciful, you would have already died twice." Demonic hamster, Song Shuhang calmly said, "Since you look very dissatisfied, I don't think you would be willing to give up before you show your sword techniques today. Come on, I'll give you another chance." Show your swordplay well, this is the last chance. Okay, demonic hamster said in a deep voice. This time, it did not even use its posture. It just jumped up, turned into a meteor, and quickly chopped towards Shuhang. It no longer dared be careless. When it was in midair, sword intent, sword chi, and mental energy all condensed, and it slashed out a superb sword attack. The sword chi contained explosive sword intent, which condensed into a big demon that attacked Shuhang. The power of this move had faintly exceeded the limits of the 4th stage realm, and was at the level of the 5th stage in power. On the 3rd floor. True Monarch White Crane held its chin. This hamster's sword technique has been created with the guidance of an expert, its power is considerable. Little friend Shuhang has played around too much. Lowly Shi's realm was not high enough, so she couldn't understand that well. Is senior brother Song going to lose? If Shuhang chooses to receive it head-on, this sword attack wouldn't be easy to deal with. This sword has the power of the 5th stage, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. But I don't think that Shuhang would choose to take it on. Su Clan 16 said, I feel that Shuhang is likely to take this attack head-on. He has always wanted to test the defense of the Black Iron Godly Armor. Senior Northern River said that the defense of the Black Iron Godly Armor was enough to use it until the beginning of the 5th stage. Although that sword technique had reached the 5th stage in power, it would not be so easy to break the defense of the Black Iron Godly Armor. Just as Su Clan 16 had guessed, Shuhang really wanted to take the opportunity to test his own defense. However, what he wanted to try out was the power of the combination of the Black Iron Godly Armor plus Saber Intent Armor. The Saber Intent Armor emerged, covering the Black Iron Godly Armor. The Black Iron Godly Armor, which was quite ugly, became a little more attractive. Shuhang welcomed the attack of the demonic hamster with open arms. Well, his left hand was still with Senior White. However, as the Black Iron Godly Armor had armor for the left arm as well, he could barely assume a pose where he had both arms. Now, it was time to see if the attack of the demonic hamster could break his defense. Squeak Shuhang, do you think I can't see that the Black Iron Godly Armor on you has defense of the 5th stage? My sight for magical treasures is far beyond what you can imagine. Watch as my sword breaks your defense, the hamster thought, filled with excitement. In fact, on the previous night of full moon, during the duel at the peak of the Forbidden City, its modified version of the otherworldly flying demon technique already had the power to break a 5th stage defensive talisman. This time, the otherworldly flying demon technique had been modified for the 3rd time, so its power had increased even further. Even if Shuhang were to add another layer of armor to the Black Iron Godly Armor, the demonic hamster had the confidence to beat him down. Lose to this sword of mine. Under cover of the sword light, the big demon formed by the otherworldly flying demon technique roared at Shuhang. The demon was a combination of dense sword intent, sword chi, and evil energy of the netherworld. It could be said that this was the strongest sword that the demonic hamster could bring out. Don't dodge, just face it head-on, the demonic hamster yelled as it attacked. Come, if I dare to dodge, I'm your daddy. Shuhang replied confidently with his arms spread wide. At the same time, he deliberately suppressed the virtuous Lamia so that she would not come out this time. Otherwise, with the character of the virtuous Lamia, before the demonic hamster's sword could even cut Shuhang, she would definitely make a strong appearance, scream, and then fall to the ground and play dead. In terms of ability in destroying the atmosphere, Shuhang could only surrender to the virtuous Lamia. F*CKU, demonic hamster roared, and the sword light crashed into Shuhang's body. Clang, 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 Shuhang was shrouded by the sword light. The defensive layer met the sword chi, while the saber intent met sword intent, followed by the entanglement between the evil energy of the netherworld and innate true chi. Explosions, flames, the sound of metal and iron hitting one another. The scene was spectacular. At this moment, the several spectators on the third floor saw a satisfactory scene. This is what a duel is supposed to be. In the previous 2 exchanges, this little hamster faced injustice, true Monarch White Crane said. In the previous 2 fights, the demonic hamster could only kneel with a baffled expression on its face, not even knowing why it had been defeated. After the defeat, Shuhang would even swindle it. This time, the demonic hamster was able to completely unleash its sword technique, and the scene of Shuhang taking a beating was quite pleasant to see. Lowly Sure said curiously, "Senior brother Song's light of virtue seems not to have come out to protect him? This hamster is a creature of the netherworld, and the attack is accompanied by evil energy of the netherworld. The power of virtue should automatically protect him, right? Shuhang must be suppressing it. His light of virtue has evolved to a very high level, and it is not a problem for it to appear at will," young Master Phoenix Slayer guessed. Little Kai said, "Will teacher be able to persist?" At this moment, the hamster's swordsmanship has yet to break Shuhang's defense, Su Clan 16 replied. After the saber intent armor fused with the black iron godly armor, the resulting effect was not as simple as an addition. The flames blazed on. This was a battle between offense and defense. The hamster's attacks continued and Shuhang felt that if things continued like this, his saber intent armor might counterattack. In that case, let's provoke the hamster some more. I want it to attack me again to induce a counterattack from the saber intent armor. This is the sword technique you're so proud of? It isn't even enough to tickle me. Shuhang kept his arms wide open and began trash-talking again. The black iron godly armor's full-body defense gave him a great sense of security as it defended against the wave of attacks without problems. Die, die, die. The hamster had been unable to break through the defense, which caused it to seethe with anger. Shuhang's defensive turtle shell was thicker than it had thought. Now that Shuhang was provoking it again, how could it not get angered? As a result, demonic hamster gritted its teeth, and the barrage of attacks sped up. The demons materialized from the sword attacks seemed to come to life, sending out roar after roar. The scene was quite impressive to watch. Such a tyrannical sword chi. Where Shuhang stood, apart from the ground right under his feet, a giant pit had appeared. The demonic hamster's sword chi exploded, causing this huge pit to continue to expand. Almost there. Shuhang carefully felt out his saber intent armor. His saber intent armor was too lazy. It took so long for it to start fighting back even when it was under the constant attacks of the demonic hamster's sword technique. The crazily attacking demonic hamster suddenly got an ominous feeling. Its intuition told it that if it couldn't break Shuhang's defense in the next 3 breaths, something untoward would occur. Squeak! The demonic hamster cried out in a hurry. It clenched its teeth, and used a secret technique. Its attack power instantly soared. The sword light's power soared, and its attack became just like a special effect, which caused it to look even more amazing. Hahaha. At this moment, Shuhang smiled radiantly. Here it is. The lazy saber intent armor had finally reached the critical point. Next, taste the counterattack of my saber intent. At this moment, the sense of crisis in demonic hamster's heart soared. It stopped attacking, and its petite body stepped in the air and retreated. It's too late to hide now, Shuhang said. The counterattack of the saber intent armor was coming. The savage saber intent mixed with Shuhang's saber chi, turned into a stunning saber, and then chopped at the demonic hamster. If this attack connected, the demonic hamster would no longer be able to run from its third defeat. Seeing the approaching saber intent armor's counterattack, the demonic hamster suddenly gritted its teeth. Then, its little tail flicked, and it took the initiative to sever it. The tail of the demonic hamster was very small, looking like a small dot. If one didn't pay attention to it, they would think that it had no tail at all. After its cute little tail was cut off, it clashed with Song Shuhang's saber-intent armor to fight back. Slash, the small tail was chopped into nothingness by the saber-intent armor. Stunned, Song Shuhang said, breaking your tail to save your life? Are you a lizard? How hateful, to have even forced me to use this move. I will definitely defeat you today. After breaking its tail, the demonic hamster clenched its teeth, turned its head again, and attacked Song Shuhang madly. But just as it was about to attack Song Shuhang, that feeling of crisis suddenly began to emerge again. What happened? Could it be that there was going to be another wave of Song Shuhang's saber-intent counterattack? Despicable, it turned out to be a double saber attack. The demonic hamster cried out, and when it had retreated halfway, it took another step and evaded. Song Shuhang asked, "What?" Just as Shuhang's voice had fallen, a transparent root appeared in the air, then quickly shot out, heading straight for the demonic hamster. What's this? The demonic hamster waved the sword in its hand, cutting at the root. But the root was incorporeal, and physical attacks couldn't cut it apart. The moment the demonic hamster wielded its sword, the transparent roots extended and extracted the demonic hamster's evil energy non-stop. "Aya, what the hell is this?" demonic hamster screamed. "Oh, it's a lotus flower root." Song Shuhang then remembered that he was still keeping up the lotus flower projection, as the lotus roots were absorbing the mass of evil energy that had originated from the ball of liquid metal. The evil energy of the metal ball was too huge, and even with Song Shuhang's lotus flower projection sucking it with all its might, it would still take about a day to absorb. And now, the demonic hamster had drawn support from a secret technique to increase its power within a short time. The evil energy on its body attracted the attention of the lotus flower projection. As such, the roots of the lotus flower projection quickly divided into several strands and stabbed into the body of the demonic hamster, greedily swallowing its energy. "Aya, let go of me," the demonic hamster screamed. The energy in its body was being drained very quickly, and it felt weak. After 2 breaths' time, the demonic hamster had been defeated again. Its small body lay weakly on the ground, and it was unable to move. Had Song Shuhang not forcefully withdrawn the lotus roots at the last minute, today, the demonic hamster would have turned into a dry mouse. "Squeak!" the demonic hamster cried out weakly. It felt as though its body had been hollowed out, and it couldn't even move its fingers. Song Shuhang squatted by its side, and stretched out a finger to poke its belly. "Do you still want to fight?" "Squeak!" the hamster cried weakly. "Fight your ass." It had to return and fill itself up. It wouldn't be able to make up for today's consumption without 10 days to half a month of recuperation. Song Shuhang added, "Well, that's all for today. At present, you and I have had 3 fights, 1 draw and 2 losses for you." The hamster tried to roll its eyes, but it unfortunately didn't have any scara. Song Shuhang asked, "Say, why did you look for me today?" The demonic hamster usually had a task entrusted to it by Senior White 2 every time it came to challenge him. Sometimes, something was asked of him, and at other times, treasures were brought to him. "My lord asked me to bring you a fox demon," the demonic hamster said weakly. "A fox demon? Oh, I remember now. It must be the fox demon we met in the forbidden area previously," Song Shuhang replied. He'd still thought that Senior White 2 had forgotten about the fox demon. Song Shuhang was originally planning to look for an opportunity to go and meet up with the teacher of the fox demon. He also wanted to look for an opportunity to pass on the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming to the true descendant of the 33 Divine Beast sect and settle his karma with it. Song Shuhang asked, "Where's the fox demon?" "Sealed by me, it's in a van outside." The demonic hamster gasped for breath, and then said, "In addition, as a reward for defeating me, I will pass on a piece of useful information to you. You have yet to forge your own life-bound magic treasure, right?" "Well, yes. It's because I still haven't figured out what kind of magical treasure to forge yet, Shuhang said. The hamster responded, in that case, you should consider requesting a life-bound magical treasure forging method from the successor of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Chapter 1093 Skill Grinding. Shuhang curiously asked, a life-bound magical treasure forging method? But what kind of magical treasure is that? The hamster blinked cutely as it replied, how am I supposed to know? Shuhang, the hamster said, squeak, I just heard it from my master a few days ago. The life-bound magical treasure of the 33 Divine Beasts sect is very interesting. It's a combined magical treasure. As for what magic treasure my master was talking about, how should I know? Anyway, you are practicing the 33 Divine Beasts technique, so if you don't have a suitable life-bound magical treasure, then try asking about the life-bound magical treasure forging method of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Who knows, perhaps it will suitable for you. It can't be bad if it piqued my master's interest. Okay. Thank you, Shuhang said. You're welcome. The next time, I'll beat you up until you have a pig-like face, the hamster said coldly. I have already witnessed your moves. I will rush to the 5th stage realm when I get back, and after that, I will definitely be able to defeat you with my sword, you shall only be able to tremble in fear. Shuhang, what exactly gives you so much confidence? Would you mind sparing me a bit of it? After sighing, Shuhang picked up the hamster, and asked, where is the van? The hamster said, it's parked right outside the door. You'll be able to see it when you exit. Shuhang held the hamster using one hand, stepped out, and saw a large red van parked not too far away from the door. The driver sat inside while looking at his phone. The hamster said, that's the car. I've made an appointment with the driver. He's waiting for me to pick up the goods, so let's go over to the car. Shuhang asked, you did it like this? Did you do business with him while you were in that form? The hamster replied, do you seriously think that the average person would do business with a hamster? Of course I used an illusory technique. The delivery of the goods went smoothly. From the perspective of that driver, the hamster was a tall middle-aged man. After seeing Shuhang and the hamster coming over, the driver opened the van's cargo compartment and took out a huge wooden box. The fox demon was packed inside it. After handing over the goods, the hamster took out several banknotes from its spatial magical treasure and handed them to the driver. Shuhang laughed, and said, you're actually even paying. I'm not an ordinary demon of the netherworld. The hamster was proud of itself, and didn't feel that its actions brought shame to the race of demons of the netherworld, maybe it was even helping them increase their rep? The hamster said, the fox demon is in the box. The seal is my master's doing. After 28 hours, the seal will automatically undo itself. Shuhang asked, can it not be undone right away? I don't have such ability. The only way you'd be able to do so would be if you meet up with my master and then have him open the box himself, the hamster said. Okay. Shuhang thought about it, and moved the box with the fox demon to the desert oasis in his inner world. 28 hours. This meant that it would take more than a day before the seal would undo itself and let the fox demon out. My assignment has been completed. We shall meet another time, the demonic hamster said. It then used the magical treasure given to it by Senior White 2 to open a space channel, which it then entered. Before its body disappeared, the demonic hamster did not forget to add, tremble in fear, Shuhang. The next time we meet, it will be the day you kneel begging for mercy. Shuhang, self-confidence was a good thing, but blind self-confidence was a disease that required treatment. After solving the matter with the hamster, Shuhang went back inside for breakfast. Since Loli Shur was still sleepy, the breakfast was a simple toast, eggs, and soy milk. Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked, what about the hamster? Did it leave? Shuhang replied, It isn't an ordinary demon of the netherworld, it just came here to deliver something. The challenge it issued was on a whim. That's a pity, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. Song Shuhang, Senior Phoenix Slayer, do you really plan on eating it? Su Clan 16 asked, do you have classes in the morning? Song Shuhang said, yeah, but only 2, during the 3rd and the 4th period. Sure, would you like to sleep for a while before going to class? Sure nodded, rubbing her eyes as she answered, okay. Song Shuhang asked, 16, what about you? Do you have classes in the morning? Su Clan 16 shook her head. Today's a rest day for me. Just the right time for me to consolidate my realm. After the crocodile leg feast she had with Song Shuhang yesterday, she could now use the medicinal power from the meal to harden the first immortal bone of 4th stage realm. As such, she wanted to strike the iron while it was hot, striving to change the first immortal bone's color to dark gold as soon as possible, drawing its power into her illusory core. Song Shuhang nodded while looking inwardly at his dantian. His fat whale illusory core still didn't look full yet, and he had no idea as to when it would finish mutating. True Monarch White Crane finished its toast and asked, Shuhang, is Senior White still transcending his tribulation? Yes, he's still grinding the heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang could feel his left hand feeling numb every once in a while. Then I'll prepare something delicious for Senior White to supplement his energy, True Monarch White Crane said. If I come back late, please request for a leave for me. After speaking, True Monarch White Crane didn't wait for Song Shuhang's reply, and simply stood up and flew out of the window. Without Senior White around, True Monarch White Crane returned to being lazy. As such, it just made up an excuse and went out to look for food for Senior White so that it could quietly take its leave. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, then, Shuhang, let's begin. After the transaction is completed, I'll also take my leave. Senior Phoenix Slayer, do you not want to stay over for a while longer? Song Shuhang laughed. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, time is life. After this, I want to close up for a period of time. Recently, I've been feeling that I can soon ascend by a small realm. He was preparing to close up for a bit longer this time lest Song Shuhang looked for him to borrow his CPU again. I wish Senior Phoenix Slayer an early success and ascension to the 6th stage, Song Shuhang said sincerely. Senior Phoenix Slayer was currently at the 5th stage, while Song Shuhang had entered the 4th stage. If young Master Phoenix Slayer didn't ascend to the 6th stage soon, the effects when Song Shuhang was borrowing his CPU to practice skills would be greatly reduced. Young Master Phoenix Slayer understood the meaning behind Song Shuhang's words and grimaced. Scram. This time, Song Shuhang borrowed young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU to enhance the strong whale saber, the strong gale saber, as well as the fundamentals of sealing techniques, flying saber riding technique, saber controlling technique, and experienced the capabilities of these skills. The experience he could get from riding a flying saber and the saber controlling technique were of the highest importance. Song Shuhang hoped to take advantage of young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU this time and accumulate more experience with regard to riding a flying saber and the saber controlling technique. Although young Master Phoenix Slayer practiced a flying sword technique and the sword controlling technique, the fundamental principles were the same. Not bothering with beheading an enemy from thousands of miles away, he should at least be able to first achieve the ability to behead an enemy from 1,000 meters away. In the meantime, in the netherworld realm, the ball of liquid metal packed Skylark's body into a crystal coffin. Now, the final step. Throughout the ages, the ultimate goal of all practitioners of the universe was to achieve immortality and wield the will of the heavens. If the will of the heavens had a master, then the practitioners of the universe could only settle for the next best thing and tread their own path, going further than the Tribulation transcender realm and obtaining eternal life. At this moment, the ball of liquid metal had placed Skylark's body in a crystal coffin. A pair of illusory human arms appeared on its body and consecutively formed 6 seals. This crystal coffin was a magic treasure which it had obtained from humans in the past, modified by it after some time. Therefore, whenever it wanted to use the crystal coffin, it would have to use human arms to form the hand seals. After the 6 seals were completed, the ball of liquid metal poured huge amounts of evil energy into the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin brightened up. In the next moment, 1,000 runes condensed around Skylark's body, and then spun around it. In the crystal coffin, Skylark's body slowly floated. Every time those 1,000 runes completed a revolution around her body would become a bit more transparent. This event kept repeating itself many times. After the 1,000 runes had revolved around her body over 20 times, Skylark's body suddenly turned into light particles that scattered everywhere. These light particles contained the secret of Skylark's physical body. All the light particles, however, remained trapped within the coffin, unable to escape. Very good. The ball of liquid metal nodded with satisfaction. It then reached out and pressed on the crystal coffin once again to analyze the light particles as it hoped to figure out the reason Skylark's body could perfectly accommodate its power. In the crystal coffin, the light particles were scattered everywhere. However, under the control of the ball of liquid metal, they smoothly arranged themselves in a row, waiting to be examined. After all the scattered light particles lined up, the ball of liquid metal suddenly froze. At the center of the crystal coffin, it saw that there was still a piece of bone which remained intact and had not been melted by the crystal coffin and its power. Before this, it had been shrouded by the scattered light particles, but now, with the light particles neatly arranged, it could be easily noticed. The ball of liquid metal mumbled to itself, "Strange, even if the body of an immortal was placed inside the crystal coffin, their body would be completely dissolved by me. Yet a piece of bone of the body of a 7th-stage cultivator could actually remain intact." Then, its eyes lit up. Perhaps, this piece of bone was the secret hidden in Skylark's body? Could it be that it was the reason she could perfectly accommodate its power? "I have to dissolve this bone and study it carefully," the ball of liquid metal said excitedly as it mobilized the power of the crystal coffin once again. The 1,000 runes lit up once again, and spun wildly around the bone as they tried to dissolve it. Revolution after revolution, the 1,000 runes revolved around the bone tirelessly. However, after hundreds of revolutions, the bone remained intact, and continued to float in the crystal coffin. These runes which were able to dissolve the body of an immortal unexpectedly could not do a thing to damage the bone. This bone was simply like an eternal existence. The ball of liquid metal became silent. After a few moments, it reached out to the crystal coffin once again. The mouth of the coffin opened slightly, and the bone was taken out of the coffin. It felt a cold feeling as the bone was grasped in its hand. It appeared just like any other ordinary bone, without anything strange to it. The ball of liquid metal felt like it could crush it into pieces with just a pinch. In fact, it did just that. Its fingers pinched hard on the bone, but the bone in its hands wasn't affected at all. No matter how much power it used, even when its own fingers had deformed from the huge amount of power it was exerting, the seemingly ordinary bone did not budge at all. This bone was too hard for it to destroy with its physical strength. "Impossible," the ball of liquid metal exclaimed lightly. It activated the evil energy of the netherworld, and ferociously poured it into the bone. When the energy came in contact with the bone, it was like a drop of water entering the sea, no longer anywhere to be found. After receiving the immense power of the ball of liquid metal, the seemingly ordinary bone brightened up slightly. The power of the principles of the Great Way flashed on it. It was the principle of eternity. That meant that this piece of bone could never be destroyed and would never disappear. Whether it was the past, the present, or the future, the bone would keep existing. The eternal body of the wielder of the will, the ball of liquid metal blurted out subconsciously. Other than the eternal body of the wielder of the will, it couldn't think of anything else which could possess such characteristics. In the universe, only after wielding the will of the heavens would a practitioner be able to obtain a body that was eternal and everlasting. Could this piece of bone be something that had come from the eternal body of a wielder of the will? Impossible, this is ridiculous. The ball of liquid metal shook its head. After wielding the heaven's will, the wielder would become eternal and obtain a body that couldn't be destroyed. Such being the case, who would be able to take a bone out of their indestructible body? No one should be able to do so, not even the wielders themselves, because even they couldn't damage their own bodies. If this was not a bone from the body of a wielder of the heaven's will, then what was it? Other than things related to the heaven's will, was there anything else that could possess an eternal characteristic? Could it be possible that there had been a freak cultivator that was able to realize the secrets of the eternal heaven's will and integrate them into their own path, becoming an immortal with an eternal body? As the ball of liquid metal was in thought, the bone of eternity left its hands, and exuded a strong attractive force. Bang! The extremely hard crystal coffin burst open. Then, the light particles gathered towards the bone of eternity. The particles appeared to be going back in time, and the reconstruction began with this piece of immortal bone at the center. It began with the bones, then the flesh, the skin, and finally the hair. In just a short 10 breaths, Skylark's body was reconstructed, and her long black hair spread out like a cape behind her new body. The ball of liquid metal took a step back and allowed the changes in her body to take place. It had to see what changes the piece of eternal bone could bring about. Would it also be able to reverse life and death? In the crystal coffin, all light particles returned to reform Skylark's body. Skylark's body recovered to what it had been before. Then, there was a flash of light that came from her body. A variety of magical treasures emerged, including rings, jewelry, and Taoist robes, automatically dressing Skylark one by one. Before this, the ball of liquid metal did not even know where these magical treasures were stored. In retrospect, it seemed likely that they had been stored in Skylark's eternal bone. After getting dressed, Skylark's body descended slowly, leaving her lying on the ground. The ball of liquid metal continued to look at the changes that took place. Her body had already recovered, so next should be her soul? Could she really reverse life and death and come back to life? If she could really come back to life, maybe it could understand what Skylark's death-seeking personality was all about. Second after second, minute after minute, time continued to flow. However, Skylark still had yet to revive. She still hasn't come back to life? The ball of liquid metal once again invoked its authority of the ruler of the netherworld to investigate Skylark's body. This time, it got different results than before. Skylark's body was at the junction of life and death. Her body was neither dead nor alive, there was no life in her, but neither was there any death aura around her. It was as if a physical body had simply lost its soul. Although she didn't revive, she seems to have left the state of death. Given some time, she may really be able to reverse life and death, the ball of liquid metal thought to itself. It was currently more confident in its guess that Skylark was able to revive. If she did come back to life, then it could continue with its plan. The eyes of the ball of liquid metal grew brighter. If Skylark revived, then it would be able to arrange her to enter another demonic tribulation and ascend to the 8th stage. This time, it could arrange a more exciting demonic tribulation for her according to her preferences. If she wanted guided missiles, then there would be guided missiles, and if she wanted nuclear bombs, then there would be nuclear bombs. As long as she could successfully transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage, no. Wait. The ball of liquid metal suddenly stared at Skylark's physical body. This body was one that was neither alive nor dead, it had no life, yet it wasn't dead. It was at the junction of life and death and had no soul. Perhaps it could change its plans. It could simply use this body directly, without having to wait for Skylark to revive. And if it could completely occupy this body, maybe it could even study the mystery of the eternal bone and profit greatly. The secrets of eternity. For the ball of liquid metal, this was something very attractive. Okay, the plan needs to be changed. Thousands of plans emerged in the mind of the ball of liquid metal in an instant, and it began to deduce which would be the most suitable for it. First of all, it had to prevent Skylark from reviving, and it was best to keep her body in this state between life and death, for it was the most suitable for its next plan. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer had completed their CPU exchange. With the help of Phoenix Slayer's 5th stage realm CPU, Song Shuhang's understanding of the strong Gale Saber reached a new level. At the same time, his understanding of the flying saber riding technique and the saber controlling technique increased rapidly, and his proficiency in riding a flying saber and the saber controlling technique had improved by several levels. Young Master Phoenix Slayer rubbed his face, and said, "There are still 2 more times." Why in the world had he even agreed to lend his CPU to Song Shuhang 3 times back then? Senior Phoenix Slayer, hurry up and ascend to the 6th stage already. Song Shuhang gave him thumbs up. Young Master Phoenix Slayer responded, "Scram." Song Shuhang smiled, and changed the topic. By the way, has Senior Skylark already transcended her demonic tribulation? I forgot to ask the hamster whether the Netherworld realm has its own version of the showing divinity in front of the masses. Young Master Phoenix Slayer replied, "It does." As demons of the Netherworld ascend to the 8th stage, they similarly have to enter the demonic tribulation realm. After the tribulation, they would also show their divinity to the entire Netherworld realm. However, as for whether there's an event similar to the profound sage speech in the Netherworld, that is something I do not know. Song Shuhang heard his words, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Then, can the Netherworld demons that are in the main world see the scene of other 8th stage demons showing their divinity?" If they could. Venerable White had a willow demon, a native inhabitant of Netherworld realm. At that time, perhaps he could ask her if she had seen Senior Skylark showing her divinity in the Netherworld. Young Master Phoenix Slayer shrugged. I haven't researched much about the demons of the Netherworld. You could go to the group and ask everyone about it, though. Song Shuhang felt his pocket, and then remembered that he had lent his phone to Senior White so that the latter could play with it. I really have to get myself 2 new phones at noon today. Song Shuhang sighed. Disregarding the mobile phone syndrome, for modern people, it was really inconvenient not to have a mobile phone. Then I will ask in the group for you. Su Clan 16 flicked her finger around on her phone. In the 9 provinces #1 group. Su Clan 16, seniors, has anybody done research on the demons of the Netherworld? The first to reply was, as expected, Northern River's loose cultivator, who was always online. True Monarch Northern River, if you want to know about the demons of the Netherworld, then I suggest that you ask the cultivators of the scholarly faction. At Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire. True Monarch Eternal Fire, are you online? Are you busy? I'm here, I'm not busy. I'm currently flying in the air, so I'm idle and quite bored, and just reading the news, True Monarch Eternal Fire replied. Little 16, what kind of information on the demons of the Netherworld do you need? Shuhang is the who wants information on them. He wants to know whether Netherworld demons who are in the main world are able to see the divinity show of 8th-stage demons. Su Clan 16 replied. True Monarch Eternal Fire explained, they can't, we've already looked into that. The show of divinity of an 8th-stage demon is limited to the Netherworld realm, and can only be seen by the demons of the Netherworld who are in the Netherworld realm. In terms of quality, the show of divinity of 8th-stage demons is 1 level lower than our show of divinity in front of the masses. Understood, thanks, Senior Eternal Fire, Su Clan 16 replied and sent a smiling emoji. True Monarch Eternal Fire said, you are welcome. You can just look for me when you need information on Netherworld demons. By the way, I just saw some scary news in the fellow all-night cultivation group. I will send it to you as well. Fairy Lychee said, all-night cultivation group. This name sounds very familiar. Fairy Lychee, it should be because there are people in that group who are part of your sect. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire, said. The news was truly terrifying. First off, I advise everyone who has a new disciple in their clan or sect going out into the world to be more attentive, and have that new disciple extra attention to their surroundings. Fairy Lychee, what's the news? Wandering Monk Profound Principle. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, what happened? Fairy Dongfang 6, what should the disciples be wary of? Suddenly, many sect elders came out and asked about the news. Give me a bit of time. I will take a picture and send it here. To be honest, when I saw the news, my heart and liver trembled. True Monarch Eternal Fire issued a smiling emoji. Next, he sent 2 screenshots. All-night cultivation group, True Love breaks at the horizon. Waha, this Taoist will be closing up for a few days to consolidate his realm. Taoist Green Jujube, congratulations to fellow Taoist Horizon for successfully ascending to another level. Great Master Dream Teller, the scene of Taoist Priest Horizon's show of divinity was truly amazing. True Love breaks at the horizon. Fellow Taoist Dream Teller, don't mention the divinity show, and we are still good friends. Black Fox Autumn Leaves, congratulations to Taoist Priest Horizon. To be honest, after hearing that you ascended, many fellow Taoists of the world of cultivation will be offering you their blessings. True Love breaks at the horizon. Hahahaha, thank you, everyone. This Taoist has something to say before closing up. After studying the ancient books in the sect, I've learned about a few functions of the Sage Seal. One of the functions is especially great, it's the stamp function. True Monarch Green Jujube, pray tell, what's so good about this function? Great Master Dream Teller, just wait for Taoist Priest Horizon to explain. Black Fox Autumn Leaves, I suddenly have a bad feeling about this. Scholar Brewing Heaven, I seem to have heard about this stamp function. It seems to be related to energy, but I can't remember the specifics. Let's wait for the Taoist Horizon to explain. True Love breaks at the horizon. Hahaha, the stamp function of the Sage Seal is mainly a marking ability. It is usually a mark given by 8th stage profound sages to their disciples. After stamping their disciples, they can let other practitioners know the identity of the said disciple. But, more importantly, through the stamp function, an 8th stage profound sage can transfer energy through the space to protect their disciples. True Monarch Green Jujube, transfer energy through space? That sounds amazing. Great Master Dream Teller, so, here comes the question. Taoist Priest Horizon, when stamping, would one need the consent of their disciple? True Love breaks at the horizon, what? Black Fox Autumn Leaves, what fellow Taoist Dream Teller is trying to say is, with regards to the stamp function, would one be able to use it as long as they wanted to? Or would they need to get the consent of other party before using the ability? True Love breaks at the horizon, of course, it can be used as long as one desires. True Monarch Green Jujube, my God. True Monarch White Sand, my heart suddenly feels cold. Chiao Mountain's Loose Cultivator, I got a bad feeling about this. Why was such a terrifying ability acquired by none other than Taoist Priest Horizon? It is simply dreadful. True Love breaks at the horizon, what are you all trying to say? No, it's nothing. We are just envious of the function of Taoist Priest Sage Seal, it's simply too amazing, True Monarch Green Jujube hurriedly said, even adding a thumbs up. True Love breaks at the horizon, hee hee. Do you really think that this Taoist doesn't understand? I simply didn't want to expose you weak chickens. Who do you think I am? I'm the frenzied strength imparter, Horizon. When I saw this function, I immediately associated it to strength imparting. With this function, if this Daoist wants to find someone to impart strength to, simply pulling out the Sage Seal and using the stamp function would allow me to transfer my power anywhere and at any time. Time and space shall no longer be able to hinder this Daoist strength imparting technique. Hahahaha. True Monarch Green Jujube, F***CK. How cruel are the heavens, to actually allow such a frightening person to awaken an ability that should not be awakened. Scholar Brewing Heavens, it's simply terrifying. Xiao Mountain's Loose Cultivator, our great world of cultivation is doomed. True Monarch White Sand, our great world of cultivation is doomed +1. Black Fox Autumn Leaves, our great world of cultivation is doomed +2. Great Master Dream Teller, our great world of cultivation is doomed +3. True Monarch Eternal Fire screenshot reached up to this point. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire. What do you think, fellow Taoists? It's terrifying, isn't it? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, meow, our great world of cultivation is doomed. True Monarch Northern River, the most terrifying person has awakened the ability that should not be awakened. The heaven and earth are heartless. Wandering Monk Profound Principle. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, heavens, 2 disciples of my Ancient Lake Temple have just left the sect. Not good, I have to send them a message right away. No, I have to call and tell them about this. After leaving the sect, guard against fire, theft, and horizon. Fairy Dongfang 6, it is easy to avoid things in the light, but difficult to avoid those in the dark. Previously, when the frenzied strength imparter Daoist priest Horizon wanted to impart strength, he had to be out in the open. However, if he now wants to impart strength, he just needs to hide in the dark and bam, just stamp. Oh heavens, I don't dare imagine what will happen next. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, as Senior Eternal Fire said, my heart is also filled with fear. When my little wolves go out, I will definitely remind them to be very careful. All of a sudden, everyone in the 9 provinces #1 group felt that they were in danger. Fairy Lychee, honestly, the next time that one meets Daoist Priest Horizon, they should prioritize killing him. He's simply too dangerous. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Sioux Clan 16, is there no solution? If one is stamped by the Sage Seal, can't the mark be erased? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. At this time, it seems to be necessary to summon the seniors. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, have you already closed up? Would it be convenient for you to appear? I'm here, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue replied. With my understanding of the Sage Seal and the stamp function, there should be a way to erase it. For more detailed information, wait until I look into it, I will be able to give you a better explanation by then. In addition, fellow Taoists, there is no need to panic. There is a difference between long-distance energy transmission and the face-to-face transmission of power. The quantity can't be too high, and the energy will be consumed during the transmission. Fellow Daoist Horizon should be just joking. True Monarch Northern River, I also felt that Horizon Taoist was merely joking. However, he is the frenzied strength imparter, after all. With such an identity, even if it were only a small possibility, we can't ignore it. Hahaha. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue smiled, and said, if you are really that worried and have a disciple who wants to go experience the world, send them to Song Shuhang first and let him stamp them. The Sage Seal stamping function cannot be repeated. After one has little friend Song Shuhang Sage Seal stamp, they would no longer need to worry about being stamped by fellow Daoist Horizon. Wandering Monk Profound Principle. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, good to know. If you are free tomorrow, little friend Shuhang, I will send the little wolves to you so that you can stamp them. To prevent accidents, it would be best to get myself stamped as well. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, the disciples of my temple should also find the time to get stamped. Shuhang, are you going to stay in the Jiangnan area these days? Su Clan 16, if nothing unexpected happens, Shuhang said that he will be staying in Jiangnan University Town over the next few days. Shi's big eyes were fixed on Song Shuhang as she said, "Senior brother Song, stamp me first." Song Shuhang comforted, "In fact, everyone doesn't have to worry so much. Taoist priest Horizon isn't as dreadful as you imagine. After having made contact with him, I know that although he is known as the frenzied strength imparter, he actually has principles. Before imparting strength, he would definitely get the other party's consent first. Moreover, he had just finished transcending his tribulation. There was still a long time until his next transcension, so during the time in between, everyone should be safe." Loli Shi blinked. "But I still feel that it would be safer to get stamped by you first." Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16 thought for a moment, and said, "I think it's better to get stamped just in case." Just as Shuhang said, Taoist priest Horizon has principles, but what if we come across a frenzied strength imparter without principles? A person that would impart them with strength regardless of whether the other party was willing or not? Since some things have already been mentioned, it would be safer to simply take precautions. Yes, yes. Teacher, that's a valid point, so stamp us quickly, cried the monster bird Little Kai. She had long thought that having a lot of profound sage seal marks on her body would look great, but Song Shuhang never stamped her. Now that there was an opportunity, she would definitely get herself stamped by her teacher's sage seal. Okay. Song Shuhang sighed, brought out the sage seal, and then asked Shi, "Where do you want me to stamp you?" When he had stamped the tree demon, he had just randomly stamped on the other party's body, but when it came to Loli Shi, he couldn't just stamp her back, could he? That would be too weird. Loli Shi stretched out her left hand, rolled up her sleeves, and exposed her tiny arm. "Senior brother Song, would it be alright for you to stamp my arm?" Song Shuhang held the sage seal, aimed at Loli Shi's small arm, and stamped his sage name, Tyrannical Song. The pattern of the sage seal appeared on Loli Shi's white arm, which was shiny and beautiful. She reached out, poked the sage seal on her arm, and grinned. Her face was filled with happiness, similar to the face of a little girl who had just received a toy. Heavens, why does it feel like there's something wrong with this process? My turn, my turn. The monster bird Little Kai jumped over. Teacher, can you stamp my wings? One stamp for each wing. This way, when she opened her wings, there would be 2 sage seals. Wouldn't it look cooler? The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched as he said, 1 stamp per person. Well, then just stamp me on my back. Little Kai said regretfully. Song Shuhang held the sage seal, aimed it towards Little Kai's back, and forcefully stamped. 1 stamp was a stamp, 2 stamps were also a stamp, anyway, they were all stamps. Bam, the sage name Tyrannical Song was printed on Little Kai's back. It was equally as shiny as Shi's. Then, Little Kai jumped away in satisfaction. Song Shuhang, sure enough, I keep getting a strange feeling that can't be explained from this process. After stamping Little Kai, Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at Su Clan 16, asking jokingly, 16, do you also want a stamp? Su Clan 16 grinned. She then stretched out her left arm, revealing her snow-white arm in front of Song Shuhang. For a while, phrases such as smooth like silk, tender hands, smooth, soft, and glossy skin, and slim white hands popped up in Song Shuhang's mind. He took a breath, held the sage seal, and gently stamped on 16's arm. Bam! Similar to the others, the sage name, Tyrannical Song, was imprinted on the arm. Su Clan 16 retracted her arm, looked at the Tyrannical Song writing, and said, it's just like a tattoo. Song Shuhang said, unfortunately, I didn't have the time to choose carefully at that time. Otherwise, would never have chosen Tyrannical Song as my sage name. Tyrannical song sounds pretty good, it's not bad. Su Clan 16 pulled her sleeves down, and her ears turned slightly red. She still had to carefully hide this mark. Song Shuhang held the sage seal and retracted his gaze from 16. Then, he looked at young Master Phoenix Slayer, and asked, Senior Phoenix Slayer, do you want some too? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, what the hell do you mean with that? Maybe another time. Young Master Phoenix Slayer waved his hand, and said, Taoist Priest Horizon has just transcended, and he's far from his next heavenly tribulation. Currently, he wouldn't need to impart his strength to others, so we really only need to discuss this for his next transcension. You have a point, Song Shuhang said. A single, frenzied strength imparter is already more than enough for the world. There shouldn't be many others who are able to impart their strength, if any at all. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, was that a flag? If it was a flag, would it be safer for him to get stamped as well? The sky grew brighter as the sun rose higher. Young Master Phoenix Slayer bade farewell to the others and left. He was now heading to True Monarch Yellow Mountain's place to see Doudou and give him a congratulatory gift for his marriage. After that, he planned on closing up for a period of time. Su Clan 16 had no classes today. As such, she planned on consolidating her realm after having that crocodile leg feast. As for Sure, she headed back to her room and went to sleep. Senior White Crane had already left earlier with the excuse of finding delicious food for Venerable White. As a result, Song Shuhang was now left alone in the room. Shuhang looked at the time, and saw that there were still a few hours before class. What do I do now? Should I go to the bookstore next door? He hadn't been to that female shopkeeper's store for quite a while, causing him to become nostalgic. But, at this point, the shopkeeper had yet to open for the day. Then, should I just review homework? There was no need to. Ever since he had become a cultivator, his memory had been growing stronger day by day. He would be able to remember all the contents of a textbook after reading it once. Therefore, there really was no need to review homework. Then, should I just practice? But I just borrowed young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU, so it would be quite meaningless to practice again. He remained deep in thought. I should go buy a phone, Song Shuhang murmured. He was really unused to not having a phone by his side, and the phone stores should all be open at this time. In recent years, he had gotten used to buying phones directly from the official websites of those phone brands. It had already been years since he had bought a phone in a physical store. Shuhang first turned on the computer and searched for the nearest and most complete phone store around him. I should go to this one. This store's products are relatively new, and I just happen to want to buy 2 new phones, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Having selected the location, Song Shuhang brought out his treasured saber Broken Tyrant. After using young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU, Song Shuhang's flying proficiency on the treasured saber had increased greatly. Now, he could already be regarded as an expert at riding a flying saber. He skillfully poured his saber chi into the treasured saber, and he got the fat whale illusory core to pour the innate true yuan. In the next moment, a complete set of saber intent armor had formed on the treasured saber. Blade dragging technique. Song Shuhang grabbed Broken Tyrant's handle with his right arm, which was also the location of the leg of the saber intent armor. Whoosh! The treasured saber Broken Tyrant dragged him as it rushed into the sky. It's too fast, my hands are trembling, Song Shuhang said inwardly. After his experience had increased greatly, the flight speed of the blade dragging technique also increased by a great margin, allowing it to fly faster. It seemed that the matter of refining a treasured saber customized for flight had to be given more priority on the list of things to do. He wanted to make a door-sized saber with guardrails, and it would be best to add a tempered glass cover or something. Also, if it was possible, it would also be good to add a chair. Song Shuhang thought about it, and grew more and more fond of the idea. On the way to the phone store, Song Shuhang unexpectedly saw an acquaintance as he passed through a park. It was a young man with a crew cut. With a saber, a sword, and a staff on his back, the man had arrived in a groove deep in the park. Then, he placed down the saber and the sword, and took out the staff. He shut his eyes and meditated for a moment. Then, he moved, and a set of staff techniques was displayed. It was not some peerless staff technique, but rather just a very basic staff technique. However, the basic staff technique was seemingly based on a cultivation technique. Song Shuhang, who was using the blade dragging technique, stopped. He jumped up, and stepped on the treasured saber broken tyrant. He continued to stay on top of the saber as he watched the man's movements. After finishing the basic staff moves, the man put the staff aside. Then, he raised his treasure sword and began to practice. What he was performing, similar to before, was a very basic sword technique. After practicing with the sword, he put it away. After practicing with the saber, he performed a basic fist technique. Basic saber technique, basic fist technique, basic sword technique, basic staff technique. After finishing all this, the man was left panting as he sat on a random part of the grassy area. Panting heavily, he drank water as he rested. He then brought out a well-balanced breakfast and ate it silently. Song Shuhang, this young man was surnamed Li. As for the rest of his name, Song Shuhang wasn't too sure. This young man was once Song Shuhang's instructor. However, he wasn't a driving instructor, but rather a personal flight instructor. At that time, Song Shuhang called him Instructor Li. It was this little Li who accompanied Song Shuhang and Venerable White to space by accident, suddenly becoming an American astronaut and experiencing a series of tragic events. In the end, it was true Monarch White Crane who took him back from the West. After he got back to China, Instructor Little Li encountered Venerable White's desertic illusory reality, and in that desert, he met a young man decked in a green robe riding a white horse. Afterward, well, there was no afterward. Venerable White erased Little Li's memory, and secretly compensated him. Song Shuhang pinched his chin as he said to himself, sure enough, after repeatedly erasing his memories back then, little Instructor Li's memories could not be completely erased. He still remembers some of the things that happened to him. The saber, sword, staff, and fist techniques he was practicing all came from the young man wearing a green robe in Venerable White's illusory reality. However, these basic martial arts had no matching breathing method and formula. They were fine to keep oneself fit, but it was almost impossible to use them to build the foundation and enter the world of cultivation. Moreover, Instructor Little Li had long missed the best age to cultivate, and he wasn't a virgin either. Song Shuhang shook his head slightly, went back to riding the saber, and left the area. The buying process went very smoothly. Song Shuhang bought a phone that had just come out this month, getting a white and a black version. He would keep the black version, and give the white one to Senior White. Once he was finished grinding the heavenly tribulation, Senior White would then magically modify the phones. In the meantime, he could still use them to make calls and go online to chat. After buying the phone and paying, Song Shuhang left the store. Ordinary people had rather normal lives, and generally speaking, the possibility of encountering robbers, explosions, or terroristic attacks while buying a phone was extremely low. Some people wouldn't ever experience these things in their whole life. Song Shuhang inserted the SIM card into the phone and switched it on. The phone was working just fine, and there seemed to be no problem with it. The SIM card was somewhat damaged, but it was already a miracle that it had survived the heavenly tribulation. Then, Shuhang found a deserted place and rode his flying saber again, returning to Medicine Master's building. On his way back, he passed through that park again. Instructor Li was nowhere to be seen. It seemed he had already finished his morning exercise, returning to his home. Who knew? If he didn't give up, he might even become a martial arts expert specialized in sword, saber, staff, and fist techniques, becoming a legend in the Jiangnan area. Hours flew, and it was soon time for the morning class. Song Shuhang arrived at lowly Shi's room to wake her up. "Shi, get up. We have to go to class," Song Shuhang said as he patted her face. No, I don't want to. I want to sleep some more." Shi turned around and cuddled the quilt. She didn't intend to get out of bed. Song Shuhang sighed and patted her gently. "Get up, all right? If you are really that sleepy, you can take a nap after class, okay?" "No." Shi's tiny legs kicked the bed. "I want to sleep some more. I don't want to get up." "Senior brother Song, please." Song Shuhang said, "What if I bring you there on the flying saber?" "No, I don't want to go to class. I don't want to get up." "Senior brother Song, I hate you," Shi said in a low voice, shrinking her head under the quilt. "I hate you, all right." Song Shuhang forced a smile, and said, "In that case, keep sleeping. I'll wake you up in the afternoon to eat." "Senior brother Song, I love you." Shi immediately changed her stance. Then, she rolled in the quilt and assumed a more comfortable posture, continuing to sleep. "I love you." For disobedient children, love and hate were so simple. In the end, Song Shuhang had to go to class alone. Today's first class was math. Professor Yang, who was in charge of the subject, had a bad habit to casually call the roll. For example, while teaching or when he was done explaining something. Moreover, the attendance frequency would influence the final score of the examination. This habit of his wasn't really liked, and a lot of students hoped that Professor Yang would change it. However, the professor didn't seem to care, and stuck to his own way of doing things. Today was no exception. Halfway through the class, Professor Yang started calling the roll. "Here we go again." Gao Mumu rubbed his face. Luckily, he was filled with energy as of late, and he hadn't skipped class. He stretched out his hand and poked at the sleeping Tubo. "Wake up. Old Yang is calling the roll again." Tubo wiped the drool away and looked in front of him in a daze. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. Shi and True Monarch White Crane weren't present. Although they had come here just to gain some experience and didn't really care about grades, it wouldn't be good if they attracted Old Yang's attention. While he was in deep thought, Professor Yang had already started calling the roll, reaching his name. "Song Shuhang." "Here," Song Shuhang replied. Old Yang looked at him and nodded, satisfied. He had a good memory, and could always associate the name and appearance of the various students. This was one of the reasons the students hated him this much. This way, they couldn't let someone else answer in their stead. At the university, one would call the roll only at the start to get to know the students. In some universities, no one even called it in the first place. Yet, Old Yang insisted on being this pedantic. "Gao Mumu," Old Yang called out. "Here," Gao Mumu replied. His name was rather peculiar, and the professor had immediately remembered his appearance. It wasn't only Professor Yang, it was the same for the other professors as well. So, whenever they called the roll, they would recognize him immediately, which made it impossible for Gao Mumu to have another person answer in his stead. Each time he thought about it, he felt rather aggrieved. As such, one's name was very important. "Song Shi?" Professor Yang called out. He remembered this little girl clearly as well. After all, she was a genius. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and pinched his throat, saying, "Here." When answering, he used the shape-shifting brooch, which influenced Professor Yang's sight. He had influenced Professor Yang alone, and he was still Song Shuhang in everyone else's eyes. Therefore, when he replied while holding his throat, Tubo, Gao Mumu, and Yangda looked at him in disbelief. Had Shuhang gone crazy today? He actually dared to answer in someone else's stead during Old Yang's lesson? Moreover, he pretended to be Song Shi, who was someone easily recognized. However, something shocking happened. On the platform, Professor Yang pushed his glasses up with one finger and looked at Song Shuhang. Then, he nodded, satisfied, and ticked on the roll book. In his eyes, Song Shuhang was apparently not Song Shuhang, but lowly Shi. Gao Mumu was puzzled. Had old Yang gone mad today? He wasn't the only one. The surrounding students thought the same. The roll continued. Yangda. Old Yang continued to call people. Yangda hurried to reply. Here. Lu Fei. Over here. Tubo. Here. Bai He. Professor Yang called again. Then, under Gao Mumu, Tubo, Yangda's dumbfounded gaze, Song Shuhang moved to another seat, and, after pinching his throat, said, Here. Old Yang raised his head and looked at Song Shuhang. Everything seemed all right. Old Yang nodded his head again and ticked on the roll book. The surrounding students were dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Had old Yang become blind? How did he fail to notice that Song Shuhang had answered 3 times? Did old Yang wake up in a strange state today? Some students whispered. Perhaps he wore the wrong glasses and can't see properly, someone else said. Maybe he's not feeling too well, and has no idea what's going on. Right, Zhu Tao didn't come today. Should we answer in his stead since old Yang is half blind today? Maybe we can fool him, a student with a strong build said in a low voice. Song Shuhang. Brothers, don't. Old Yang isn't half blind today, he isn't wearing the wrong glasses, and he isn't ill either. Nan Xinxiong. Over here. Zhu Tao. Old Yang finally called Zhu Tao's name. Then, that roommate of Zhu Tao raised his head in all seriousness and said, Here. Song Shuhang. If possible, he really wished to lend his shape-shifting brooch to that guy, but it was too late. In addition, he hadn't studied illusory techniques either, and he couldn't suddenly make him resemble someone else. Song Shuhang could only look at him apologetically. Professor Yang pushed up his glasses and stared at Zhu Tao's roommate. Are you Zhu Tao? The roommate felt that there was something wrong. Things weren't supposed to go this way. In that case, who was that Xiong Donghua from before? Professor Yang said gravely. Not only the professor wasn't blind, but his memory was also perfect. Xiong Donghua felt like crying. If he could express his feeling with an emoji, it would definitely be this. Student Xiong, it's a good thing that you value friendship this much, but you shouldn't say, here, when I'm calling someone else. Professor Yang pushed his glasses up, and continued, but since you are such a good person, let's consider your friend, Zhu Tao, present today. Xiong Donghua's eyes immediately lit up. Old Yang was actually being reasonable. He hadn't expected that Professor Yang had this side. It was truly great. However, Xiong Donghua will be considered absent, old Yang said calmly. He stretched out his hand and ticked Zhu Tao's name while crossing out Xiong Donghua's. Xiong Donghua wanted to cry himself to sleep. At the same time, many students turned their heads and looked at Song Shuhang. How had Song Shuhang managed to fool him just now? He answered for 3 people, and the professor didn't notice anything amiss. Bribery? Some unwritten rule? Or was Song Shuhang old Yang's secret son? Gao Mumu got closer and, in a low voice, asked, Shuhang, what happened just now? What? Song Shuhang blinked. Don't play dumb. Just now, you answered in Shi's and Bai He's stead, but Professor Yang didn't say anything. Gao Mumu gritted his teeth. Because I used a small trick, Song Shuhang said. What trick? Gao Mumu asked in puzzlement. Money, Song Shuhang said. As a matter of fact, Song Shi and Bai He are rather special, and the reason they could transfer to this university in the first place is money. When it comes to money, teachers will also close one eye and pretend not to notice some things. Gao Momo. What about moral integrity? Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the sky. Just now, he shouldn't have influenced old Yang alone, but should have asked the virtuous Lamia and Lady Onion for help. He should have let the virtuous Lamia assume White Crane's appearance and change Lady Onion into Sure with the shape-shifting brooch. That would have been the best thing to do. Too bad that it didn't cross his mind. Moreover, it was better to learn some illusory technique as soon as possible. Knowing some simple illusory technique would save him a lot of trouble when dealing with ordinary people. Ever since he began cultivating, Song Shuhang's learning ability increased dramatically. In the classroom, he could understand the contents of a professor's lecture after hearing it once, and he could even quickly draw inferences from what the professor was saying. Studying became a very simple matter for him, reaching the point that he could even sometimes do two things at once. While listening to the professor's lectures in the classroom, he focused his mind and began to practice the true self-meditation scripture to strengthen his mental energy. If he was not afraid that others would disturb him, he would even practice the 33 divine beasts technique for a while. After one class, he could circulate his true qi and have enough stamina for a week. The class quickly ended, and everyone proceeded to have their break. Song Shuhang chatted about all kinds of things with his roommates. What they talked about was rather random. They talked about the latest news, recent popular games, and favorite novels. They also talked about Gao Momo's worries about his recent works. As they chatted, two teenagers came in through the classroom's door. "Hello, is Mr. Song here?" asked one of the teenagers. The two boys were handsome in appearance. They looked to be 15 to 16 and had fine skin that was better than that of many girls. Both teenagers had long hair, one wore a ponytail, while the other wore a bun on top of his head. The teenager's voice was not loud, but it came with a special sound that caused everyone in the classroom to be able to clearly hear his voice. "Shuhang, they're looking for you." Gao Momo prodded Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang raised his head to look at the two teenagers. The two teenagers concealed their aura and appeared to be just like ordinary people, but just by looking at their style, Shuhang knew that they were cultivators. The two teenagers should be practicing a special cultivation technique to conceal their aura, or they could be wearing a certain magical treasure. However, he seemed not to remember being acquainted with these two teenagers. Song Shuhang stood up, and curiously asked, "Hello, why are you looking for me?" "It's great that we found you, Sani, Mr. Song," the boy with his hair in a bun said happily. Then, he and the boy with a ponytail came to Song Shuhang's side. The bun-haired teen said using secret sound transmission, "Hello, Senior Song. We are disciples of the ancient lake temple who have just come out of the sect to experience the world. But, we've heard from the temple master that the frenzied strength imparter Taoist priest Horizon has recently grasped an even more terrifying method to impart strength, so we've come to the Jiangnan area to look for you, and request you to stamp us to prevent accidents." Song Shuhang, disciples of Senior True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple were able to come here so quick? Wasn't it only this morning when the matter about Taoist priest Horizon was raised? Also, besides Soft Feather, this was the first time he was called Senior, and it felt quite weird. "Senior Song, would it be convenient for you to stamp us now?" The ponytail-haired teen looked at Song Shuhang with shining eyes. This Senior Song was the person mentioned by the temple master, the first sage in 1,000 years, Senior Tyrannical Song. This was their first time being so close to such a big shot, so the two young cultivators were a little perturbed and filled with excitement. The thought of the first sage in 1,000 years, Senior Tyrannical Song, leaving a sage seal on them made them feel like those fans who were waiting to get an autograph from their idols. "Okay." Song Shuhang took out the sage seal. It was something that only cultivators could see, and ordinary people who had not cultivated wouldn't be able to see it. Song Shuhang asked, "Where do you want to get stamped?" The bun-haired youth expectantly said, "Senior Song, can we get stamped on our arms?" "Well, then stretch out your hands," Song Shuhang said. The communication between the two parties was done by means of secret sound transmission, so in the eyes of others, the two teenagers had come looking for Song Shuhang. After finding him, they jumped around happily as if they were fans seeing a star. Then, Song Shuhang and the two teenagers narrowed their eyes and said nothing. The scene was particularly weird. Were they fans of Song Shuhang? After all, Song Shuhang had also played a role in a movie, and it was even brother Gao Sheng's role. F***ck, that's right, senior brother Gao Sheng must die. Strange, why hadn't they thought of this recently? There seemed to be an intangible power that prevented them from thinking that senior brother Gao Sheng had to die. While thinking about it, the crowd saw the two teenagers roll up their sleeves, exposing white and tender arms that would make many girls envious. Then, Song Shuhang seemed to hold something, and stamped the arms of the two teenagers. Afterward, the two cute teenagers smiled joyfully. It was really strange. Song Shuhang now had a lot of control over the Sage Seal. Therefore, when Shi, Little Kai, and 16 were stamped, they didn't end up like the tree demon that had been sent flying. The Sage Seal gently pressed on the arms of the two teenagers, leaving the sage name Tyrannical Song on them. The two young cultivators from the ancient lake temple only felt a slight cold feeling on their arms. Then, they could feel that there was a vague connection between the two of them and Senior Tyrannical Song. This was some sort of energy channel, and Senior Tyrannical Song could transfer energy to them through the Sage Seal. "Thank you, Sani, Mr. Song." Both teenagers bowed politely to Song Shuhang. "You're welcome." Song Shuhang kept his Sage Seal and waved his hand. "Then, Mr. Song, we'll take our leave." The two teenagers smiled happily, got up, and then left Song Shuhang's classroom. After the two teenagers left, Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. He kept on feeling that there'd soon be a large wave of cultivators coming to him to get stamped. He shouldn't let them come running to his school, otherwise, having cultivators look for him in his school one by one to get stamped on would affect his life very much. In a while, he planned on going on the 9 Provinces #1 group to remind his seniors. If they wanted to get stamped, they'd have to wait until evening and come to Medicine Master's building. When he got back from school, he'd stamp them all. Gao Mumu asked, "Shuhang, what was the matter with those two boys?" Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "They're juniors of a friend's family, they came here to ask for my autograph." "Looking for your autograph? Did they watch Apocalypse War?" Tubo blinked. "Then, why didn't they ask me for my autograph?" No matter what, he had also played an important role in the movie. "Hahaha, Tubo, perhaps you lacked some presence in the movie?" Song Shuhang laughed. "You just stretched out your hand and hit their arms, did you really give them an autograph?" Yangda said doubtfully. "I just used a stamp. You might have just not seen it due to the angle." Song Shuhang flipped his hand and brought out the Sage Seal, let his 3 friends have a look, and then kept the Sage Seal again. Gao Muma laughed, and said, "Your friends' juniors are really interesting. They're actually already satisfied with just a stamp." While they were talking, a petite figure came in through the door. "Hello, is Student Song here?" A clear voice echoed. The voice sounded rather sweet as well. Gao Mumu said, "Shuhang, someone's looking for you again." Song Shuhang turned his head, and saw a little girl that looked 16 to 17 years old standing timidly at the door, her bright eyes scanning the classroom. Song Shuhang raised his hand, and asked, "Hello, you're looking for me?" When the little girl saw Song Shuhang, her eyes brightened up. She then happily ran towards Song Shuhang, and said, "Big brother Song, I finally found you." "Huh." Song Shuhang smiled gently, and wondered whose disciple was looking for him to get stamped. She appeared to be just like an ordinary person, but she should just be concealing their aura. Which sect's member are you? Song Shuhang asked using the secret sound transmission. Which sect? Hee, Doudous, the little girl said happily. Ugh, even Doudou referred me to someone to come and get stamped. His stamping business was really hot right now. Where do you want to get stamped? Song Shuhang asked as he brought out his sage seal. Where? I'm not too sure, anywhere is fine. The little girl smiled sweetly. Well, then stretch out your hand, Song Shuhang said. The little girl cutely stretched out her little hand in front of Song Shuhang. She had long fingers and looked really cute. She had short sleeves, and her small arms were exposed as soon as she stretched out her hands. Song Shuhang reached out and raised the sage seal, and bam, stamped her arm. Okay, it's done, Song Shuhang said. Little girl. Her face showed confusion. Just now, she felt that Song Shuhang had reached out and pressed something illusory against her arm, and then it seemed that something cold had stamped her hand. She could vaguely feel that it was a seal. When she took a look, she saw that there was now a beautiful and simple pattern on her hand. There were two equally simple words, tyrannical song. Tyrannical song, a strange name. Hee, Doudou, is this your new nickname? The little girl giggled. Song Shuhang, huh? He felt that there was something wrong with what was going on. This little girl just said, Doudou, is this your new nickname? Does she think that I'm Doudou? How did she mistake me for him? Wait. *CK, I might have done something stupid. Song Shuhang reached out and gently pressed on the little girl's arm, mobilizing his mental energy. The girl was very healthy. Also, it seemed that she had never cultivated. She was simply a very ordinary beautiful girl. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Heavens, it's her, she has come. If he didn't guess wrong, the cute girl in front of him was the wife Doudou picked up when he was playing games online game, Choo Choo. That beast with the Choo Choo complex had made this cute girl cross thousands of miles to reach Jiangnan University town and meet him. Choo Choo? Song Shuhang asked. Hee. The little girl grinned and smiled. She had dressed differently from the usual, and she did not spoke cutely as she did online, but Doudou still recognized her. Song Shuhang stroked his forehead. This was awkward. Could somebody tell him what he was supposed to do next? Doudou's online wife came all the way to Jiangnan University town to find me. What should I do? Waiting online for a reply, it's urgent. Choo Choo blinked her eyes and looked at Song Shuhang. She was already a high school graduate this semester, and was going to be taking her college entrance exam next semester. Her goal was naturally to enter Jiangnan University town. Today, she deliberately asked for a leave and went to Jiangnan University town to see Doudou. She wanted to see if he was really there. She was very lucky, and was able to find him very quickly. Doudou was even more handsome than what she saw online, and he was even more handsome than that senior brother Gao Sheng in the movie. She didn't get tired no matter how long she looked at him. He had an outstanding temperament regardless of which angle you looked at him from, and he was even more handsome than the stars which her classmate chased. It was just that Doudou's voice sounded a bit strange. Song Shuhang touched his nose awkwardly as the little girl continued to stare at him. Did you come to Jiangnan University town by yourself? Song Shuhang asked. Choo Choo nodded. But I didn't run out secretly. I told my dad that I was going to the Jiangnan area to see some friends, and my dad agreed. Song Shuhang, wasn't this little girl's father's a bit too easygoing? Was she even his child? Now comes the troublesome part. How do I explain the relationship between myself and Doudou to this little girl? In theory, it would be better to simply tell her the truth. Otherwise, a lie would end up having to be covered up with more lies, and it'd only become more and more troublesome. But the problem was that Doudou was a dog, so how was he supposed to introduce Doudou to this girl? If he discovered that the one who had been playing games with her was a dog, a very cute Pekingese, the girl would go crazy. Well, take a seat first. Song Shuhang shifted aside to let Choo Choo sit down. Choo Choo smiled sweetly, and sat next to Song Shuhang. Her hands were clasped together, while her face was flushed red. Gao Mumu approached Song Shuhang and whispered in his ear, "Hey, Shuhang, who is this girl? Don't you have a relationship with Teacher Su?" Song Shuhang, wasn't this having a foot in two boats? It's a long story, it's not my fault. I'll explain it to you later. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples anxiously. Choo Choo saw Song Shuhang's distressed look, and asked, "Doudou, did you not want me to come over?" Suddenly, she remembered the plots of many internet melodramatic romances. "No, that's not what I'm worried about." Song Shuhang sighed. "Wait. Why the hell I'm worrying in the first place? I'm not Doudou, and it wasn't me who flirted online. Isn't it supposed to be Doudou who faces the headache that is having to explain the situation to Choo Choo and be the one to deal with her? It's actually a long story, Choo Choo." "Just wait a bit, I'll make a call," Song Shuhang said. "Oh." Choo Choo nodded cutely. Song Shuhang brought out his phone, entered his contacts, then found Doudou's number, and dialed it. "I heard that Doudou is being held captive by true Monarch Yellow Mountain. I hope that the call can go through." Fortunately, Doudou was able to answer the call. "Woof, devil, why are you calling me?" Doudou's voice came from his phone. Song Shuhang, F***ck, what does he mean by calling me devil? Doudou said, "Hello? Hello? Why aren't you saying anything? Was my number accidentally dialed while he put his phone in his pocket?" Song Shuhang replied, "No, I didn't misdial. I just couldn't stand your strange way of addressing me all of a sudden." Doudou proudly said, "I'm actually practicing. To resist that stupid Yellow Mountain's attempts to get me married, I'm practicing how to make the worst first impression when I meet someone." Song Shuhang responded, "I feel like you don't need to practice at all. As long as your instincts are still there, you'll be able to give people the worst first impression." "Really? Am I that awesome?" "Hahaha, that's embarrassing." Doudou laughed. Song Shuhang's teeth ached as he said, "I'm not complimenting you." "Bah, sweetie, you are making me feel shy," Doudou said. Song Shuhang was creeped out, and said, "Don't say things like that, and we're still friends." "Woof, why are you calling me?" Doudou said. "Choo Choo is here," Song Shuhang said. "What?" Doudou froze. "Choo Choo came to Jiangnan University Town to find me, and is sitting next to me right now," Song Shuhang repeated. "Now, can you talk to her yourself?" "Doudou," Song Shuhang said, "I can only help you this much. Next, you'll have to talk to Choo Choo yourself and explain things to her." Then, he handed the phone to Choo Choo, who wore a puzzled look. "Here, talk to Doudou," Song Shuhang said. Choo Choo looked shy. "Talk to Doudou? Who are you then?" "I'm not Doudou." Song Shuhang smiled gently. Choo Choo opened her mouth wide. Her cute little face was full of shock, and her expression was unbelievable. "In fact, Doudou looks like me. So, people often mistake him for me." Song Shuhang laughed. Anyway, that stupid dog Doudou hadn't transformed yet. Once he reached the 5th stage, he would just have to pay attention to his human form and make it slightly similar to him. "Is that so?" Choo Choo's face was flushed with shame. She then took Song Shuhang's mobile phone, and timidly called out, "Doudou?" "Woof, it's me, wife." The voice she was familiar with came from the phone. This voice, this tone, yes, this was the Doudou she knew. But then, what was the deal with this Song Shuhang from Jiangnan University town? Wife, find a quiet place. I'll talk to you alone. Stay away from Song Shuhang, don't let him hear what I'm going to tell you. Doudou's voice echoed. Song Shuhang, oh. Chu Chu nodded. She stood up, nodded apologetically to Song Shuhang, and went out of the classroom. After seeing the girl leave, Song Shuhang was relieved. Hey, Shuhang. What did that girl want? Tubo and the others asked curiously. She's a friend of mine, a girl I met in an online game. Song Shuhang sighed. What? The girls in online games are of such high quality? Tubo's eyes widened. Which game was it? I don't know, I've never played that game. Song Shuhang shrugged. Then, why did she run all the way to Jiangnan University town just to find you? Gao Mumu stared at him. There's definitely adultery somewhere. F*ck off, Song Shuhang said. In fact, I'm also troubled by this. My friend is rather wacky, so when that girl asked him what he looked like, he sent my picture to the girl. Gao Mumu, Tubo, Yangda, classmate Xiong Donghua, who was right beside him, exclaimed, F*ck, please give me a dozen of such friends. Why couldn't he meet such a friend who thought about the happiness of his friends and looked for girls for them? Does your friend lack a buddy? Tubo said solemnly. Next time, let him send my pictures when he's playing games. I can even send my home address, I really don't mind. Yangda asked, Shuhang, are we friends? What are you trying to say? Song Shuhang's face twitched. If we're friends, then your friend is my friend. Yangda patted his chest, and said, I have a set of really good-looking photos of myself. Please help me send them to your friend. Next time, when he meets a girl who wants a photo, ask him to send mine. I give him full authority, and charge no fee. You're so desperate? Song Shuhang smiled bitterly. You already have Teacher Su, how can you understand the pain of us lone dogs? These days, it's really difficult to find beautiful women. Tubo sighed. Actually, I fell in love with classmate by he at first sight, Yangda said. Looking back at the past few days, I felt that she looked more and more beautiful, her appearance had the kind of style that an angel would have. Shuhang, what do you think would happen if I go to classmate by he and confess? Yangda actually likes true Monarch White Crane? Song Shuhang suddenly felt like smiling. Well, the female senior White Crane was indeed quite cute. It was no wonder that Yangda liked her. After all, men were visual animals, and instinctively liked beautiful things. Ahem, if you confessed to her, perhaps she would beat you death, Song Shuhang said. Because she already likes someone. F*ck, who is it? Tell me who my rival is. Tubo said. Song Shuhang, wasn't it Yangda who was interested in White Crane? Tubo, why are you the one getting incensed? Classmate by he like someone? Oh my god, it can't be. No, my new goddess actually has a lover? It's too cruel, classmate by he has just transferred to this school. I just fell in love, but I lost her immediately. In the class, there was unexpectedly a lot of students wailing. Song Shuhang, there were so many people who secretly liked Senior White Crane. Gao Mumu curiously asked, tell me, who does classmate by he like? Song Shuhang said, you should all know him, he's Apocalypse War's lead actor. Yangda replied, my god, it's over. As long as he thought of that man who looked like a celestial being, he felt a burst of despair. If the enemy was such an existence, he had no chance at all. Old song, does classmate sure have a boyfriend? At this time, another voice echoed behind Song Shuhang. F*ck. Song Shuhang said. Wasn't that too crazy? Loli sure is still so young, yet there are already people who want to fight for her hand? Do you think I don't dare to report you to the FBI? A voice could be heard from behind, saying, only 3 years in jail would be a big profit, but even if we get the death penalty, it would be still worth it. A person corrected, no, even with the death penalty it would be a big profit. In a few years, classmate sure will definitely not be worse than classmate by he. It's better to book her early so that there won't be a need to face millions of competitors in the future. Song Shuhang. A classmate came up, and asked, other than classmate sure, Song Shuhang, do you know other beauties as well? Ones that aren't married? I remember that last semester, someone saw Song Shuhang with a beautiful woman with long legs. I know about her, it's Song Shuhang's cousin. From the moment I saw his cousin Zhao Yaya, I identified Song Shuhang as my big brother-in-law. Song Shuhang responded, go die. However, the girls around Shuhang are all of high quality. Shuhang, if you aren't going to make a harem, introduce a few girls to your brothers. Where can I find so many beautiful women for you guys? Song Shuhang sighed. While they were talking, another figure had appeared at the door of the classroom. It was a woman that was a head taller than ordinary people. She had a hot body and wore a silk veil on her face. Although her face couldn't be seen, the woman definitely would not disappoint with her overbearing figure and bright eyes. Shuhang, the tall beauty, called out to Song Shuhang while holding an exquisite food container in her hand. Someone's looking for you again, Gao Momo said. I remember you saying you don't know any beautiful women, yet this is already the second one today. Song Shuhang, it's immortal fairy Bi Shui. Why did she come here? I'm here to give White something to eat. White Crane just ran to me and ordered a table of immortal dishes feast. Then it told me to give it to you. I heard you can give it to fellow Taoist White, is that right? Immortal fairy Bi Shui smiled, went to Song Shuhang's side, and handed him the food container. So that's the case. Indeed, only when the food was for Venerable White would immortal fairy Bi Shui deliver it right to the door. You can leave it to me, Song Shuhang said. Also, immortal fairy Bi Shui leaned close to Song Shuhang's ear, and said, about that stallion spirit, I let it go. It had indeed been misguided when it ran to me. I'm trying to find out who was the fellow that cheated it. That stallion spirit now owes you a favor. Song Shuhang nodded. The stallion spirit was actually able to escape a tribulation once again. As for that favor that the stallion spirit owed him, it would already be sufficient if it didn't come out to pollute his eyes again. In addition, how many green onion sprouts do you have on hand? I'll trade them from you, immortal fairy Bi Shui whispered again. I just happen to have brought a lot of spirit beast crystals. While immortal fairy Bi Shui was talking, the sweet breath that escaped her mouth caused Song Shuhang's ears to feel a little itchy. I have some, do you want to trade now? Song Shuhang asked. After Lady Onion went mad recently, she produced a lot of green onion sprouts, and so the number he had wasn't few. Immortal fairy Bi Shui said, I'll activate an illusory technique so that we can conduct the exchange right now. I'm in urgent need of it. She activated a small illusion technique and wrapped it around herself and Song Shuhang. Then, she took out a black box filled with spirit beasts crystals of the 3rd and 4th stages. Song Shuhang took out all the green onion sprouts he had accumulated, which turned out to be several bundles. Immortal fairy Bi Shui said, so many? In this case, it seems that I don't have enough spirit beast crystals this time. I will make up for the amount I owe you next time. Song Shuhang replied, no problem. The two completed the transaction with satisfaction. Lady Onion cried and fainted in the size-reducing purse. All those green onions were hers. However, she did not dare to cry out loudly, because immortal fairy Bi Shui was right next to them. She was afraid that if she cried too loudly, even her onion juice would be taken away by immortal fairy. Immortal fairy Bi Shui deactivated the illusion technique after they completed their transaction. She then waved goodbye to Song Shuhang, and took elegant steps as she left. Song Shuhang patted the size-reducing purse lightly. It was all thanks to Lady Onion that he could get so many spirit beast crystals. Sob, sob, my green onions. After seeing immortal fairy Bishwe leave, Lady Onion burst into tears. However, her voice was contained inside the size-reducing purse. Don't cry. It's useless to keep your green onions, so it's better to exchange them for cultivation resources, Song Shuhang said using secret sound transmission. Lady Onion said, bah. Why don't you try getting your head cut off and have it exchanged for cultivation resources? Moreover, those spirit beast crystals are useless to me. Then, how about I give you other cultivation resources for it, such as Saber Intent Condensing Lotus Seed? Living Spring Water? Medicinal pills for cultivation? To be honest, Lady Onion, your realm has risen too slowly. Currently, you're just at the second stage realm. If it goes on like this, how am I supposed to make you my monster pet? Song Shuhang said. I'm sorry for practicing so slowly, dragging the motherland down. Wait. You little sheet, when did I become your monster pet? A classmate said asked, Shuhang, who was that beauty just now? It seems that I've fallen in love again. I lost classmate by he, but I found a new love. Boss Bishwe, she is the owner of a hotel chain. Song Shuhang smiled slightly, and then said, in addition, she and classmate by he are love rivals, so don't even think about it. How could this be? But didn't she say that classmate by he ordered it from her just now? Song Shuhang gently lifted the cover of the small food box. It's because it's a meal for the one they both love. Tubo asked, Shuhang, would you like to introduce a beauty who isn't in love to us? Song Shuhang shrugged. I really don't know any. Hey, Shuhang, are you done with classes? Another enchanting fairy came in through the door of the classroom and called out to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang, what wind was blowing today? Why was everyone coming to find him at this time? This time it was Fairy Dongfang 6, who held a motorcycle helmet in her hand. It seemed that her driver's license had not been reissued yet. Was Snow Wolf's cave home still intact? Not yet, I still have one more class. Song Shuhang laughed. What about little Kai? I'll take her out for a stroll, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. She found another good place for soul ferrying, so she prepared to bring little Kai there. Little Kai's power of virtue had already taken shape, and if she were to continue on her current path, she should be able to conceal her monster chi soon. Song Shuhang said, little Kai didn't come with me today. She's still resting at home. Sani, elder sister Dongfang, you can directly head to the house to look for her. Little Kai was exhausted from yesterday due to suffering the explosions from the guided missiles and nuclear bombs. She was still sleeping and resting. Oh, I see. Give me the keys, I'll find her, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Song Shuhang took out the key and handed it to the fairy. Also, please call me younger sister Dongfang next time. Fairy Dongfang 6 blinked. I look much younger than you. Song Shuhang, do I look old? See you later. Fairy Dongfang 6 left with a charming gait. After Fairy Dongfang 6 left. Younger sister Dongfang is so enchanting, my heart's been beating so fast 'cause of her. She's simply a stunner. Song Shuhang calmly said, don't think about it, this person also already has a partner. It was said that Tian Mountain Range sex gentleman, Lu Long, had always been in love with Fairy Dongfang 6, although he had yet to obtain her heart. Tubo said, so, give us a girl who doesn't have a partner yet. Don't think about it, just as Song Shuhang was halfway through what he was saying, another figure appeared at the door, exuding a gentle wave of power. Song Shuhang paused. Another one? Which senior is it this time? Song Shuhang turned his head and looked towards the door. Then, he saw a woman in a white suit standing at the door, looking around the classroom with a smile. Was it another one looking for him? Who is it this time? Gao Momo prodded Song Shuhang. I don't know this time. Song Shuhang shook his head. At this time, the woman in the small white suit saw Song Shuhang. She smiled slightly and walked toward Song Shuhang with graceful steps. Song Shuhang noticed that for every step she took, the distance she covered was the same, just as if she was using a ruler. After a few steps, she had already arrived near Song Shuhang. Sani, Mr. Halfway through her words, the elegant woman in a white suit and high heels stumbled and fell to the ground. Be careful. Song Shuhang reached out subconsciously, ready to help her. But at this moment, he saw the woman stretch out her hand to support herself. Her entire body bounced up high, then she somersaulted, and was able to stand firmly on the ground with a slam. Song Shuhang's classroom was suddenly silent. This one's movements belonged to a world-class gymnast. Moreover, this woman was even wearing high heels. This was a really good-looking beauty. It's awful wearing these shoes, just which fool invented them, the woman in a white suit murmured. Song Shuhang, wearing high heels was uncomfortable, but when a beauty put them on, she would become very eye-catching. It was said that when that thing was first invented, it was also worn by men. Huh? Song Shuhang asked, ahem, hello, who are you looking for? Looking for you, mister. The woman in a white suit raised her head and revealed a gentle smile. She had addressed him with Mr. Song Shuhang asked, stamp? What? The woman in a white suit was confused. It seemed like she wasn't someone introduced by the fellow Taoists from the group. Then why was this fairy who he didn't know looking for him? Although I don't know what you mean by stamp, the reason I'm looking for you is something else, the woman in a white suit said as she slightly released the spiritual energy in her body. From the spiritual energy she released, the auras of many kinds of spirit beasts could be felt, and there seemed to be 33 different kinds. Song Shuhang immediately recognized it, the 33 divine beasts, techniques aura. Do you have time? I would like to discuss something, the woman in a white suit said. She came to see Song Shuhang as a junior. It was clear that she had seen Song Shuhang's show of divinity. Come with me, Song Shuhang said. He stood up, and again said to Gao Momu, Old Gao, when that little girl Chu Chu and Doudou finish their call, tell her to wait for me. Okay, Gao Momu said. Song Shuhang stood up and walked towards the roof of the school with the woman in a white suit. Why are you looking for me? Song Shuhang asked through secret sound transmission as they walked. I came to look for Senior because my disciple seems to be here with you, the woman in a white suit said. When he saw this woman's 33 divine beasts technique, Song Shuhang was already able to guess who she was. And, as soon as she spoke, he was able to confirm her identity. The woman in a white suit should be the teacher of the monster fox. At that time, when Song Shuhang had asked for his teacher's information, the fox had blurted out, I tell you, teacher is mine alone, you better give up on seeing her. So, if his sexual orientation was normal, his teacher should be a woman. Now, it seems that it really was the case. It's just that, the hamster brought the monster fox to the Jiangnan area just this morning. Afterward, the big box with the sealed monster fox was thrown into his inner world. Only a few hours have passed since he had received the monster fox, and the woman in a white suit was already able to find him? How did you find me? Song Shuhang asked. The woman in a white suit explained, since I lost contact with my disciple, I asked an elder to conduct a divination. The elder gave me the directions and told me to go to the Jiangnan area, telling me that I should be able to find my disciple here. I've searched in this area for a long time, and this morning, I sensed the aura of my disciple near Jiangnan University town. Therefore, I followed the aura, and finally tracked it down all the way to your body, Senior Tyrannical Song. Your body is where the trail of my disciple's aura ends. She saw that Song Shuhang also practiced the 33 divine beasts technique, coupled with Song Shuhang's show of divinity. The other day, it allowed her to be able to feel close to him. So that's the case. In fact, I was going to look for you tomorrow and bring you little friend Doudou by. Song Shuhang nodded and said with a smile. Doudou Bai was the name of that silly fox monster. Thank you, Senior Tyrannical Song. The woman in a white suit heard his words and secretly felt relieved. As the two were talking, they reached the roof of the building. Song Shuhang's mental energy swept around, and after confirming that there were no other people on the roof and nothing monitoring them, he stretched out his hand, bringing out the big box containing Doudou Bai. Your disciple is in here, Song Shuhang said. The woman in a white suit was shocked by Song Shuhang's move. She saw that Song Shuhang did not bring out her disciples from any spatial magical treasure. As he waved his hand, a space channel seems to have opened, and the big box came out of it. The first sage in 1,000 years was truly worthy of his title. Then, she felt the aura of her disciple in the box. The aura was stable and he shouldn't be injured. She had already planned for the worst, but now that she could sense that her disciple was safe, she was relieved. The woman in a white suit bent over, preparing to open the box. However, the box had a seal left by Senior White too, and she could not open it. The woman in a white suit looked up at Song Shuhang. Senior Tyrannical Song? This box was sealed by a powerful senior. Fellow Taoist's disciple had been staying at that senior's place, and he has been delivered to me only this morning. I can't undo the seal, Song Shuhang said. But you don't have to worry, the seal will automatically undo itself after about 20 hours. The woman in a white suit listened, then thanked Song Shuhang. Fleeting life thanks Senior Tyrannical Song once again. Fleeting life, it should be the Taoist name of this woman in a white suit. Very fleeting life, no need to be so polite, Song Shuhang said with a smile. In this way, one of his karmic ties with the 33 Divine Beasts sect has been settled. Next, since he's already met with very fleeting life today, he should also settle the other ties he had with the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Song Shuhang then said, very fleeting life, I have a book called Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. Song Shuhang hadn't finished speaking yet when the woman in a white suit shouted in shock, the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming? Senior Tyrannical Song, why would you know about it? You know about it? Song Shuhang was confused. Wasn't the book written by a mysterious writer, who transcribed it for the 33 Divine Beasts sect's Elder Bamboo Pipe? However, in the end, this complete version of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming was not delivered to Elder Bamboo Pipe. Theoretically, no one should know about this book other than Bamboo Pipe, right? Yet it seemed that this very fleeting life knows about it. Wait, if anyone else were to know about the book besides Bamboo Pipe, it would be someone close to him, but isn't this a bit too much for a coincidence? Song Shuhang looked at the woman in a white suit and said, do you know Elder Bamboo Pipe from the 33 Divine Beast sect? The woman in a white suit smiled bitterly, he was my teacher. Sure enough, it really was so. Song Shuhang was silent for a moment. Honestly speaking, it really seemed to be a coincidence. It was as if the invisible karmic ties between heaven and earth had brought together Song Shuhang and fairy fleeting life through Bamboo Pipe. However, giving it some more thought, the 33 Divine Beasts sect was destroyed at that time, and there are probably only a few people that survived. At that time, Bamboo Pipe's disciple was not very old, and she happened to be away from the 33 Divine Beasts sect. There was a great chance that Song Shuhang would meet with her if he ever met with someone from the 33 Divine Beasts sect. After thinking about it, Song Shuhang issued a mental command and moved that swordsman wooden ox's gloves of passion on his right hand into his spatial magical treasure. Very fleeting life, I'm going to confirm your identity, do you mind? Although he already believed what he had said, he still wanted to confirm some things. The woman in a white suit nodded and said, "Although I don't know how Senior is going to be confirming my identity, please go ahead." Shuhang reached out with his hand and touched the small hand of the woman in a white suit. If this scene was seen by the fox monster in the box, it would definitely break out in anger. After making contact with the other party's hand, Shuhang used the secret appraisal technique. Those 88,888 voices often echoed in his mind, which allowed his understanding of the secret appraisal technique to deepen. Now, when he appraised someone, it no longer took too long, and the price to pay was also lower. After using the secret appraisal technique, Fairy Fleeting Life's information quickly went into Shuhang's mind. Fleeting Life, a survivor of the 33 Divine Beast sect, a monster of the 5th stage, a disciple and beloved pet dog of Elder Bamboo Pipe. Shuhang retracted his hand. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the information he got from Fleeting Life. As a price for the appraisal, a small opening had cracked open on Shuhang's arm, from where some blood spilled out. Fairy Fleeting Life curiously stared at Shuhang. She really couldn't understand why Senior Tyrannical Song would touch her hand and then suddenly start bleeding. However, when Senior Tyrannical Song's hand touched her just now, she felt as if all her secrets were revealed. Shuhang calmly took out a large band-aid and put it on his wound. Fairy Fleeting Life was definitely a disciple of Bamboo Pipe. In addition, he did not expect that Fleeting Life was a dog monster. To be honest, he could hardly associate this beautiful woman with a cute monster dog. Perhaps because of Doudou, Shuhang was subconsciously biased towards monster dogs, and always felt that all the dog monsters around the world were silly creatures. After confirming her identity, Shuhang sighed slightly. He then reached out and took out a gold chain, which he then handed to the woman in a white suit. This was the golden chain that Bamboo Pipe had cast for his disciples, and it was a symbol of one's status as a grandmaster in the Divine Beast department. In addition, the other gifts that Elder Bamboo Pipe had left, such as the box of clothes that was currently with Su Clan 16, should also be retrieved and returned to the rightful owner. Fortunately, the box was given to Su Clan 16 alone. If the content was scattered among the fairies in the group, it would not be easy to get everything back. Fairy Fleeting Life reached out to take the gold chain. Her eyes dimmed as tears started falling. This gold chain was tailor-made for her, so as long as she held it, it would resonate with her. Over a period of 130 years, this golden chain finally returned to the hands of its true owner. In addition, Elder Bamboo Pipe also prepared some gifts for Fairy Fleeting Life. "I will take them to you in the evening," Shuhang said. There was also the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. Originally, Shuhang was going to take a look at the character of the 33 Divine Beasts, sect successor, so as to avoid passing it on to the wrong person. But Fairy Fleeting Life was a disciple of Elder Bamboo Pipe, so it was time to return the encyclopedia to its owner. It was just that Venerable Ruhwa had borrowed the original version of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. As such, Shuhang could only write down another copy and give it to Fairy Fleeting Life. "Thank you, Senior Tyrannical Song." Fairy Fleeting Life clutched the golden chain and couldn't stop her tears. Shuhang said, "As for the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, which was written by a friend of Elder Bamboo Pipe and sent to him, the original isn't in my hands. I will just write down another copy and give it to you in the evening." Fairy Fleeting Life nodded silently. "If you aren't in a hurry, why not stay in the Jiangnan area for a while?" Shuhang asked. Fairy Fleeting Life held her tears back and said, "Everything is up to Senior Tyrannical Song." Shuhang sighed. He wanted to take the opportunity to raise the topic of the assemblable life-bound magical treasure of the 33 Divine Beast sect, but seeing her cry like ye see, he felt it was not the right time to mention it. "Senior Tyrannical Song. May I ask if you are a senior of the 33 Divine Beast sect?" Fairy Fleeting Life asked, sobbing. Shuhang shook his head. No, in that case, what about your 33 divine beasts technique? Fairy Fleeting Life asked curiously. Song Shuhang smiled slightly and didn't answer directly. The 33 divine beasts technique is not a cultivation technique of 33 divine beasts sect. How is that possible? Fairy Fleeting Life was surprised. Song Shuhang said calmly, this cultivation technique was originally a creation of the ancient heavenly city's divine beast department. The divine beast department of the ancient heavenly city was the predecessor of the 33 divine beasts sect. Song Shuhang speculated that the destruction of the 33 divine beasts sect was perhaps likewise related to the ancient heavenly city. Fairy Fleeting Life looked at Senior Tyrannical Song in surprise. Was he a senior that had been alive since the ancient heavenly city era? Don't indulge in flights of fancy, my relationship with the ancient heavenly city is not what you think, Song Shuhang said with a smile. The relationship between him and the ancient heavenly city was rather complicated. His ghost spirit, Yi Si, was one of the fragments of ancient heavenly cities, Empress Chenglin. His other ghost spirit was probably also closely related to the ancient heavenly city. His virtual Lamia had a lot of pursuers in the ancient heavenly city, possibly being one of the ancient heavenly city's big beauties. He had already made contact with several male experts from the ancient heavenly city, and these experts all seemed to love the virtuous Lamia. Unfortunately, the virtuous Lamia's sexual orientation was a bit crooked, and the one she loved was Chenglin. In addition, Song Shuhang suspected that the heavenly emperor might have something to do with him. After all, it had happened more than once that the imperial pearl broke as soon as it got close to him. If you are free, you can wait for my classes to finish first. After my morning class is over, I can take you to my temporary residence, Song Shuhang said. All right. Fairy Fleeting Life nodded, and then said, but senior, what are you doing in this place? I am a second-year student at Jiangnan University Town, Song Shuhang replied with a smile. Fairy Fleeting Life understood. Oh, you're experiencing the mortal world. Song Shuhang laughed, and said, no, my true identity is a student's. Fairy Fleeting Life first froze, then nodded. I see, Senior Tyrannical Song, you're now a student. Whatever, I'll just let her understand it however she understands it. It's almost time for my class, I'll see you after the morning class then, Song Shuhang said. Fairy Fleeting Life asked, then, I'll wait for Senior here, is that fine? Song Shuhang waved his hand. Okay, I'll come looking for you later. After watching Song Shuhang leave, Fairy Fleeting Life squatted beside the big box and patted it gently. Inside, her disciple and friend was still unconscious. Although the monster fox was her disciple, his cultivation talent was actually above hers. In terms of strength, he had already caught up with her. As a matter of fact, she could only guide him on the path of taming monsters. In addition, the monster fox had always thought that she was a human cultivator, but in fact, she'd only had a lucky encounter in her early years, and could change into her human form as early as in the third stage realm. This misunderstanding had persisted until now. She gently held the gold chain in her hand. She murmured, what is the origin of this Senior Tyrannical Song? Why were her teacher's items in the hands of Senior Tyrannical Song? He isn't a senior of the 33 Divine Beast sect, and neither is he a member of the ancient heavenly city's Divine Beast department. So, where did this profound sage tyrannical song come from? However, this senior is really kind. Perhaps he had a friendly relationship with teacher Bamboo Pipe? As Fairy Fleeting Life thought of Bamboo Pipe, she felt sad. The enmity for the destruction of the 33 Divine Beasts sect had been left on her shoulders. She had a decent talent for cultivation, but since the destruction, her mood had been affected, and her cultivation speed had been getting slower and slower. The enmity for the destruction. Would there be a day where she would be able to end it all? As Song Shuhang returned to the classroom, the second class began. The three roommates sat together, but Gao Momo now had a petite and cute figure beside him. It was his girlfriend, Yai. Her class was over, so she came to Gao Momo's classroom, waiting to go back with him. At this moment, she was holding a laptop, revising a manuscript. It was Gao Momo's novel. Yai was bored, and so she simply corrected the typos and grammatical errors in Gao Momo's manuscript. Seeing Song Shuhang approaching them, Yai raised her head and smiled at him. "Hey, haven't seen you in quite a while. Yai, you're getting cuter and cuter. Compared to you, Gao Momo is just getting older and older. TSK, in a few years, you're going to look like father and daughter." "Yai, hurry and dump Gao Momo already," Song Shuhang joked. Yai covered her mouth as she laughed. "Shuhang, you bastard. Will it kill you to have some manners? Besides, others can make fun of me, but you can't." Gao Momo smiled coldly, and said, "Your teacher Su looks much younger and you're together with her right now. Now that's what looks like a father and daughter. F***ck, do I really look that old?" Song Shuhang pinched his face. He felt that his face should look quite young. Yanga closed his book with a smile, and said, "From his appearance, Shuhang actually looks younger recently. I did say that I've been getting better and better recently, so I should be looking younger as well," Song Shuhang said. His cultivation to immortality wasn't in vain. Cultivation was really just like that. The earlier one began, the better they would look. "That isn't everything I have to say," Yanga said. "Theoretically speaking, you should actually appear much younger. However, there seems to be a problem with your temperament recently. It's been getting more and more stable. Just look at you, you give me the same feeling that my father gives me. I suspect that your mental age is already past 40, or even older. I suggest that you take a mental age test online and see the results." Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and recalled his recent experiences. In the past months, he had experienced an extremely rich and wide array of things. The experiences he had during his summer vacation would surpass what an ordinary person could even imagine and experience in their lifetime. So, unconsciously, his mental age should really already surpass that of a youth. This could be seen from how he treated lowly Shi. Whenever Song Shuhang faced lowly Shi, he already appeared more like an elder rather than a brother. He would subconsciously feel that he was a senior to Shi. Heavens! Song Shuhang looked up at the ceiling. There was no need to test it. His current mental age should indeed already be over 40, or even over 50. It seems that you are aware of it. Gao Momo pushed his glasses, which then reflected a ray of wisdom. Song Shuhang, so to speak, when he stood with Su Clan 16, it really felt like they were father and daughter. His heart felt stifled. Song Shuhang asked, "By the way, has that Chu Chu come back?" Gao Momo said, "Nope, she's probably still on the phone. A girl of that age would be able to stay on the phone for hours." Song Shuhang nodded. The phone he lent her was newly bought, and he had yet to even download chat software on it. As such, he wasn't worried that she would find anything on the phone. As for whether Chu Chu would end up coming into contact with the world of cultivation, that depended on Doudou. Song Shuhang was not planning on interfering in that at all. Therefore, he let her have a good chat with Doudou. Anyway, he still had around 10 million renminbi to use on his account. Then, the second class began. Professor Yang continued his lecture, and Song Shuhang continued to listen as various thoughts ran in his mind. Among the gifts that bamboo pipe left for fairy fleeting life, the 33 kinds of spirit beast crystals had already been consumed by him. Hence, Song Shuhang could only compensate her with other types of spirit beast crystals. Besides, he had to write down the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming again. As for the box of clothes that had been sent to Su Clan 16, it had already been sent, and it was quite awkward to request it back. But there was nothing that could be done about it. The rightful owner had already appeared, so that box of clothes which represented the intention of Elder Bamboo Pipe to his disciples could only be given back to fairy fleeting life. The problem was that if he wanted to get that box of clothes back from 16, he couldn't tell her directly. His EQ wasn't that low. The last class of the morning continued. Shuhang hid from his various friends and quietly sent a note to Senior White. Senior White, it's almost noon. Do you want more food? Venerable White quickly replied, I still want to try out some immortal dishes. What Venerable White meant by saying this was that he wanted Shuhang to order food from immortal fairy Bishwe, and that he had prepared the necessary spirit stones. Shuhang replied, no problem, Senior White. Do you want it now? I will send you the immortal dishes at once. Venerable White responded, Shuhang, you already have the immortal dishes prepared? You really do understand me. Give me 3 minutes, and I should be done with this wave of the heavenly tribulation. Shuhang pinched the note and quickly destroyed it after reading it. This note must never be seen by true Monarch White Crane, otherwise, it would go crazy. 3 minutes later, Venerable White said, okay, next up is rest time. Send over the immortal dishes. By the way, send over some living spring water as well, I want to make some tea. Senior White really had a good time with his heavenly tribulation. He was able to enjoy his grind, while also enjoying food and tea. The grinded heavenly tribulation was truly pitiful. Shuhang replied, Roger that. Then, he transferred the food box that immortal fairy Bishwe had just brought over together with a portion of the live spring water to Venerable White. Senior White, this immortal feast was actually ordered by Senior White Crane. After thinking about it, Shuhang still mentioned it to Senior White. Venerable White asked, hasn't White Crane returned to the west? Shuhang replied, Senior White Crane has actually become my classmate. You got this. Venerable White replied. He personally felt that White Crane was super troublesome, so after hearing that it had become Shuhang's classmate, he could only quietly cheer him on. Also, Senior White. How long will it take for you to finish your grinding? P.S. The guided missiles and the nuclear bombs you grinded are not easy to use in the main world, it's quite difficult to get them to blow up. You need to go to the Netherworld realm or the Heavenly Tribulation realm to get them to detonate, Shuhang reminded. Is that so? So if I want to study them, I have to go to the Netherworld realm? That feels troublesome. In this case, I'll come out after a few more waves. If it cannot be detonated in the main world, then the usefulness of these missiles and nuclear bombs becomes much lower, Venerable White replied. Then, I congratulate Senior White in advance, Shuhang replied with a smile. Venerable White said, by the way, Shuhang, when I got bored while grinding the heavenly tribulation today, I started developing the learning God system. However, I am still unsure on what to use as a medium. Originally, the learning God system was best fitted with glasses, but if you were to also use the glasses of the Divine Beast training system, there would be a conflict. Senior White had started developing the learning God system. In the time he was grinding the heavenly tribulation, Senior White not only had the time to play mobile games, but also the time to make a cheat-like system. The heavenly tribulation would definitely be crying if it had tear glands. But, the heavenly tribulation crying or not had nothing to do with Shuhang. He was, on the other hand, very interested in Senior White's learning God system. He pinched his chin as he thought, the medium is indeed a problem. If it were also to use glasses, then to use the Divine Beast training system and the learning God system at the same time, it would be like those short-sighted students who go to watch 3D movies, which would have them wearing 2 pairs of glasses. Other than glasses, what else did ordinary students wear in their daily lives? Contact lenses? Watches? Phones? However, these things felt too much like foreign objects. Even if the system could be bound to the host, it would be very troublesome if the medium was lost. So, would it be possible with something which was directly implanted into the human body? No, it would feel fairly awkward and uncomfortable to have them implanted into the human body. If implants weren't the answer, and all the properties of the system had to be kept, perhaps small tattoos would do. If the person didn't want a tattoo, it could even be a small spot, like a mole or whatever. The only thing was that it was still uncertain whether Senior White would be able to fit the system into such a small space. So, Song Shuhang suggested, Senior White, can the learning God system be transformed into something like a tattoo or a mole? Senior White said, well, it should be possible. I'll test it out while I'm eating, and pass the finished product to you to try later. Song Shuhang replied, great. After replying to Senior White, Song Shuhang looked at Gao Momu and Yangda, who were studying hard, and Tubo, who was sleeping. Tubo was the guy who needed the learning God system the most among his roommates. Approximately 5 minutes later, Senior White placed a sticker-like object in Song Shuhang's hand. Song Shuhang transferred the object outside. Then, he suddenly turned silent. This sticker looked familiar. It reminded him of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique rune that had been gifted to him by Senior White. It had the same style. If one were to look closely, they would be able to see that the sticker was a Calabash brother. Song Shuhang, there was no mistake about it, this tattoo sticker was absolutely an exact copy of the original, 10,000-mile flying escape technique tattoo. It seemed that Senior White had made a lot of stickers back then, and he recycled them this time. Where would it be best to place it? Last time, he unknowingly placed the sticker on his arm. He was sure not to make the same mistake this time, and would place it in a more secretive place. Otherwise, strangers would likely think that he had tattooed a Calabash brother onto his arm, bringing him quite some embarrassment. After giving it some thought, Song Shuhang opened the shape-shifting brooch and used it on himself. Then, he lifted up his clothes and stuck a tattoo sticker above his waist. Sticking it there, he didn't have to worry about others seeing it. Immediately after he put on the Calabash brother sticker, a sweet voice echoed in his mind. Senior White had personally voiced the system. Ding dong, the learning God system is active. System booting up 1%. 11%. 30%. 70%. 100%, the system has booted up. The learning God system is being installed. Please wait patiently. The above sounds, including the ding-dong sound, were all pronounced by Senior White using a robotic voice, and the text also appeared in Song Shuhang's brain as subtitles. Together with Senior White's voice, there was also a thunderous background music, really bringing out the atmosphere of an epic movie. If he heard it right, the thunder should be a sound coming from the heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang, Senior White was really very dedicated. While listening to the sound, Song Shuhang imagined an expressionless Senior White recording these lines using a robotic voice. It felt funny. The Learning God system's installation is complete, starting with the extraction of the host's DNA and creation of personal files. So advanced? It even has the ability to extract DNA? As Song Shuhang thought about it, a picture appeared in his mind. It was just like the Build Your Own Character screen that would appear when playing a game. A 3D figure that looked exactly the same as him appeared, slowly spinning around in his mind. What followed was an option for username and password. The text input interface was exactly the same as that of mobile games. Yeah, Senior White had to have been playing mobile games when creating the Learning God system. Song Shuhang sighed, entering Path-Seeking Scholar for the username, and 12,345 for the password. This username is available, you can continue. The password is too simple. Please choose a more complex one. It is recommended to use letters from the Latin alphabet, numbers, and symbols. Song Shuhang, Senior White, playing mobile games is bad for you. Also, isn't it quite weird that the Learning God system even has the host register an account with a password? After sighing, Shuhang started to enter the password earnestly, SSH12378#. Is this alright? They were Shuhang's initials, and symbols were just added after. Password strength is low. Using a more complex password is recommended. Registration successful. Host, Path-Seeking Scholar, welcome to the Learning God system. The Learning God system is a helper for your studies. It will grow with you on the path of becoming a god of learning. In the future, it will serve you with sincerity. These lines were also read by Senior White in a robotic voice. Shuhang, the S lines had a strong visual impact. It seemed like an for a learning product. Well, it's fine as long as Senior White has fun. After Senior White finished reading the lines aloud, the constantly spinning 3D Shuhang in his mind stopped turning. It then reached out and pushed forward. Subsequently, the picture in Shuhang's mind turned into two bronze gates, which were slowly pushed open. This picture, forget it, let's not talk about it. Anyway, it is the product of Senior White suffering from mobile game poisoning. After the bronze door opened, a stats interface appeared in Shuhang's mind. Host, Path-Seeking Scholar System Level, 1 Title, Rookie of Learning. Learning Level, University Sophomore Learning God Points, 0, Ding Dong, Senior White's emotionless voice echoed again. Congratulations to the host for binding the system, 1 Learning God Point awarded. Then, on Shuhang's personal stats interface, the Learning God points rose by 1. Ding dong, the ultimate goal of this system is an all-round development of morality, intelligence, and physique. Novice task, a learner who cannot speak more than 10 languages is not a good learner. Please use the wheel to pick a language and learn 10 everyday phrases. Success in learning will be awarded with 5 Learning God points. Subsequently, a huge wheel appeared in Shuhang's mind. Chinese, English, Russian, French, German, Japanese, Hebrew, Latin, there was a long and messy list of languages on the wheel. Shuhang even saw the choice of language of the ancient era on the wheel. Shuhang, nevertheless, he reached out to spin the wheel. Whoosh, the wheel spun quickly. Honestly, if this Learning God system weren't created by Senior White, Shuhang would have definitely chosen to uninstall. It really gave people a strong feeling of unreliability. Fortunately, it was still in beta stage and was in need of a great number of modifications. This version definitely could not be given to Tubo. While he was thinking about it, the wheel in front stopped at the language of the ancient era option. Shuhang, well, for him, the language of the ancient era was a relatively useful option. Perhaps he could make use of it when exploring some secret places and ancient immortal caves. Learning God system, enter into learning mode? Yes, Shuhang replied. In the next moment, a crackling current appeared in his mind. The electricity finally assumed a humanoid form. The electric figure said seriously, "Next, we shall start learning the language of the ancient era. Today, we will learn 10 sentences." Shuhang nodded silently. It shouldn't be too difficult to learn 10 everyday phrases. Since they were commonly used in everyday life, they should be something like, hello, good morning, good night. What's your name? Have you eaten yet? The figure began to speak. First, let's learn the ancient era's version of the classic 1,000 characters. The sky was black and earth yellow. The universe, vast and limitless. The sun rises and sets, the moon full or parsed. Stars and residences spread all over. Cold and heat come and go. Autumn's harvest, winter's keep. The time fixed to a year. Everything attuned to balance. These 10 sentences are read in the language of the ancient era this way: yen hashtag times comma, %% and, dollar, song Shuhang, WTF, why am I being taught how to speak the 1,000 characters classic, and why is there a translation of it in the language of the ancient era? Why has the pronunciation become so obscure? Song Shuhang felt that the first 10 sentences of this 1,000 characters had all become like the name of the virtuous Lamia. He couldn't pronounce the sentences no matter how hard he tried. Now, the host, path-seeking scholar, should review these 10 sentences of the 1,000 characters, the figure said seriously. While it spoke, the electric current crackled, leaving Song Shuhang really uneasy. He remembered a terrifying army, the Tesla troopers from Red Alert. The figure stared at Song Shuhang. After a while, it again said, the host's learning ability is too low, beginning to reduce the difficulty of learning. Requesting the host, path-seeking scholar, to follow me, yen hashtag times comma, %. Song Shuhang's mouth twitched as he was looked down upon. He took a deep breath. In fact, with the powerful memory of a cultivator, he had already remembered the pronunciation of the ancient era's language. However, it was the same as the name of the virtuous Lamia. Song Shuhang could remember the pronunciation of her name, but because the pronunciation was so difficult, even though his tongue curled up and tangled up, he still couldn't pronounce her name. After the figure finished reading this time, Song Shuhang steeled himself as he rolled his tongue and attempted to read, yen hashtag times comma, %. He felt that he had read most of the syllables correctly, albeit with a lot of difficulty. Pronunciation error, commencing with the punishment. There was punishment as well? Senior White's concept of learning still maintained some of the ideologies from hundreds of years ago. For example, if you made a mistake, you would be punished. In ancient times, when students made mistakes in the recitation of articles, the teacher wouldn't say anything and simply pick up a ruler and slap their arms with the ruler, just like how Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman taught on that island of indigenous people. Was this figure going to hit his palm? While thinking about it, Song Shuhang saw the electric creature raise his hand. The opposite party then threw a thunderbolt. Song Shuhang, the thunderbolt landed on him, crackling. Song Shuhang's mouth twitched, feeling the current rushing through his body, but after sensing it carefully, he realized that it was actually an illusion. His body was not harmed by the electric current, it should have only been an illusory attack. For Song Shuhang, who experienced the bombing of the heavenly tribulation, such a level of electricity wasn't something that could even tickle him. The punishment is over, requesting the host to follow me again. The host will be taught until he finishes learning, and the punishment will continue until then. The humanoid then began to recite the 1,000 characters in the language of the ancient era. Song Shuhang sighed, gritted his teeth, and entered into learning mode again. The learning God system was still in its beta version, and there were still many unreasonable points. Song Shuhang's task was to experience this system, find out what was wrong with it, give feedback to Senior White, and strive to modify it into a version suitable for ordinary people. If it were used by ordinary people, the language of the ancient era option must be removed, Song Shuhang inwardly said. Learning that language was simply too frustrating. Every word he spoke had to be accompanied by the continuous rolling of his tongue. With every word, his tongue would go numb. It was really hard for the forces in ancient times to communicate. No wonder there was the secret sound transmission technique. Perhaps it was invented because the language of ancient times was too inhuman? Besides the language of the ancient era option, the punishment should also be appropriated. It would be more meaningful to force compulsory exercise onto the host, such as 30 push-ups or a 500-meter sprint. These would at least be better than an electric shock. After all, the learning God system aimed to develop a balance in moral, intellectual, and physical areas rather than developing a Pikachu or Lightning user. All of these would be part of the feedback he was going to give to Senior White. Other than that, while the opening interface of the learning God system did have its good points, it still had some problems. However, the interface wasn't really a priority. changing it would really depend on Senior White's mood. If it wasn't changed, there wouldn't really be a big problem. As Song Shuhang was thinking, he was also studying the language of the ancient era earnestly. One day, I will roll my tongue and learn how to call out the virtuous Lamia's name. Song Shuhang secretly swore. Song Shuhang didn't know how many times he had been shocked. He rolled his tongue non-stop as he finished reading the 10 sentences of the language of the ancient era version 1000 characters with much difficulty. Completed daily language task, learning 10 sentences of the language of the ancient era. Awarded 5 learning God points. System tip: learning God points can be used to purchase skills to assist learning. For more details, please enter the skill shop. Senior White's bland voice sounded. The benefits from the painful studying had finally come. Song Shuhang thought about it and entered the skill shop to see what skills White Senior had prepared to assist him in learning. System prompt: Host Path-Seeking Scholar, Level 1, can view Level 1 skill list, Level 1 skill list, Temporary Memory Enhancement, 10 uses 1 learning God point. After activation, the host can enhance their memory for the next 3 hours, and basically have eidetic memory. 12 hours must elapse after each use to allow the body to rest. Can be purchased repeatedly. Temporary Clarity, 10 uses 1 learning God point. After activation, the host can keep their mind absolutely awake, allowing them to understand and master complicated knowledge. It lasts for 1 hour, with an interval of 12 hours necessary after every use. Can be used together with temporary memory enhancement. Can be purchased repeatedly. Temporary Physique Strengthening, 5 uses 1 learning God point. After activation, the host can strengthen their physique in all aspects, including endurance, strength, and speed. The duration is 30 minutes, and the interval between uses is 1 hour. Can be used repeatedly. Summon Iron Level Teacher, 1 use 1 learning God point. After activation, the host can summon an Iron Teacher of a corresponding discipline to come and provide one-on-one personal counseling to solve the host's doubt. No cooldown. Can be purchased repeatedly. For the time being, there were only 4 skills in the skill shop. Temporary Memory Enhancement, Temporary Clarity, and Temporary Physique Strengthening should all be the effects of some minor techniques. However, could Senior White cast them from afar through the icon of the Calabash Brother? Or were the effects already stored in the tattoo? Looking at Senior White's formation and rune proficiency, the latter was more likely. But how was it possible to summon an Iron-level teacher? Did Venerable White also hire a large group of teachers that were ready to be called at any time and place? Or did Senior White make a lot of copies of himself? Should he try this skill out? Song Shuhang was getting ready to use it. However, after thinking about it, he temporarily withdrew from the Learning God system. In the class, the professor was still giving lecture. Looking at the time, the class would end before long. The time he'd spent in the Learning God system space was basically the same as the amount of time that passed outside. Song Shuhang thought about it, and transferred a note to Senior White. Senior White, this Learning God system's basic framework is fine. In addition, I have a few points of feedback. Then, he wrote the feedback he wanted to tell Senior White about on a note. After writing the feedback, he transferred the note to Senior White. Soon, Senior White replied, "Okay." Such a simple reply. Was Senior White about to start grinding the heavenly tribulation again? Also, Senior White, are you investing a lot into making this Learning God system? Song Shuhang asked. He suddenly thought of this problem: if the Learning God system was heavily invested into, but didn't give any benefits back. Not that much, this is merely something that can be done casually. In addition, the benefits aren't small, Venerable White replied. If this plays out well, it can gather some power of virtue and the will of all beings. The power of virtue is very beneficial for cultivators, and while the will of all beings can be used only by aboriginal deities, it has some uses for cultivators as well as it can be used to produce some magical treasures. Power of virtue? The will of all beings? I'll explain it to you after I get out of this place. You can continue to try it out first, and give me feedback on what I should improve. Then, just give me some time to modify it. It would be best to launch the official version before I finish the heavenly tribulation and become an 8th stage profound sage. I want to test something out, Venerable White said again. After the communicating with Senior White ended, his class also came to an end. That Choo Choo hasn't returned yet. Is she still on the phone, talking with Doudou? Fortunately, my phone has a lot of credit. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be able to last with how long Doudou and Choo Choo have been chatting. Shuhang, do you want something to eat? Tubo asked, but he then answered his own question immediately. Oh, that's right, I don't need to bring Shuhang meals today. He's too busy entertaining girls. Gao Mumu, hahaha. Song Shuhang, what else can I say when you're simply replying to your own questions? Yangda, then, Shuhang, we'll be going to have lunch first. If something comes up, just give us a call. Song Shuhang laughed, and said, all right. I'm quite busy recently. I'll invite everyone to a meal another day. Recently, he had rarely even returned to the dorm, and it was also the same for eating together with his roommates. Someday, he'd see if he could order a set of delicacies that could be eaten by ordinary people from immortal fairy Bishwa and invite his friends to enjoy the meal. After class, Song Shuhang looked for Choo Choo. Finding an ordinary person was very simple for him now. Without even using abilities like spiritual sense, he could easily find Choo Choo with his sense of smell. His sense of smell was already several times stronger than that of police dogs, and he could even freely control it. Song Shuhang followed the scent she had left and reached an empty classroom nearby. She was crouching at the back of the classroom, and was still talking to Doudou. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows. It was not like he was opposed to letting her chat with Doudou for a while. The only thing he was wondering about was what she and Doudou were chatting about that they actually had to discuss it for so long. After thinking about it, Song Shuhang turned and went to the roof of the teaching building to bring Fairy Fleeting Life downstairs first. As Song Shuhang walked up to the roof of the building, all of a sudden, his body slightly shook. He sensed a powerful aura coming from Fairy Fleeting Life's side. The aura of this figure was at the level of the 7th stage. Song Shuhang had been living with Venerable White for quite a while already, and was very familiar with the aura that a 7th stage Venerable would emit, so he shouldn't be mistaken. A 7th stage Venerable had suddenly come. Was this senior a friend of Fairy Fleeting Life? No, the aura of the 7th stage Venerable had spread out, but no kind intentions could be felt from it, while it even brought with a faint feeling of coldness. After a short pause, Song Shuhang sped up and rose to the top of the building. At this time, at the roof of the teaching building, Fairy Fleeting Life stared at the nearby figure. The figure was shrouded in a white robe, with their face covered with a cold metal mask, their being exuding a cold ice intent. This was a 7th stage Venerable. She didn't know the other person, but the other party had suddenly appeared in front of her, and stared at her coldly from a distance of about 5 meters. As the Venerable appeared, the air around them began to condense. The weather was clearly that of warm September, but in the air, ice could be seen condensing, while the ground had been blanketed by a thin layer of frost. These were not done intentionally by the 7th stage Venerable, but rather they were caused by the aura spreading from their body. The 7th stage Venerable continued to silently stare at Fairy Fleeting Life. But the longer it continued, the more disturbing it became. Fairy Fleeting Life only felt chills all over her body. Currently, she was only at the 5th stage. The other party was at the 7th stage, so they only needed to stretch their hand to end her life. She didn't know the identity and intention of the other party, but she didn't dare to ask either. She was only instinctively protecting the box below her, which contained her disciple, the monster fox. She hoped that the seventh stage venerable was just passing by, but now it seemed quite clear that the other party wasn't just passing by. However, ever since the other party came, they had merely been staring at her coldly, neither speaking nor moving. What were they trying to do? Was she going to get killed or dismembered? If it wasn't that, then what was the other person waiting for? Suddenly, Fairy Fleeting Life's heart moved. If there was anyone in this building that deserved the respect of a seventh stage, there seemed to be only the first sage in 1,000 years, Senior Tyrannical Song, right? Was the other party waiting for Senior Tyrannical Song to show up? As she was thinking this, she heard footsteps coming from the corridor. The footsteps sounded stable and vigorous. At the same time, there was a heavy sense of dignity that was released, the power that belonged to 8th stage profound sages. It's Senior Tyrannical Song, he's here. At this time, the 7th stage venerable suddenly spoke, survivor of the 33 divine beast sect, I did not expect you to show up. Fairy Fleeting Life narrowed her eyes when she heard these words. Was the other party related to the forces that destroyed 33 divine beasts sect? Since this old man has found you, then I shall take your life today. After saying that, the 7th stage venerable suddenly made a move. A chill struck Fairy Fleeting Life, and that chill was enough to freeze her whole body. Fairy Fleeting Life became stiff as she was affected by the cold, leaving her unable to move her fingers. She could only watch the cold envelop her. If this were to continue, it would seal her body in cold ice, thoroughly killing her. However, dazzling light shrouded her just in time. The golden light dispelled the chill on her body and quickly warmed her body, making it so that her body was no longer stiff. Then, the golden light slightly changed, turning into a golden lamia. There was a beauty mark that greatly increased her charm by the corners of the lamia's eyes. She tilted her head and looked at the venerable. Unexpectedly, she didn't pretend to be dead this time. Song Shuhang stepped out slowly and said in a deep voice. Fellow Taoist, will you give me some face? The 7th stage venerable did not reply, but stared at Song Shuhang. I did not expect that profound sage Tyrannical Song would be a survivor of the 33 divine beast sect as well. Hee hee. Song Shuhang smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. However, even if you are the first sage in 1,000 years, your being part of the 33 divine beast sects causes you to be doomed to die, the 7th stage venerable said coldly. The first sage in 1,000 years will become history, and death is your end no matter which path you take. Death your sister. So what if you're a profound sage? The 33 divine beast sect at that time also had profound sages, yet it was still leveled overnight, the 7th stage venerable said as he slowly arched his body. I really cannot understand, profound sage Tyrannical Song. You have just ascended to the 8th stage, yet you did not go to stabilize and consolidate your realm, and you actually chose to live a life in the mortal world in such a time of weakness. Well, this is fine as well, the credit and reputation that will be given for killing the first sage in 1,000 years makes my blood boil. After learning of Song Shuhang's identity as an 8th stage profound sage, the 7th stage venerable had unexpectedly wanted to attack him. It seemed like he had a hidden card that allowed him to remain unafraid of an 8th stage profound sage. Song Shuhang's eyes sank. He waved his hand first. His inner world opened, and then he transferred Fairy Fleeting Life and the big box containing her disciple into it. Subsequently, the virtuous Lamia returned and covered Song Shuhang. You want to fight me? Song Shuhang said in a deep voice. Whether or not I can fight you, we'll only know once we try, the 7th stage venerable said coldly. Song Shuhang crossed his arms, but had only one at this time. The posture was really awkward, so he changed it and put his hand in his pocket. Then, behind him, the inner world opened again. One after the other, guided missiles slowly came out. He didn't bring out the guided missiles whole, only part of the warhead was exposed, all of them aiming at the 7th stage Venerable. There was a total of 10 different models. You said you wanted to try? Song Shuhang said coldly. Each missile possessed power at the 7th stage plus level. Moreover, there was even the aura of the heavenly tribulation on them. Against cultivators, their power was doubled. When the 7th stage Venerable saw the 10 guided missiles locking onto him, his pupils under the mask shrank. Regarding the power of the guided missile, pretty much all of the practitioners in the universe were familiar with it. With Venerable White's live broadcast as he transcended the tribulation, practitioners from all over the universe were able to witness the power of the guided missiles. The 7th stage Venerable gritted his teeth as he said, "That thing doesn't pose any threat to me." Each missile had destructive power at the 7th stage plus, but as long as he was careful, the 10 missiles would, at most, cause him to be seriously injured. But he couldn't understand, weren't these guided missiles made of heavenly tribulation? How come this profound sage tyrannical Song was able to manipulate them? Despite being at the 7th stage, you talk quite big. Song Shuhang slightly raised his head. In the next moment, another warhead slowly squeezed out of the inner world. It was completely different from the previous guided missiles. This warhead exuded much more terrifying destructive power. It was a nuclear bomb. As it was said, there was nothing that could not be solved by a nuclear bomb. Nuclear deterrence was not a joke. The nuclear bomb locked onto the 7th stage Venerable. The pressure that the nuclear bomb placed on him made his legs go soft. Profound sage tyrannical Song, are you going to detonate it here? The 7th stage Venerable said deeply. You don't dare. If you detonate it here, you won't be able to afford the consequences. Consequences? Hahaha. Song Shuhang smiled. He stretched out his hand, and the remaining body of the bomb came out of his inner world a little bit. A mere 7th stage Venerable is unexpectedly trying to figure out the intentions of a profound sage? Die. Song Shuhang held up his right hand, and the nuclear bomb completely emerged from the inner world. Then, under Song Shuhang's control, a series of seals on the nuclear bomb began to break. F***CK. The 7th stage Venerable couldn't help but curse. He jumped into the sky and prepared to escape. But just as he jumped up high, a portal suddenly opened in the air, forcing him to enter it. It was an inner world entrance opened up by Song Shuhang, and the entry point was at one corner of the Palace of Winter. The 7th stage Venerable jumped, and was brought into the inner world. Then, he fell into the Palace of Winter. Space power? His mind shook. As he was thinking, his body was moved again. Song Shuhang merely willed it, and he was transferred to a sealed place in the Palace of Winter. The Palace of Winter was the palace of the great Northern Emperor in the ancient heavenly city. It was a huge magical treasure, and its rank was of the 9th stage or higher. Once that place was sealed, unless the doors of the Palace of Winter were personally opened by Song Shuhang or Yi Si, the 7th stage Venerable could only dream of being able to get out. After all, not all Venerables were as heaven-defying as Venerable White, who was at the 7th stage yet had such powerful spatial abilities. If the 7th stage Venerable wanted to get out, he could only try to do so by cultivating in the Palace of Winter. If he concentrated on cultivating and reached the 8th stage Profound Sage realm, he would be pulled into the Heavenly Tribulation realm, when he transcended the Heavenly Tribulation of the 8th stage and brought away from the Palace of Winter. If he successfully transcended the tribulation, there was a chance that he would be brought out into the main world. If this didn't work, then he could only continue to concentrate on cultivating until he reached the 9th stage realm, and, at that time, break out of the Palace of Winter using space power or his own strength. However, as long as Song Shuhang was not stupid, it was impossible that he would give the other party time to practice. After putting the 7th stage Venerable into the Palace of Winter, Song Shuhang breathed a deep sigh of relief. Sheet, it was a 7th stage Venerable, he murmured. Thinking about it made his whole body go soft. Had it not been for the virtuous Lamia, he would not even dare to appear in front of a 7th stage venerable. Without the defense of the virtuous Lamia, the venerable could simply slap Song Shuhang flat into a pancake or make dumplings out of him. After breathing a sigh of relief, Song Shuhang clapped his hands and returned the nuclear bomb into the inner world. It took 3 steps to completely unseal it, but as Song Shuhang only completed 1 step, it would not explode yet. However, for the sake of safety, he placed the nuclear bomb far from the rest lest it detonated and affected the other nuclear bombs and missiles, blasting his inner world into pieces. Song Shuhang chose to expose the inner world to detain the 7th stage venerable after careful consideration. After all, this guy was a venerable of the 7th stage, and Shuhang was merely a fake 8th stage profound sage. Even this time, he had merely bluffed the opponent by using the guided missile plus nuclear bomb combo to force them to flee. But, 7th stage venerables weren't fools. As long as the other party were to give it some thought, they would be able to see many flaws. When the other party figured it out and came back again, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The nuclear bombs couldn't always be relied on to scare people away. At that time, Song Shuhang, the first sage in 1,000 years, might really become a trophy in the opponent's hands. In addition, the other side spoke of the 33 Divine Beast sect, and that even profound sages were destined to die. From this, Song Shuhang could not let the other party leave. Next, as long as the guy was trapped for a while, he could simply wait for Venerable White to come out and beat the sheet out of him. Or perhaps it was even better to meet up with Senior White too. At that time, this guy would directly be pulled into the world of the Black Lotus. The world of the Black Lotus, which Senior White 2 was in, was still barren and needed a lot of manpower to develop it. If the 7th stage venerable tried playing any tricks before either of the 2 Senior Whites could show up, Song Shuhang would detonate the nuclear bomb directly in the Palace of Winter and eliminate him. The Palace of Winter was still a 9th stage magical treasure, so it should be able to withstand the power of a nuclear bomb. Song Shuhang sat down on the roof, and took some time to calm his mind. Honestly speaking, it made him feel quite refreshed that he was able to pretend in front of a 7th stage venerable, even being able to stand his ground and lock the venerable into a small little cage. However, he was afraid that this was only a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the same time, he contemplated on the whole process of saving Fairy Fleeting Life. Nuclear deterrence did quite well. The entire event could be regarded as a rehearsal before the duel between himself and the Sage Monarch Wintermelon. He planned on reviewing the event quite thoroughly so as to be able to prepare and carry out the act of nuclear deterrence much more smoothly in the future. Whether he was going to face Sage Monarch Wintermelon or some other powerful enemy in the future, nuclear deterrence would be quite a powerful card. After calming down, Song Shuhang reached out and let the virtuous Lamia return into his body. The virtuous Lamia tilted her head and returned obediently. Next, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and brought out Fairy Fleeting Life from the inner world. He left the big box containing the monster fox still inside for now. Senior Tyrannical Song, that venerable? Fairy Fleeting Life asked with lingering fear. I've already dealt with it, rest assured, Song Shuhang said gently. Fairy Fleeting Life was relieved. As expected of the first sage in 1,000 years, even a 7th stage venerable who appeared to be really powerful was dealt with in less than a minute. Let's go. Oh, by the way, Fairy, try to suppress your aura so that we can avoid attracting existences like the venerable just now, Song Shuhang said with a slight smile. Fairy Fleeting Life nodded with embarrassment. It seemed that she had carelessly revealed the aura of her 33 Divine Beasts technique while waiting for Song Shuhang to finish his class, ending up attracting the enemy. It's just that what's so special about the 33 Divine Beasts sect that makes people want to kill us at all costs? Fairy Fleeting Life thought with bitterness in her heart. The 33 Divine Beasts sect had already been wiped out. She was afraid that the number of disciples of the 33 Divine Beasts sect that were alive today was likely not even 100. This was already the case, and yet the other party still refused to let 33 Divine Beasts sect go? How much resentment did they bear? What secret did the 33 Divine Beasts sect conceal? Would Senior Tyrannical Song know about it? Fairy Fleeting Life looked at Song Shuhang, the mysterious first sage in 1,000 years who seemed to know a lot about the 33 Divine Beasts sect. He said that the 33 Divine Beasts sect originated from the ancient heavenly cities, Divine Beast Department. Fairy Fleeting Life couldn't help but ask, Senior Tyrannical Song, whom has the 33 Divine Beasts sect offended? Or, is there some deep secret that the sect has hidden? Song Shuhang paused, then turned to look at Fairy Fleeting Life and questioned, "You don't know?" Fairy Fleeting Life bowed her head as she said with sadness, "When the sect was wiped out, I was not there, that was how I was able to survive." Song Shuhang sighed. Originally, he was looking forward to being able to learn the truth about the destruction of the 33 Divine Beasts sect from Fairy Fleeting Life. However, he didn't expect her not to know anything about it. "I'm not very clear about this matter. However, thinking about the destruction of ancient heavenly city, I believe that the destruction of 33 Divine Beast sect is likely related to that incident. Perhaps someone didn't want a remnant of the ancient heavenly city such as the 33 Divine Beast sect to exist," Song Shuhang said. "Who's the other party?" Fairy Fleeting Life asked. "I don't know. The destruction of the ancient heavenly city still remains a mystery to the world of cultivation," Song Shuhang said. It was certain that the destruction of ancient heavenly city was related to Chenglin. However, it was absolutely impossible for Chenglin to have destroyed the entire ancient heavenly city. There had to have been other forces or big shots at work. Song Shuhang thought for a moment, and then said, "In addition, when the 33 Divine Beast sect was destroyed, it was done instantly by some huge force. At that time, when he was identifying the golden chain, he had seen a vague picture. Above a stretch of ruins, there was someone shivering. The ruins were the ruins of a huge celestial palace, but there were no traces of fighting around it. It seemed that there had been a powerful force that possessed power beyond comprehension which completely destroyed it in but a moment. What he saw at that time was the picture after the 33 Divine Beast sect was destroyed. Judging from that picture, the 33 Divine Beast sect was completely destroyed and erased from the world without even being able to resist. Achieving such a feat required the power of a 9th stage Tribulation transcender at the very least. After all, the 7th stage Venerable had said that the 33 Divine Beast sect had its hidden profound sages. When Fairy Fleeting Life heard this, her face became more bitter. Affected by the destruction of 33 Divine Beast sect, her state of mind had turned for the worse, causing her cultivation speed to slow down. In addition, she was influenced by the inner demon Tribulation every time she transcended the Tribulation, making it difficult for her to advance. There was little hope if she wanted to avenge her sect. She could only place her hopes on her disciple, the monster fox. Let's put this aside. If I get any news about the destruction of 33 Divine Beast sect, I will tell you, Song Shuhang said. He remembered the 7th stage Venerable trapped in the Palace of Winter. This guy clearly knew something. Perhaps he would be able to dig out some information from the mouth of that 7th stage Venerable after Venerable White returned. "Thank you, Senior Tyrannical Song," Fairy Fleeting Life thanked him sincerely. Senior Tyrannical Song was not a member of the 33 Divine Beast sect, but he was willing to help her. She naturally engraved such kindness into her heart. Most of the dialogue between the two happened through secret sound transmission. After all, they were currently at a school, and there were people everywhere. Soon, under the lead of Song Shuhang, the two arrived at the classroom where Chu Chu was on the phone. Coincidentally, Chu Chu was crying at this moment, and had ended the call with Doudou. As soon as she hung up, she raised her head and saw Song Shuhang standing at the classroom door with Fairy Fleeting Life. "Big brother Song, Choo Choo called out, then quickly came to Song Shuhang and returned the phone to him. Song Shuhang asked, "Did Doudou clear things up?" The little girl no longer called him Doudou. It was clear that the misunderstanding had been cleared up. However, he didn't know how Doudou explained the video incident to her. At that time, Song Shuhang was sitting in front of the computer, shaking his head, pretending to be Doudou as he had a video chat with this little girl. Also, the title, Big Brother Song, was quite awkward. "Well, Doudou told me everything." Choo Choo nodded, and said seriously, "He told me to tell you, that although he looks a bit like Big Brother Song, he's much more handsome than you. He said that Big Brother Song's appearance only contains 1/10 of his handsomeness." Song Shuhang, he suddenly regretted letting Choo Choo talk to Doudou for so long. Then, "Did Doudou told you that he's about to marry a man soon?" Song Shuhang said lightly. "Doudou? Marry a man?" Little girl Choo Choo blinked. At the same time, Fairy Fleeting Life, who was behind Song Shuhang, was speechless. Song Shuhang smiled slightly, and said, "That's right, and the wedding is already set, they're just looking for an auspicious day for when to hold it." Choo Choo's eyes widened. However, Doudou said that the wedding was just a joke. When she and Doudou chatted previously, Jolie happened to enter the room with a wedding dress in his arms. The talk between the two was heard by Choo Choo, and it was Jolie who encouraged Choo Choo to rush to Jiangnan University town to see Doudou. Song Shuhang didn't know about this. So, he thought that when Doudou and Choo Choo were on the phone, Doudou had brought up the wedding. He didn't expect Doudou not to mention such a humiliating thing to Choo Choo. It really didn't suit his style. "No, it isn't a joke." Song Shuhang's lips rose. This time, Doudou's father is serious about marrying him, he has even sent the wedding invitations. Choo Choo then responded, "Is Doudou really going to marry a man?" "Definitely," Song Shuhang said with a smile. "Dumb Doudou, come on, bite me if you can. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Doudou is about to marry a man?" But, Choo Choo was flustered. Wasn't Doudou a guy? At this time, Fairy Fleeting Life, who was by the side, said, "Mr. Song, are you talking about True Mon, ugh, Mr. Yellow Mountain's Miss Doudou?" Song Shuhang turned his head to look at Fairy Fleeting Life, not expecting that she knew about Doudou. "Indeed, I'm talking about Mr. Yellow Mountain's Doudou, but Doudou is not a miss." "He is a guy," Song Shuhang said calmly. "How is that possible?" Fairy Fleeting Life said with shock. Why was Fairy Fleeting Life so upset? Was there some inside story to this? In Song Shuhang's mind, a lot of thoughts and speculations instantly appeared. Later, he suddenly remembered that when he used the secret appraisal technique, he learned that Fairy Fleeting Life was a female dog. Coupled with her white suit and dashing style. Was she the person that Doudou was going to marry? No, if she was going to marry Doudou, she couldn't possibly not know of Doudou's gender. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Miss Fleeting Life, why are you so surprised?" Fairy Fleeting Life mouth twitched as she said, "Mr. Song, if the Doudou you're talking about is the same as the Doudou I'm thinking of, then, my eldest brother is the one who will soon be marrying Doudou." The elder brother she was talking about was not her biological brother, but a monster dog who took good care of her when she was young. To her, her big brother had pretty much also played the role of her father. Her eldest brother was also at the 5th stage realm, currently an elder in the monster sect, Barking Sky Battalion. She heard from her elder brother some time ago that he was to get married to true Monarch Yellow Mountain's Doudou. The wedding had already been arranged. Song Shuhang, F***CK, this was breaking news. Regarding who was going to get married to Doudou, he had once made speculations on it. Shuhang had suspected that the person Doudou was going to marry could be a female dog, or a female cat. In short, he thought that it was at least a female. This female monster was likely to be a relatively strong woman, so she wouldn't marry into Doudou's household, but would be the one to welcome Doudou. After all, since true monarch Yellow Mountain loved Doudou so much, it was unlikely that he would make a joke out of his marriage. But now, Doudou was going to marry a male dog? Had true monarch Yellow Mountain really opened the gay way for Doudou? Or maybe Doudou was a girl? A female dog that had been kept as a male dog by Yellow Mountain? In that case, was Doudou's penis an illusion that true monarch Yellow Mountain had created? When Doudou reached the 5th stage, perhaps it would be like an ugly duckling turning into a swan, and she would become a beautiful and stunning woman. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed to be possible. Does true Mr. Yellow Mountain have 2 Doudous? Shuhang suddenly asked after thinking for a moment. Fairy Fleeting Life shook her head. Let's get going. I'll ask someone about it, Shuhang said. Because Choo Choo was immortal, it wouldn't be good for Shuhang and Fairy Fleeting Life to fly on a sword in front of her. They could only walk away from Jiangnan University Town and go to Medicine Master's building. On the way, Shuhang quickly downloaded the chat software on his mobile phone and then logged in. In the 9 provinces #1 group, the fellow Taoists were sending some pictures. They were pictures of the explosion of the nuclear bomb in the demonic Tribulation realm last night. Other than photos and videos taken through phones, there were even some pictures that were taken using an engraving technique. However, most of the pictures were blurry, and the quality was quite poor. Only Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's handsome, a true man never looks back at explosions photo was good. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, I will enlarge this picture and develop it to make a promotional photo for a movie. True Monarch Northern River, he had heard of the movie that Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was filming after being captured by Venerable Spirit Butterfly. The script of the movie was mainly about various tribulations, ups and downs, and cruel environments that fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless had to face. But now, it seemed that he was already enjoying it and seemed serious about it. Did he just want to find some happiness amidst his suffering? Or did he get used to it and wanted to produce something good? At this time, Shuhang went online and sent a message. Seniors, I have a question that may be trivial. True Monarch Northern River, what is it? How many Doudous does True Monarch Yellow Mountain have? Shuhang asked seriously. True Monarch Northern River, there should only be one, right? A single Doudou had already tortured True Monarch Yellow Mountain so miserably, and he would find out every few days that Doudou had run away from home. If there were 2 Doudous, wouldn't that be a bit too scary? Heaven Shrouding Hook, Zhou, Tyrannical Saber Song 1, replying to fellow Taoist song, there is only one Doudou. Zhou could be said to be a related party, and his answer was extremely reliable. Fairy Lychee, little friend Shuhang, why are you suddenly asking this? Could it be that you saw 2 Doudous? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, young man, what you see might not necessarily be true. Maybe you saw Doudou and its clone? At this time, Shuhang was changing his nickname in the group. He had already used the name Tyrannical Saber Song 1 for a long time, so he planned on changing his Taoist name today. After thinking about it, he finally changed his Taoist name to Tyrannical Song. Actually, he originally wanted to change to Daddy Song, but he suddenly remembered Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber and felt that he couldn't be too like him. So, he gritted his teeth, deleted Daddy Song, and changed it to Tyrannical Song. Tyrannical Song, it's not like I saw 2 Doudous, but today, I found out who Doudou is going to be married to, and I couldn't help but become skeptical. Fairy Lychee, little friend Shuhang knows who Doudou is going to marry? Hurry up and say it, I'm very curious. Fairy Lychee and Doudou had a good relationship. Sometimes, Doudou would go to her and tell her about True Monarch Yellow Mountain's wrongdoings, and Fairy Lychee would lend Doudou a hand. True Monarch Northern River, little friend Shuhang, why would knowing who Doudou is going to marry make you think that there are 2 Doudous? Because Doudou is going to marry a male dog, not a female dog, Song Shuhang said. True Monarch Northern River, Fairy Lychee, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Heaven Shrouding Hook, Zhou Li, F***ck. It was clear that even Zhou Li did not know about this. Doudou's groom. True Monarch Yellow Mountain really hit it very well. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, little friend Shuhang always brings amazing news. Heavens, I'm going to look for Doudou right away. Island Master Tian Kong, at this time, all we have to do is summon the related parties. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. The summons failed because True Monarch Yellow Mountain had changed his name a few months ago. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, stupid older brother, you are a disgrace to the summoning world, watch me. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, I'm Mr. Yellow Mountain's loyal dog. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, how did little friend Shuhang come to know about this? The appearance of True Monarch Yellow Mountain undoubtedly confirmed Song Shuhang's news that Doudou was really going to marry a male dog, Doudou's other half was a male. This was not a joke, it was a cruel fact. Dharma King Creation, my god, I thought little friend Shuhang was kidding. True Monarch, are you really getting Doudou to marry a male dog? Fairy Lychee, what about Doudou? Why has he not come out? Heaven Shrouding Hook, Zhou Li, his phone just ran out of power. He had been on the phone with a girl for more than an hour before this. Now he's humming and looks quite refreshed. I took a look, and he's charging his phone. He's not using the battery charging technique, but rather a wire. I estimate that he will get online only after some time. I feel that as one of Doudou's closest people, I have to give him this news. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, fellow Taoist Zhou Li, if you tell Doudou about this, I'm sure he would run away from home right away. At that time, the bitter True Monarch Yellow Mountain would have to travel thousands of miles to find him, and fellow Taoist Zhou Li, you too would have to embark on a journey to go after him. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, Heaven Shrouding Hook, Zhou Li, what Thrice Reckless said makes sense. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, please call me Thrice Reckless, I'm an upgraded Thrice Reckless. In addition, I think that if fellow Taoist tells Doudou the news now, you would be able to enjoy the show only for a while, but if the news were kept hidden until the day of Doudou's big wedding, when he's all ready, wearing a red wedding gown and a red headdress, it would be a true explosion of delight. Heaven Shrouding Hook, Zhou Li, fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless words are so reasonable. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, please join us and hide the news from Doudou. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, no problem. Between fleeting happiness and a long-lasting explosion of delight, I'll definitely choose the latter. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, if you can, fellow Taoist Zhou Li, you should stop Doudou from getting online. In addition, you can confuse Doudou verbally and give him the illusion that he's marrying a female. Thrice Reckless was indeed the upgraded version of Thrice Reckless. Thrice Reckless only implicated himself when he sought death, but Thrice Reckless had gone a step further, not only implicating himself, but also others. Fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless' idea was too terrific. Tyrannical Song, this was the 9 Provinces #1 group, where the topic could jump from one to another without warning. The group was talking about the possibility of whether there were 2 Doudous 1 second ago, and the next second, they were already talking about how to mess with Doudou. However, he liked the topic, and he couldn't wait to join them. Tyrannical Song, I recommend using choo-choo when we mislead Doudou. For example, tell him that the Taoist name, nickname, or online username of the person he's going to marry has choo-choo in it. Doudou has a choo-choo complex, and as long as the other party is a choo-choo, he will definitely take the bait. The fact that Doudou had a choo-choo complex was well known in the 9 Provinces #1 group. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, little friend Shuhang's idea is great. I give you 82 points, and the other 18 points in the form of 6 + 6 + 6 for extra coolness. Heaven shrouding hook, Jolie, I'm going to disconnect the Wi-Fi, and covertly cover the area with a signal blocking formation. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, leave the task of misleading Doudou to me. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. His fingers couldn't help but move towards the option of dissolving the group. However, after a long while, he sighed heavily. Who was the one that had unmuted Thrice Reckless? He remembered that when Thrice Reckless Mad Saber and Soft Feather sought death together previously, he had muted each of them for 3 days. Counting the time, both Soft Feather and Thrice Reckless should still be muted. True Monarch Yellow Mountain pondered, flicking his fingers up as he looked through the audit log. Soon, he found the records for the ban. It was the administrator, Xian Nu Sec Skylark, that had undone the ban on Thrice Reckless, and it was lifted shortly after he banned Thrice Reckless. The corners of True Monarch Yellow Mountain's mouth twitched. Although he knew that Senior Skylark had a very good impression of Thrice Reckless since after coming out of secluded meditation, he really couldn't figure out what she saw in him. Was it really like the group had guessed, those who sought death cherished each other? After considering Senior Skylark's face, he let Thrice Reckless go. Having said that, he wondered when Senior Skylark would finish transcending her 8th stage demonic tribulation. Would she become a demon of the netherworld, or was she still going to look for a way to purify the evil energy of the netherworld? If she were a normal fellow Taoist, she would definitely choose to purify the evil energy in her body. However, as it was Senior Skylark, True Monarch Yellow Mountain really couldn't guess what she was going to do. At this time, in the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Fairy Lychee, seeing you all try to mess with Doudou, my mood has become complicated. She liked little Doudou quite a bit. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, it's okay, Lychee. We're all thinking about Doudou's lifelong happiness. Doudou getting married early can only be a good thing for him. Also, as the saying goes, the more loving the mother, the worse the child becomes. Doudou is already such a death seeker, and part of the reason is also you and True Monarch Yellow Mountain spoiling him. As a result, his personality became what it is and now keeps threatening you guys with running away from home. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Fairy Lychee, hee, then fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless, how much did your mother love you? A lot, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. Although my memory of my mother is very vague, I remember that she truly loved me. That's why I seek death so much. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber casually confessed. Fairy Lychee, damn, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber knew so clearly that he sought death, so how could she reply to him? She was planning to mock him, but now, she had no idea how to do that. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, what fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless said makes sense. After Doudou gets married, he'd definitely mature and become the perfect bride. In the future, he might even become chaste and virtuous. Tyrannical Song, speaking of which, I have a question to ask. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, honestly. Doudou is a female dog, right? You used some magical technique to conceal his real gender, correct? That's why you're letting him get married to a man. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Little friend Shuhang, don't watch too much romance dramas, it twisted your way of thinking, making you become just like the people in the drama. Could it really be? Song Shuhang said in surprise. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, there definitely isn't a problem with Doudou's gender. I have grown up with him since childhood, so I'm sure he's male. Meow, before he gets married, I must see him again. Even if he marries a man, I want to let him know of my power as his nemesis. Tyrannical Song, hurry up then, fellow Taoist Phoenix Slayer. Otherwise, you won't have the opportunity to do so after Doudou marries, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. After getting married, Doudou would be able to pair up with his partner, so it wouldn't be easy if fellow Taoist Phoenix Slayer wanted to overcome him. At this time, a senior who was nowhere to be seen for quite a long time appeared. Doudou Sex True Monarch Rain Moon, an administrator of the 9 provinces #1 group, said, "I've been lurking for a long time, but today, the topic of Doudou getting married to man has brought me out. Fellow Daoist Yellow Mountain, Doudou is male, yet the one he's marrying is a male dog, also a male. That is to say, Doudou is gay, right? Fellow Daoist Yellow Mountain, you're doing wonderful. Let me just say, clothes cannot be worn when their size is different from the body. Likewise, bolt and nut of different sizes cannot be fastened. Also, those using different languages cannot communicate. So, how could one fall in love with someone of a different gender? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Fairy Lychee, it doesn't have to be gay. I'm more inclined to think that True Monarch Yellow Mountain plans on performing a sex change operation on Doudou," True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple added. By the way, little friend Shuhang, thank you for stamping the disciples of my ancient lake temple with the sage seal. Tyrannical Song, Senior, there's no need to be so polite, it wasn't much. In the 9 provinces #1 group, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple was the most talented member among those in the same generation as Thrice Reckless, with him being the first one to enter the 6th stage True Monarch realm. Fairy Lychee, Northern River's loose cultivator, and Immortal Master Copper Trigram all stepped into the True Monarch realm after him. Doudou Sex True Monarch Rain Moon, hey fellow Daoist Yellow Mountain, when is Doudou's wedding scheduled? I must take the time to arrange my schedule so that I can attend the wedding. Is Doudou's fiancé handsome? Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Tyrannical Song, I think Doudou's other half should be good looking. I saw his sister, and she's a beauty. If his genes are the same as his sister's, he can't be bad. Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song. If Doudou's other half is good looking, then thinking about him and his other half together after Doudou ascends to the 5th stage in the future, which should allow him to look quite good looking as well, it shouldn't be too bad of a picture, Doudou Sex True Monarch Rain Moon said. Song Shuhang thought about Doudou and his other half together. Doudou's other half should look similar to Fairy Fleeting Life. As for what Doudou might look like. Wait, Doudou might use his look as a template. Oh, God no. He had to find a way to contact Doudou. When he ascended to the 5th stage, he couldn't let Doudou use him as a template. As he was thinking about it, Fairy Fleeting Life behind him couldn't help but ask, Mr. Tyrannical Song, is Doudou a girl? Her voice was full of expectation. No, Doudou's a guy. I just asked Mr. Yellow Mountain, and he told me that Doudou is definitely male, Song Shuhang said. Chu Chu was relieved when she heard this. So, is there another Doudou that's a girl in Mr. Yellow Mountain's home? Fairy Fleeting Life asked again. Song Shuhang shook his head, and said, no, there isn't a second Doudou. So, what kind of mood was her eldest brother in when he agreed to the marriage? Why would her eldest brother marry Doudou, a male? Was her eldest brother's view on love strange? Or could it be that her eldest brother had mistaken Doudou as a female? Fairy Fleeting Life gritted her teeth as she spoke, how could this be? No, I have to ask my eldest brother. Her esteemed eldest brother bringing back a Mr. Doudou home was something that she would never agree to. At that moment, Song Shuhang suddenly thought of another possibility. Song Shuhang asked, Miss Fleeting Life, since Doudou is definitely a guy, then, is your eldest brother a girl? True Monarch Yellow Mountain was one of the few seniors in the 9 provinces #1 group that had the bearing of a real senior. His image in the group had always been decent, with him always upholding high values. According to the True Monarch's character, he definitely shouldn't be forcing Doudou to marry someone of the same sex. Therefore, since Doudou wasn't a female dog, then returning to the original speculation, Doudou was going to marry a girl. As such, the other possibility was that Fairy Fleeting Life's eldest brother might have been showing himself as male, but was in fact female. But when he had just finished considering the possibility, he shook his head again. At the beginning of the conversation, he remembered saying that Doudou would marry a male dog, and not a female dog. To which, true Monarch Yellow Mountain replied, "How did little friend Shuhang know about this?" In other words, true Monarch Yellow Mountain confirmed that the other party was a male dog. My elder brother is a girl? Fairy Fleeting Life sank deep into thought. She recalled memories from her childhood of her serious-looking eldest brother, who had taken care of her when she was young. Her brother was very considerate, and such thoughtfulness wasn't something that seemed to fit a male, it would rather better fit a female. So, Fairy Fleeting Life quickly pulled out her phone and made a call. The call was quickly connected, and a deep and magnetic voice came from it. "Fleeting Life, what are you calling me for?" Fairy Fleeting Life hurriedly said, "Brother, you're actually a girl, right?" The deep and magnetic voice on the other side of the line fell into a deep silence. Fairy Fleeting Life blinked. Her eldest brother was silent. In other words, she and Song Shuhang looked at each other. Her eldest brother was actually a girl? The deep and magnetic voice resounded without any emotional fluctuations, calmly asking, "What made you think so?" "Eldest brother, it's because that Doudou you are going to marry is male, and you have a really rigid personality. So, considering your personality, how could you possibly agree to marry a male? Unless, you're a woman." Fairy Fleeting Life said earnestly. "And in retrospect, when eldest brother was taking care of me, you would always give me the feeling of warmth that one might come by when facing their mother. Eldest brother, rest assured, even if you are a woman, I will still continue to treat you like my mother and continue to love you." Her eldest brother, Fairy Fleeting Life finally stroked her hair as she said softly, "Eldest brother, if you aren't going to deny it, then I'm going to assume that it's true." Her eldest brother then replied, "Slow down, Fleeting Life. Don't watch so many unrealistic dramas, it seems that your IQ has been affected." Fairy Fleeting Life, Song Shuhang, with his hearing, he could naturally hear the conversation between Fairy Fleeting Life and her brother as Fairy Fleeting Life didn't bother setting up a soundproof formation. That line from her eldest brother sounded really familiar. Had Fairy Fleeting Life's eldest brother and true Monarch Yellow Mountain discussed things beforehand and agreed on some lines to say? "I'm a man, there's no doubt about that. As for my motherly care when I was taking care of you, it has to do with my race. You can look up information about my race online and find that the action of taking care of children is in my nature." Her eldest brother's voice continued to maintain a gentle tone. Fairy Fleeting Life heard his words, and her eyes widened. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. Unexpectedly, both sides were confirmed to be men. Her eldest brother was a male, and Doudou was also a male dog. At this instant, the decent image that Song Shuhang had of true Monarch Yellow Mountain began to crumble. Was the strongest pillar of the 9 provinces #1 group finally going to break down? But eldest brother, Doudou is a boy. Fairy Fleeting Life gritted her teeth as she said this line. Her eldest brother replied, "Well, I know that." His voice continued not to betray the slightest emotional fluctuation. "So, how did you end up getting engaged to Doudou?" "Both of you are male," Fairy Fleeting Life said. She felt the world around her collapse. Similar to Song Shuhang, the image she had of her old-fashioned, principled eldest brother in her mind also collapsed. Her eldest brother said, "The marriage has already been set, and there is no point in talking about it. Come visit me when you have the time, and I will give you the invitation." Her eldest brother's voice remained as calm as still water. It was as if he was telling someone about something that had nothing to do with him, it was as if he wasn't even a part of the wedding at all. "Eldest brother, I can't agree to this. I absolutely cannot accept you marrying Doudou. Eldest brother, you are a manly man, how can you marry someone of the same sex? I oppose this. I oppose. Fairy Fleeting Life said angrily. "There's no use, the marriage has already been set in stone, and changes to the plan will absolutely not be tolerated, her eldest brother said calmly. Fairy Fleeting Life cried. She took a deep breath. After thinking for a bit, she then used a roundabout way to ask, eldest brother, tell me, are you facing any troubles? Tell me. I've heard that Mr. Yellow Mountain is a principled cultivator who is great to talk to. Tell me the troubles you have, I'll look for him and ask him to help you. If you feel that it's too shameless to do so, then just let me go to his house and rescind the engagement. I already told you that you shouldn't watch too many unrealistic dramas, they have influenced your way of thinking. I have no troubles, nor am I a character in a tragedy. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. Anyway, Doudou and I are going to get married, and nothing will stop it as it's not popular to break engagements nowadays, her eldest brother calmly responded. The calmer her eldest brother was, the more impatient Fairy Fleeting Life became. Her concern caused more chaos inwardly, although it was a matter that she wasn't even supposed to be concerned with. She was currently in such a chaotic state due to the main character of the entire incident being her most beloved eldest brother. When she heard that her eldest brother was going to marry a male dog, she simply couldn't stop herself from feeling very disturbed. Fairy Fleeting Life angrily said, no, absolutely not. I can't just sit and watch as you bring a guy home, even if he's cute. I strongly refuse to accept such a marriage. Her eldest brother replied, your refusal is useless. Eldest brother, do you really want to step on the gay way? Fairy Fleeting Life started to feel helpless. Her eldest brother replied decisively, I don't. Fairy Fleeting Life's eyes suddenly brightened up, things took a turn. Then, what in the world are you planning? If you don't want to do such things, then why the hell are you getting married to a guy? Her eldest brother said, there's simply no other way. His voice was still calm. Enraged, Fairy Fleeting Life said, are you trying to anger me to death? No matter what, you can't marry Doudou, period. I'm telling you, if you dare marry Doudou, I will go to the wedding, and I will thoroughly mess it up. There is no way I'm going to just sit and watch as my eldest brother gets married to a guy. Shuhang felt that Fairy Fleeting Life was being led around by her eldest brother. She would quickly go from being angry to crying and back, while her eldest brother remained unperturbed from the beginning to the end. Her eldest brother replied, just do whatever you want. Fairy Fleeting Life became furious. I'm telling you, eldest brother, don't you even dare think about carrying on with it. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. You can only dream about marrying Doudou. At that time, I will knock you unconscious and force myself to be the one to marry Doudou instead. After she got married to Doudou, she could just look for an opportunity to get a divorce and leave Doudou. She inwardly praised herself for the plan she thought of. When her eldest brother heard this, he had turned silent. After a while, her eldest brother said, okay, then let's go with this. I'll send the groom's clothes to your house after 2 days. After speaking, the eldest brother hung up the phone quietly. From the beginning to the end, her eldest brother's tone was as calm as still water, deep and magnetic, and without fluctuations. It was as if he was a hardcore man with no expression, except that his tone had gone slightly higher by 1/1000th of a point at the end. Fairy Fleeting Life sighed coldly at the phone. You can't fight me, eldest brother. As your little sister, I can't just as watch you marry a guy. Humph, marrying Doudou, don't even think about it. Shuhang, choo-choo. After putting the phone away, Fairy Fleeting Life suddenly felt something was fishy. F***ck. Was she just being led by her eldest brother the entire way? Miss Fleeting Life. Shuhang smiled gently, and said, it's already quite unusual that you've lived to this day without getting kidnapped and sold by human traffickers. What? Fairy Fleeting Life frowned. No, it's nothing. Shuhang raised his head. He kept on getting the feeling that Fairy Fleeting Life's eldest brother was swindling her. He talked all that rubbish just to make her say that last sentence. She might not have given it much thought, but no matter how she opposed or resisted, her eldest brother simply responded with, whatever, or, there's no use. Then, Fairy Fleeting Life's brain had a cramp. She said that she was going to beat her eldest brother. When she said that she was going to marry Doudou, the unperturbed voice of her eldest brother had slightly fluctuated. Afterward, her eldest brother promised to send the groom's clothes to Fairy Fleeting Life. After the promise, her eldest brother immediately hung up the phone and did not give Fairy Fleeting Life any more room for regret. Was baiting Fairy Fleeting Life to marry Doudou the ultimate plan of true Monarch Yellow Mountain and Fairy Fleeting Life's eldest brother? Shuhang thought to himself. Although true Monarch Yellow Mountain was a very proper senior, with Shuhang even identifying him as the pillar of the 9 provinces #1 group, sometimes, the true monarch appeared to be rather two-faced. For example, he had used the clone technique to play with Taoist priest Cloudy Mist, messing around with the unfortunate Taoist. Moreover, there seemed to be a trace of true Monarch Yellow Mountain style in the conversation between Fairy Fleeting Life and her eldest brother earlier. Chu pointed at Fairy Fleeting Life in shock, and said, You're going to marry Doudou? Fairy Fleeting Life, Chu said seriously, I can't let you marry Doudou. Doudou is mine. Fairy Fleeting Life, Shuhang, if Chu was also a cultivator, then this matter would be easy to handle. They could let her replace Fairy Fleeting Life and marry Doudou as long as they could fool Fairy Fleeting Life's eldest brother. Unfortunately, Chu was just a mortal. Some things simply wouldn't work out. Doudou is mine, Chu said seriously once again. Fairy Fleeting Life asked, do you think I care about him? Chu said, then, let me marry Doudou. You can't, Doudou and my eldest brother's wedding isn't something you can participate in. Fairy Fleeting Life frowned, and said, however, rest assured, I've already planned it out. I will marry Doudou for my eldest brother first, and then get a divorce. In this way, it is in line with etiquette. After I divorce Doudou, you can go and get engaged to Doudou and marry him. Chu asked, is that really fine? Of course. If you don't feel assured, when I marry Doudou and bring him back home, you can go and become his second wife. Afterward, you can be together with Doudou, Fairy Fleeting Life said. Shuhang then said, hey. Don't just do things on your own without consulting others, you will only end up making things even messier. The most important point here is that you are able to leave Doudou. As for other things, we have to take them one step at a time. What Mr. Tyrannical Song said is reasonable. I was simply blinded by anger from conversing with my eldest brother just now, Fairy Fleeting Life said. Then, let's set an appointment. At that time, I will divorce Doudou, and Chu can secretly get married to him later. Chu suddenly blushed. I'm not yet of legal age to marry. After calming down, she also thought that the relationship between herself and Doudou was not yet advanced enough for them to even discuss marriage. She just had a good opinion of Doudou, and wanted to meet him in person. Just now, she just said things in the heat of the moment. Shuhang rubbed his temples. How did things become this messy? However, as far as the current development was concerned, although Doudou still remained as the bride, the husband he was supposed to marry had been replaced by Fairy Fleeting Life. Normally, this outcome should already be something that satisfied everyone. The only victim was the monster fox in his inner world. He remembered that the monster fox had feelings for his teacher, Fairy Fleeting Life, and didn't just love her as a disciple. When Shuhang took Chu and Fairy Fleeting Life back to Medicine Master's building, they passed a small alley along the way. A moment later, he had come to witness a familiar scene somewhere in the alley. In the alley, 6 ruffians with various hair colors had surrounded a young girl. The young girl was petite, with a height of only about 1.5 meters, she had short hair, but still looked pretty. Due to her petite figure, she looked like she was just a high school student, but she was probably slightly older. At this moment, the girl was carrying 2 big bags in her hands, both contained some fresh ingredients. She should have been on her way back from the vegetable market when she met these 6 ruffians. Among the 6 ruffians, there was a guy close to 1.8 meters tall. He had a smile on his face as he forced the girl against the wall using Cabotin. "Beauty, it's quite a beautiful day today, isn't it? Don't you feel lonely? Would you like to have some fun with this brother? We've got a lot of ways to ensure that you have fun. We brothers are not bad guys, no need to be afraid. He. We can take you to play for free, how about it? Sister, don't be shy, be generous, be bold. Give us some face and say something." Shuhang rubbed his forehead. 16 really seemed to be a magnet for Cabadons. Didn't she say that she would be practicing at home today? How did she end up getting Cabotin Ed in an alley? Then, Shuhang saw the ingredients in Su Clan 16's hands. Could it be that she was thinking of preparing lunch? Su Clan 16 also saw Shuhang. After seeing him, a glint of silver flashed in her eyes. Then, she smiled happily as she moved toward Shuhang. Shuhang nodded towards her. With 16th strength, dealing with these weak chickens was something easy. However, now that he was here, it was natural that the chance to perform was given to him. Shuhang strode forward, raised his leg towards the 1.8 meter tall guy, and sneak attacked him from behind him. His control over his power was very good. Although the other party wasn't going to suffer any serious injuries, he would be in for a hell of a pain, which might force them to be unable to get out of bed for a few days. The 1.8 meter tall ruffian was kicked and flung away. He fell heavily to the ground and cried in pain. Men did not cry easily. A man wouldn't cry just because he'd been placed in a dire situation, but at this moment, the pain he was experiencing was simply too extreme. This kind of severe pain level was comparable to a pregnant woman delivering their baby plus her belly getting bitten by a mosquito. "Who? Dirty guy, you actually dared to attack from behind? Wrong. Are you all right? Kill this guy." Shuhang calmly looked at these ruffians, and slightly released the coercive effect of the sage seal towards them. In the next moment, the previously arrogant ruffians immediately knelt down. Tranny, the ruffians only felt that something like an illusion had appeared in front of them. Shuhang had turned into a giant that was over 30 meters tall, and he had big hands that could crush them like mosquitoes. They could only beg for mercy and plead for their life. "Get down and roll away," Shuhang said in a deep voice. He also took advantage of the opportunity to test out the power of the absolute command. This time, he used the absolute command on all of the ruffians together to try out its group effect. Originally, he wanted to try commanding, "Kneel down and slap your face." However, he felt that this command was a bit too humiliating, and did not fit his style. After Shuhang's absolute command function was turned on, all the ruffians obediently lay down on the ground under the influence of his will, and then began to roll away. Even the 1.8 meter tall ruffian who'd been kicked away was currently screaming as he was rolling away. As they rolled to the corner, their bodies wriggled by themselves to adjust their positioning so that they could continue to quickly roll away. Shuhang silently withdrew the effect of the sage seal. It seemed that when used on ordinary people, the group effect of the absolute command of the sage seal was quite strong. Fairy Fleeting Life sighed as she thought, as expected of Mr. Tyrannical Song, truly amazing. Choo Choo's eyes widened. This student called Song was so amazing that he could send a person flying away with a single kick. Moreover, that kick was even cooler than those seen in action movies. After that, he only shouted, "Roll away," and those ruffians really lay down and rolled away. Did those ruffians all know him? Is that why they were afraid of him? 16. Shuhang smiled as he greeted Su Clan 16. Su Clan 16 sweetly smiled, revealing her dimples. At the same time, her eyes fell on Fairy Fleeting Life and Chu Chu who were behind Song Shuhang. 16, do you have a Cabotin magnet? Song Shuhang couldn't help but joke. How should I know? Su Clan 16 rolled her eyes cutely. She then thought that perhaps it was due to her petite figure, which made it seem that she was easier to bully. How does it feel to be Cabotin Ed? Song Shuhang asked. After he asked, he regretted it. Being too frank could really be quite a problem sometimes. If it had been before, when he had just met Su Clan 16, perhaps he could still ask such questions jokingly, but now, he definitely shouldn't be joking with such topics. Do you want to try it? Su Clan 16 shook her head charmingly, her short hair flying as her exquisite looks shined. Without waiting for Song Shuhang to answer, she suddenly approached him with surprising momentum. 16 was clearly petite, but Song Shuhang, who was tall, was forced to retreat into a corner. The corner was quite conveniently shaped, it wasn't a straight flat wall, but rather formed by two segments. Below, there was a base-like protrusion with a height of about 1 meter, and the wall stood on the said base. Su Clan 16 approached him as she carried a big bag in each hand. Song Shuhang was pressed against the wall and sat down on the base, with his back against the wall. Was he going to be Cabotined by Su Clan 16? But 16 was carrying a big bag with both hands, and it didn't seem like she was putting down the ingredients. How was she going to Cabotin Shuhang? As he was still in thought, Su Clan 16 lifted one of her legs. Her long and slender leg then slammed and stayed on the part of the wall that was right above Song Shuhang's shoulder. It was fortunate that Su Clan 16 was wearing tight-fitting jeans today, otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to pose this way. Song Shuhang asked, "What is this?" Cabotin. Su Clan 16 gazed at Song Shuhang while maintaining their heads at the same level. A different style Cabotin, the Legdon. I see, Song Shuhang replied. This position made it so that their bodies were really close. They were so close that he could even smell the faint scent coming from Su Clan 16 body and even hear her breathing. Su Clan 16 blinked, and then asked using the secret sound transmission, "So, who are these two girls behind you?" The little one, what's her name? I didn't get to ask. Her online name is Chu Chu, she's Doudou's online wife. The beauty in a white suit is Fairy Fleeting Life, the woman who will soon become Doudou's husband, Song Shuhang quickly replied. Su Clan 16 curiously asked, Doudou's husband? Wasn't it just mentioned in the group that it was a male dog? It's a long story, but it seems to be just a setup. A series of events full of ups and downs. I'll explain it to you later in more detail. Anyway, Fairy Fleeting Life still has another identity, she is one of the remaining disciples of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. And so, she's got quite some karmic ties with me. Song Shuhang transmitted back. Karmic ties? Su Clan 16 blinked in confusion. Yes, I acquired the 33 Divine Beasts technique and successfully practiced it, and I was entrusted with a box of relics left by her teacher, Elder Bamboo Pipe, Song Shuhang replied. Su Clan 16 asked, "Oh, the 33 Spirit Beast crystals, that box of clothes, and that book on animal training?" Song Shuhang nodded. Then, with your personality, you want to return those relics to this Fairy Fleeting Life? Su Clan 16 smiled cutely. Song Shuhang wanted to answer, "Yes, 16, you really do know me best," but suddenly, his heart moved. At this moment, his EQ had peaked. How could he possibly take back the gifts he had given to a girl? I'm going to collect the Spirit Beast crystals and return them to Fairy Fleeting Life. In addition, I'm going to write the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming tonight and give it to her. As for the rest, if there are still other ways to compensate her, I'll make use of such opportunities. Song Shuhang smiled gently. There was a smile on Su Clan 16's face. Song Shuhang's answer quite obviously made her very happy. She was very satisfied with Song Shuhang's good personality and the considerations he had made on the matter. Su Clan 16 gently said, "I've already worn some of the clothes in that box. So, it wouldn't be appropriate to return those to her. There are other ones that are too large and don't fit me, and so I didn't even bother touching them. Later, I'll return the rest of the clothes to you so that you can give them to Fairy Fleeting Life on my behalf. After all, those are things left behind by her teacher. They definitely have some special meaning to her." Song Shuhang didn't know what to say. At this time, 16 said, "Don't refuse. If you feel embarrassed, just try to compensate me." Song Shuhang thought for a bit, and then asked, "Do you want a purse?" "Suit yourself." 16 grinned. Then, she retracted her leg and took a step back. "Let's go back home. I'm going to try some recipes for today's lunch." Song Shuhang opened his mouth and almost blurted out, "16, you can cook?" But when the words reached his throat, he recalled that he was being too straightforward, so he forced his tongue around, and said, "Then, it seems that I can look forward to today's feast." After studying the language of the ancient era, Shuhang's tongue could roll excellently. "I guarantee that you won't be disappointed." Su Clan 16 turned around, carried the two big bags, and briskly moved forward. Fairy Fleeting Life asked, "Mr. Song, was that your junior just now?" At the same time, Chu Chu also asked, "Elder brother Song, was that your niece?" "I'm really tired." Su Clan 16, who was walking ahead, stopped for a moment. Then, she lowered her head and glanced at her chest. She, too, would grow up one day, right? She had started practicing since she was a child, and after reaching the second stage, her body development slowed down quite a lot. Under normal circumstances, her body would grow up a bit after getting to the fifth stage. Yet, she couldn't help but recall Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather, whose age was the same as hers. No, although Soft Feather has the same age as me, her condition is rather special, so it's normal that she looks more mature, Su Clan 16 thought to herself. In the rear, Song Shuhang rubbed his face. "Do I really look that old?" Fairy Fleeting Life hurried to say, "No, you look very young." She didn't expect that the first sage in 1,000 years would care about outer appearance that much. Being the first sage in 1,000 years, even if tyrannical Song wasn't 1,000 years old, he was definitely more than 100 years old. "Elder brother Song, you look young on the outside, but the way you act seems very mature," Chu Chu said with a smile. Song Shuhang. He then recalled his sage name, Tyrannical Song. Due to the effects of the sage seal, when people pronounced his name, they would say something that sounded similar to the word daddy in Mandarin. Was this the reason people kept associating him with an old man? Will I show my divinity in front of the masses again after I reach the 8th stage for real? Will I get another sage seal, should that happen? Also, will I get the chance to change my sage name? Song Shuhang thought to himself. If he could change his sage name, he would definitely remove the tyrannical part. If he really couldn't remove it, perhaps he could put it at the end of the name, like Saber Tyrannical or something of the sort. When they got back at Medicine Master's building, Sher had already gotten up. However, she was still sleepy and sat at the table in a daze, yawning non-stop. Perhaps lowly Sher being too tired was the reason 16 decided to cook herself. Little Kai had gone out with Fairy Dongfang 6 to Fairy Souls, and she wouldn't be back until evening. 16 got into the kitchen, and her culinary skills far surpassed Song Shuhang's imagination. Her cutting and slicing skills, in particular, were top-notch. Cutting, slicing, carving, peeling. She instantly sliced the meat, with the slices being as thin as paper, which she then curled up. The dishes she served looked like works of art. Each of the dishes was very pleasing to the eye, and it tasted not bad. The reason it was only not bad was immortal fairy Bishui's crocodile dish from a few days ago. The taste still lingered in Song Shuhang's mouth, otherwise, Song Shuhang would have found 16's dishes delicious. 16, are you studying to become an immortal chef? Song Shuhang asked. No, but I've frequently practiced basic saber techniques in the kitchen. 7 even prepared some tailor-made techniques for me. The corner of 16's mouth rose. This was one of the reasons her domineering saber technique was this nimble. After lunch, 16 returned to the house that 7 had bought for her to put in order that box of immortal clothing. Sure went back to sleep. Song Shuhang had very fleeting life stay on the 5th floor and took out the box with her disciple. Miss Chu Chu felt somewhat out of place, so Song Shuhang arranged a room where she could rest after lunch as well. After getting into the room, she took out her laptop. Song Shuhang thought that she was going to play games. After all, she had been playing games every day with Doudou the last semester. But contrary to his expectations, she opened a few documents and started to study diligently. Why so serious? Aren't you going to play games? Song Shuhang asked with a smile. I want to pass Jiangnan University's test, Chu Chu said with a nod. Even if Doudou isn't here, I promised him that I would get into this university. The little girl had very strong willpower. Doudou wasn't far from reaching the 5th stage realm. After assuming human form, he could finally meet with her. By the way, Chu Chu, what's your real name? Song Shuhang asked. Even now, he didn't know her real name. It's almost the same as my online username, Chu Chu Chu, Chu Chu said after turning her head. What? Song Shuhang blurted out. Did he just hear the word Chu repeated 3 times? My surname is Chu, and my name is Chu Chu. My father had a brain cramp and gave me this name, said Miss Chu Chu after gritting her teeth. Back then, I quietly took the household register and the identification card and went to the police station to change my name. However, the police officer told me that this type of matter wasn't handled by them anymore, and that I had to go to another department, the household registration office. Then, when I prepared to go there, I got caught by my father. Song Shuhang was speechless. Why did he find the description so familiar? Did your father beat you? Song Shuhang asked. Gao Mumu had also tried something like this. In the end, he was caught, and his father gave him a good beating. Not only his father, but his mother also beat him up. He didn't beat me up. However, I was forced to stay at home for half the summer vacation. I passed next to half a month in confinement, Chu Chu said, depressed. It's fine. The name Chu 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 is still passable since you can just introduce yourself as Chu Chu when you meet someone, Song Shuhang comforted. I have a friend that is in even worse situation than yours. His name is Gao Mumu, tall so-and-so, surname Gao and name Mumu. In the past, he also tried to change his name and got caught by his father, receiving a good beating. He was that guy wearing glasses sitting next to me in class, a little handsome. The short girl next to him was his girlfriend. PFFF, Chu Chu couldn't help but laugh. Anyway, you can keep studying. If you don't understand something, you can just ask me, Song Shuhang said. Chu 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 replied, thank you, elder brother Song. Song Shuhang smiled and waved his hand, leaving. He still couldn't get used to the address elder brother Song. Since he had free time at noon, Song Shuhang took his computer and opened a Word document, starting to write down the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. As for the various pictures, he would have to manually draw them after he had printed the whole thing. Half an hour later, Song Shuhang smiled bitterly and stretched himself. Typing can be really tiring. He had just typed the content that was in his mind, yet he hadn't written much in this half an hour. Gao Mumu, who wrote chapters every day and spent several hours typing, really had it hard. Just as Song Shuhang was ridiculing Gao Mumu in his heart, someone knocked on the door. Come in, Song Shuhang said. He had already felt Fairy Fleeting Life's aura outside. Fairy Fleeting Life came in and saw Song Shuhang writing the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming on his computer. Thank you, Senior Tyrannical Song, said Fairy Fleeting Life. You are welcome. Is something the matter? Song Shuhang asked. Fairy Fleeting Life nodded. Senior Tyrannical Song, what you practice is the 33 Divine Beasts technique, right? Song Shuhang faintly smiled and nodded. In that case, which life-bound magical treasure did you choose to use with this technique? Fairy Fleeting Life asked. Life-bound magical treasure? Song Shuhang curiously looked at Fairy Fleeting Life. Why did she ask him this question? Song Shuhang was looking for an opportunity to ask her about that special, life-bound magical treasure of the 33 Divine Beasts sect that could be assembled, but he didn't think that Fairy Fleeting Life would bring it up on her own. Fairy Fleeting Life blinked, and said, yes. Among the 33 Divine Beasts, Senior Tyrannical Song is from the Whale Department, correct? Information about the life-bound magical treasure of this department was long lost and wasn't passed down in the 33 Divine Beasts sect. The forging method of the camel, elephant, and tortoise department was also lost. As such, I was just curious how the life-bound magical treasure related to the huge whale department looked. From her perspective, Senior Tyrannical Song was an 8th-stage profound sage that even knew about the matters related to the Divine Beast Department of the ancient heavenly city. Therefore, it was very likely that his cultivation technique had been obtained directly from the Divine Beast Department, and that he had a complete version of the lost life-bound magical treasure of the Whale Department with him. Song Shuhang. Heavens, earth, space. He was truly dispirited now. He was planning to obtain that special forging method from Fairy Fleeting Life, but it turned out that the method to forge the life-bound magical treasure of the huge whale department had been lost already. On the contrary, it was Fairy Fleeting Life who hoped to know more about the life-bound magical treasure of the whale department from him. At this time, Song Shuhang really felt as if he had keta Doudou. No, that was improper. Doudou would soon get married to Fairy Fleeting Life, and it was improper to covet Fairy Fleeting Life's soon-to-be wife. Fairy Fleeting Life saw that Song Shuhang didn't reply. Therefore, she hurried to say, Senior Tyrannical Song, don't misunderstand. I'm not planning to get the method to forge the life-bound magical treasure of the whale department from you. After all, the 33 Divine Beasts sect had been destroyed already, and I have no intention of gathering the various cultivation techniques of the sect. I was just curious how the life-bound magical treasure of the whale department looked, fellow Taoist Fleeting Life, that's not what I meant. Song Shuhang smiled and shook his head. Then, he said, due to certain reasons, I still haven't forged a life-bound magical treasure. Fairy Fleeting Life opened her eyes wide. Then, her imagination started to run wild. Senior Tyrannical Song, is it possible that you never forged one, because you didn't have the method to forge a suitable one? More or less. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly. Fairy Fleeting Life was dumbfounded. Then, she sighed with emotion. Senior Tyrannical Song, you are really incredible. Even without a life-bound magical treasure, you were able to reach the 8th stage. Life-bound magical treasures were very important for cultivators, and it was best to forge one during the 4th stage realm. A good life-bound magical treasure could increase the cultivator's chances of transcending the 5th stage tribulation by 30%. Moreover, it was possible to increase the realm of the life-bound magical treasure alongside its masters. After obtaining some precious materials, it was possible to add them to the treasure to increase its strength. But profound sage Tyrannical Song had yet to forge a life-bound magical treasure, even though he had already advanced to the 8th stage. That was to say, Senior Tyrannical Song had transcended all those tribulations while having 30% less chance of surviving compared to ordinary cultivators. This easily showed how strong he was, for he was able to become the first sage in 1,000 years even with such a handicap. It also explained how he was able to instantly deal with that seemingly very strong 7th stage venerable. Fairy Fleeting Life felt that profound sage tyrannical song was too incredible, worthy of the title of First Sage in 1,000 years. After getting back, she would tell everything to her female friends and gossip all night. Fellow Taoist Fleeting Life, there was something I wanted to ask you about the life-bound magical treasure of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Song Shuhang turned the chair around and faced Fairy Fleeting Life. Senior Tyrannical Song, please ask, Fairy Fleeting Life replied with a serious expression on her face. No need to put on such a serious expression, it's just a small question, Song Shuhang said. There is a total of 33 different types of life-bound magical treasures in the sect, one for each divine beast, is that right? Correct, Fairy Fleeting Life replied. Then, can these various magical treasure be assembled together? Song Shuhang asked. The demonic hamster had mentioned that Senior White 2 was interested in the life-bound magical treasures handed down in the 33 Divine Beasts sect because they could be assembled together. But after hearing Fairy Fleeting Life's reply, it seemed that it wasn't the case. Magical treasures that can be assembled? No, that shouldn't be the case. Each department's magical treasure is different, and they don't come in pairs. There is nothing to assemble, Fairy Fleeting Life replied. So, there is no magical treasure passed down in the 33 Divine Beasts sect that can be assembled? Song Shuhang asked again. Fairy Fleeting Life shook her head. No, all the magical treasures of the sect can only be matched with the respective cultivation technique. Aside from the huge whale, camel, and other departments that no longer have a forging method, I've never seen or heard of magical treasures that could be assembled. Song Shuhang slightly narrowed his eyes. Fairy Fleeting Life didn't seem to be lying, but it was unlikely that Senior White 2 was wrong. There was only one possibility: the 33 magical treasures of the 33 Divine Beasts sect were the treasures they were looking for, and they could be assembled together after every single one of them had been forged. Song Shuhang felt that his guess was reasonable. Only such a magical treasure could pique Senior White 2's interest and get his praises. Still, if Senior White 2 praised that life-bound magical treasure, does that mean that he has the fully assembled version with him? Song Shuhang's eyes lit up at the thought. If only I could look for Senior White 2 and ask him about it. However, he sighed immediately after. Senior White 2 would appear and disappear at will, and it would usually be him who would look for Shuhang, and not the other way around. Actually, the demonic hamster could get in touch with Senior White 2, but that bastard would never do him a favor, unless he could defeat him again and make a bet with it. I wonder where Senior White 2 is right now, Song Shuhang muttered. What? Fairy Fleeting Life mused. Why are you looking for me? A voice suddenly echoed in Song Shuhang's mind. It was Senior White 2. Song Shuhang. He first waved and smiled at Fairy Fleeting Life, then closed his eyes and started conversing with Senior White 2. Senior White 2, in the past, you said something about the life-bound magical treasure of the 33 Divine Beasts sect, which could be assembled. Does that imply that the 33 magical treasures of the various department can be assembled together once they are all forged? Senior White 2 said, can you sing? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Huh? Senior White 2 continued, sing something, I'll reply as soon as you are finished. I thought of letting you tell me a joke at first, but your jokes are really terrible, sucking to the point that you can be considered anti-joke. Song Shuhang. Senior White 2 again said, are you going to sing or not? If you don't sing, I'll leave. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth, and said, I'll sing. However, what song was he supposed to sing? There were a lot of songs he liked, but he didn't know which to choose. Fairy Fleeting Life was puzzled. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up as he asked, fellow Taoist Fleeting Life, is there a song you like? Fairy Fleeting Life's eyes also lit up. Yes. What song is it? I suddenly feel like singing, and I don't mind accompanying you for a duet, Song Shuhang said. I've been obsessed with heavy metal as of late. That deadly, dark feeling is simply too exciting, Fairy Fleeting Life said. Song Shuhang. What kind of dog was Fairy Fleeting Life? The one I like the most recently is a band called Good Luck. It's a new band, and when the lead vocalist starts singing, he brings a deadly power along. Every time I listen to his songs, I feel like fainting, Fairy Fleeting Life continued. A band called Good Luck? Song Shuhang was puzzled. He hadn't heard of such a band. What is their most famous song? After hearing Fairy Fleeting Life's description, Song Shuhang had immediately thought of a senior in the 9 Provinces #1 group. However, he subconsciously denied this possibility and refused to recall the senior or their name. They don't have a song that represents them. All their songs are classics with a flavor of dark heavy metal. Their songs are legendary, and every time the lead vocalist finishes singing, even the other members of the band start foaming at the mouth and fall to the ground. The number of people left standing after the concert usually doesn't surpass 10. The fans that can keep standing until the very end must feel very proud. Speaking of their songs, the 7 Deaths song from the last album is the one that left the deepest impression on me. I'll sing it for you. Then, Fairy Fleeting Life let her long hair loose, which sprinkled behind her back. F***ck, it's really senior creation. When did he put together this band and called it Good Luck? He shouldn't swindle people like this. Stop! Song Shuhang shouted. However, Fairy Fleeting Life had already started singing with all her might. Die, 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 die. All those that are unfaithful, unfilial, cruel, and immoral will die. Fairy Fleeting Life was truly a beauty, and when she swung her head around, her long hair danced in the air, making her look like a rebellious beauty. Still, it was scary that she was a die-hard fan of Dharma King Creation. Moreover, it seemed she had practiced singing quite a lot, and her style was really similar to Dharma King Creation's. Song Shuhang felt as if his ears had been poisoned. Fairy Fleeting Life's voice didn't have that mysterious power that could hospitalize people, but after hearing her singing, Song Shuhang's recalled Dharma King Creation's version of the 7 Deaths song, the one empowered by Fairy Lychee's windmill. After recalling that scene, Song Shuhang's head started aching, and his temples felt like exploding. He felt that he had been an idiot. Why did he ask further after knowing that Fairy Fleeting Life liked dark heavy metal? He should have immediately changed the topic. Still, Fairy Fleeting Life was cute but also a big death seeker. Was she a husky? Nice song. Senior White 2's voice echoed in his mind. The words and the melody are first-rate, not bad. I like this song. Little friend Shuhang, you sing as well. To be honest, Dharma King Creation was pretty good when it came to writing songs. If someone else sang in his place, the song would become a classic, but it was him singing, so it could only make people despair. Can't we change song? Song Shuhang smiled bitterly. No, this is the song. You sing too, alright? The better your performance, the more information you get, Senior White 2 said. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth. If there was a medicine for regret, he wanted a lot of it. Senior, what do you think? Fairy Fleeting Life had finished singing the 7 Deaths song, and had an excited expression on her face. It was very good, Song Shuhang said in all seriousness. Come, I've also heard about this 7 Deaths song, let's sing it together, alright? Sure. This time, I'll put in even more effort. Fairy Fleeting Life's eyes brightened. A soul mate. It was her first time finding a senior that shared her interests in music. I have a Dolby Atmos version of the song, shall we use it? Song Shuhang's face paled. Dharma King Creation had released a Dolby Atmos version? That was scary. If this version was played, it could kill all the people in the room. No, we two are enough. The Dolby Atmos version is too much, and there would be no point in us even singing. Shuhang found an excuse. Senior, it's fine. I can remove the lyrics and play only the instrumental version, Fairy Fleeting Life said. Alright, Shuhang said. Thereupon, Fairy Fleeting Life happily took out her phone and started fiddling with it, playing the song after a short while. The music of the Seven Deaths song echoed. Fairy Fleeting Life set the rhythm. Die, die, die. Everything will die. All those that are unfaithful, unfilial, cruel, and immoral will die. All those that go against the will of the heavens will die whether they resist or surrender. Fairy Fleeting Life started swinging her head around. Shuhang could only brace himself and sing too. That's the feeling. Hee hee. Senior White 2's happy laughter echoed in his mind. While he was singing, Shuhang's phone rang. He took out the phone and saw that it was an unknown number, seemingly from a foreign country. He swiped on the screen and picked up. Hello, little friend Shuhang. It's me, Dharma King Creation. Several disciples of my warring Buddha sect that have gone out will come looking for you to get a stamp. They'll head to the Jiangnan area over the next 2 days. Isn't this my Seven Deaths song? Little friend Shuhang, are you guys singing my song? I didn't know that you liked it. Let's go. Don't hang up and sing with me. Die, 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 Shuhang. F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. Shuhang could only hate his hand for not being fast enough. He should have definitely hung up the moment Dharma King Creation said, "It's me, Dharma King Creation." Or, maybe even hung up the moment he heard Dharma King Creation's voice. However, his reaction was too slow. Perhaps Fairy Fleeting Life singing the Seven Deaths song had disturbed his mind or something, he didn't really know. Anyway, the point was that his finger was too late. Then, Dharma King Creation's horrible singing voice had come through from the phone. And this time, Shuhang's phone was still close to his ear, and the demonic tune went straight into his brain. Ghosts and spirits wailing and howling, the heaven and earth collapsing, mountains losing their peaks, and rivers drying up. At this moment, Shuhang felt like he was witnessing the end of the world. His body went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. He even faintly saw his late great-grandfather with a kind smile on his face, spreading his hands wide open in the white clouds, ready to welcome him with a warm embrace. Only a few days had passed, yet the power of Dharma King's singing had increased a lot, with its lethality even doubling. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. Now, the only fortunate thing was that his phone wasn't in loudspeaker mode. Otherwise, Dharma King's singing would be heard throughout the room or even the entire building, completely letting hell go loose. At this moment, Fairy Fleeting Life's eyes lit up. In the end, she was still a fifth-stage monster, and with her being of a dog on top of that, her hearing was excellent. So, she could easily hear the sound coming from Shuhang's phone. This is the voice of the Good Luck's lead vocalist, Mr. Creation. Senior Tyrannical Song unexpectedly knows him. Fairy Fleeting Life was suddenly filled with energy. Shuhang shivered as he moved the phone away from his ear. Fortunately, he did not turn on the loudspeaker. After he moved the phone further away from his ears, he felt much more comfortable, and his body regained some strength. Then, he quickly reached out to hang up. He was still young, and didn't plan on dying anytime soon. Fairy Fleeting Life was shocked when Shuhang stretched out his trembling hand to hang up. How can this be? Senior Tyrannical Song actually wants to hang up? Fairy Fleeting Life suddenly flew over to him. Senior Tyrannical Song, have mercy. Huh? Shuhang was bewildered, and then he saw Fairy Fleeting Life rushing at him. Song Shuhang stepped back, avoiding the female dog's charge. What are you doing? Senior, please lend me the phone. I brought earphones with me, please let me finish listening to the singing of Mr. Creation. Fairy Fleeting Life quickly brought out a set of common earphones. Song Shuhang, his hand trembled as he handed his phone to Fairy Fleeting Life. Don't turn on the amplifier, Song Shuhang reminded. Fairy Fleeting Life happily inserted the earphone jack into Shuhang's phone and gleefully wore her earphones. In the next moment, her face quickly turned pale as her eyes blurred. However, a very delighted expression was still on her face. Song Shuhang turned silent for a while. Dharma King Creation singing was truly poisonous. At the same time, Senior White 2's voice sounded in Song Shuhang's mind. Damn, was your friend singing on the phone just now? That singing voice is simply crazy, it's full of explosive and destructive power. Song Shuhang went into a panic. Senior White could not have fallen in love with his voice, right? Rest assured, I don't appreciate such hardcore singing. As soon as that fellow Taoist spoke, it simply felt like my mind was being polluted, Senior White 2 said as he evaluated Dharma King Creation's singing. Song Shuhang responded, indeed, the lethality of Dharma King's singing is famous all over the world. He is an existence capable of sending hundreds of thousands of people to the hospital with a single song. Sending hundreds of thousands of people to the hospital? Senior White 2 curiously asked. Song Shuhang sighed as he said, not only that, but he is also currently on a concert tour in various foreign countries. It is said that the venue would always be full, with each performance guaranteed to be watched by tens of thousands of people. At its peak, it is said that there were more than 200,000 people. It seems that it's one of the reasons as to why the number of people in foreign countries has decreased. Senior White 2 said, interesting. Song Shuhang, did he say something that should not have said again? Where is this fellow Taoist currently? Senior White 2 said. I want to see his concert. It appeared that Senior White 2 had gained a bit of an interest in Dharma King Creation's concerts. I'll ask for you later. I'll just wait for Fairy Fleeting Life to finish listening first, Song Shuhang said as he turned to look at Fairy Fleeting Life. He saw her shake her head around violently. After shaking her head for over 10 times, she let out a high vibrato shout. Aiaiwa, then, she fainted. Dharma King Creation was singing on the other side, yet Fairy Fleeting Life still plugged her earphones into the phone to listen to his singing. How could she possibly not faint? Song Shuhang stepped forward and squatted down to poke Fairy Fleeting Life. Fairy Fleeting Life's body only trembled, frothing at the mouth. Not dead. Song Shuhang carefully took off her earplugs. From the earphones, he could hear that Dharma King Creation's extended version of the Seven Deaths song was coming to an end. After the song ended, Dharma King Creation caught his breath as he said, "My pleasure." Song Shuhang applauded, and said, "Senior Dharma King, your singing is awesome. Where are you performing for your next concert?" The next stop is a place called Luoshanji, Los Angeles, in the US. I forgot what its official name was, but it should be pronounced like this. Nevertheless, calling the place Luoshanji is still better than calling it Luomeiji 1, Dharma King Creation said happily. There are close to 100,000 fans waiting for me to sing and bring them hellish enjoyment. You got this covered, Senior Creation. Go and let everyone in the world submit to your singing. Goodbye now, Song Shuhang said dryly. After that, without waiting for Senior Creation to say anything more, he quickly hung up the phone. He was afraid that the Dharma King would suddenly start singing him a new song or something. At that point, he could only accept death. After taking back his phone, Song Shuhang said in his head, "Senior White, I've already got what you asked for. Next, Senior Creation will be performing in the United States Luoshanji, I mean Los Angeles. I've been confused by Dharma King's words. Anyway, the concert's going to be held there. Senior White 2 said, the distance is a bit far, but in my current state, it should still be doable. I'll be going there next, then. Wait, Senior White, you haven't answered my question yet, Shuhang said in a hurry. Senior White 2 went silent for a moment. But you haven't finished singing your song yet. It's already almost done being sung, can't you let it go? Shuhang said. Also, didn't it help you find something even more interesting? Such poor reasoning, Senior White 2 responded. Forget it, I'll let it go this time. Jokes aren't good, and the singing was average. Little friend Shuhang, you need to further cultivate your skills. Shuhang, Senior White 2 continued, so, to answer your previous question, the secret combined magical treasure of the 33 Divine Beasts sect is indeed a combination of the 33 magical treasures. Your guess was correct. Shuhang frowned, and said, however, of the 33 life-bound magical treasures of the Beast God sect, several have been lost. Having reached my realm, after seeing 3 or 4 of those life-bound magical treasures, I would immediately be able to infer its full structure. Those 33 kinds of life-bound magical treasures are closely related to one another and have various forms. They are one of the few rare magical treasures that make me want to collect them, Senior White 2 said. Shuhang asked, Senior White, does this mean that you don't have the complete version of the secret method needed to forge the 33 magical treasures? Stop asking stupid questions. You yourself said that the secret method to forge some of the magical treasures of the 33 Divine Beasts sect was lost. So, how can I have the complete version? If you have the full version, you can give it to me, and I will exchange it for a satisfactory equivalent item. My treasure trove is very, very plentiful, Senior White 2 said. Shuhang smiled bitterly. The 33 Divine Beasts sect was destroyed, where can I get the complete version? Indeed, the complete version might not be found inside the 33 Divine Beasts sect, but, where did the 33 Divine Beasts sect originate from? You said it yourself, it is a branch of the ancient heavenly cities, Divine Beast Department. So, you could consider starting from this point, Senior White 2 said. Shuhang shook his head. The ancient heavenly city's Divine Beast Department is shrouded in even more mystery compared to the 33 Divine Beasts sect. The 33 Divine Beasts sect still has ruins that one can try to find. But when it comes to the Divine Beast Department, we don't even know if there was ruins that can be found. Then, I won't be able to give you much help after all. The matters regarding the ancient heavenly city happened after my time. I've been staying in the netherworld realm all along and know very little about this part of the history of the main world, Senior White 2 said. This is all the help I can give you for your question. I'll be going then. Bye-bye. After saying that, without waiting for Shuhang to reply, Senior White 2's voice had disappeared. The Divine Beast Department? Where should I go to look for its ruins? Shuhang thought to himself. Then, True Monarch Eternal Fire came up in his mind. True Monarch Eternal Fire said that after the destruction of ancient heavenly city, the scholarly faction secretly collected many of its fragments. The 10 fragments passed on to him were only very small fragments that had no research value. It was a given that the scholarly faction also had fragments that were way bigger. Perhaps he could get some information from him? Shuhang swiped his phone and logged into the 9 Provinces #1 group. In the group, Medicine Master and several seniors were talking about how to properly grow spiritual herbs. From time to time, there was still some talk about serious cultivation matters. Shuhang went online, and messaged, Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire. Senior Eternal Fire, are you online? After waiting a short while, Shuhang found that True Monarch Eternal Fire had not responded. It looked like he wasn't online. Well, the fellow Taoists in the group were very busy, not everyone was always online like Senior Northern River. At this point, he should just wait until True Monarch Eternal Fire got online. True Monarch Northern River, little friend Shuhang, what's the matter? I'm looking for true Monarch Eternal Fire to ask him about something related to the ancient heavenly city, Song Shuhang replied. At the same time, he saw Fairy Fleeting Life, who was in a coma, so he casually asked, I have a fellow Daoist here who fainted due to Dharma King Creation singing. She didn't seem to respond even after being poked, so I wanted to ask, is it okay to leave her alone and let her naturally wake up? Forever alone, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber hurriedly said. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, forever alone +1, Fairy Lychee, forever alone +2, I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. Young man, I have a divine book here called Bachelor Technique that has the requirement of one being a single dog to practice. Are you interested in practicing it? I can give it to you for free. Medicine Master, forever alone +3, Medicine Master, fellow Daoist white crane, don't destroy our formation. Tyrannical Song, Monk Swallow Cloud, Benefactor Song, did you finally see the light? Tyrannical Song, Sun-Splitting Halberd Guada, picture of a cute puppy. This time, when Guada sent the dog head emote, the people who were chatting in the 9 Provinces #1 group suddenly seemed to have been choked by Mr. Destiny, and instantly quieted down. Everyone knew that the next thing that Guada was going to send was definitely going to be the picture of the head of a dog being furiously rubbed, emote for no reason at all, but nobody liked being rubbed by Guada. If he wanted to make fun of himself, then everyone was fine with that. But this time, unlike what would usually happen, Guada didn't reply. Strange, did Guada go offline? Should they continue to make fun of little friend Shuhang? But what if Guada were to come out again and send the picture of the head of a dog being furiously rubbed, emote as they were making fun of Shuhang? While everyone was in thought, system message notification, Sun-Splitting Halberd Guada has been muted by the administrator Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue for 5 minutes. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, okay, let's continue chatting. This way, they didn't have to worry about Guada popping up and rubbing people's heads. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, wonderful move. Fairy Lychee, hahaha, I just directly messaged Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, and asked him to come over and mute him. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, you guys continue, I still have something to attend to. I'll be going first. Pay attention to the time, I only banned Guada for 5 minutes. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, come, let's continue with the topic just now. Little friend Shuhang, from what we can understand from what you said just now, the fellow Daoist who fainted because of creation singing is a fairy maiden, right? You used the word her just now. True Monarch Northern River, also, do you know why we said forever alone? A charming fairy maiden just fainted right by your side, yet you don't even want to take good care of her, and instead want to leave her alone and let her wake up by herself? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Shuhang, you don't understand women. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. To be honest, I always thought that men like Song Shuhang only appeared in jokes. I didn't think that such a thing could happen in real life. Tyrannical Song, did you guys misunderstand something from what I said? Although she is a fairy maiden and could even be considered a beauty, she's taken already. Moreover, my EQ is still above average. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, boring, if the fairy maiden is already taken, then what's with your ambiguous message? Monk Swallow Cloud, and here I thought I had the opportunity to lead little friend Shuhang into Buddhism, Song Shuhang, so, now it's my fault. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, is the fairy maiden married? Tyrannical Song, her wedding is soon to take place, probably. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, so she isn't married yet, right? In this case, you still have a chance. The man isn't married and the woman isn't married. System message notification, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber has been muted by the administrator Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue for 1 hour. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless, you already changed your Daoist name, so can't you at least prevent yourself from seeking death? Be careful lest people come to your doorstep and chop you up. True Monarch Northern River, Thrice Reckless is indeed more reckless than thrice reckless, and even his death-seeking behavior has worsened. Sigh. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. Let's get serious, Shuhang. It's not too good for you to simply leave the fairy maiden in one corner. At least carry her to a bed and let her rest there. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, regarding soothing the damage caused by Dharma King Creation singing, I can recommend a method: taking a medicine bath or a hot bath. After I listened to his singing previously, I had become really dizzy, but after I went home and took a bath, my mind felt refreshed. Monk Swallow Cloud, little friend Shuhang said that the fairy maiden is still unconscious. How would she be able to take a hot bath? If little friend Shuhang were to carry her to a hot bath, that would cause quite a big problem. As the group continued to chat, the topic in the group suddenly changed again. From what was initially curing the effect of Dharma King Creation singing, they switched to the topic of hot bath. Treasure forging heavenly mansions. Yang Xian, speaking of hot bath, I remember that there are many people in the world of cultivation who sell their bathwater at sky-high prices. Tyrannical song, I've heard that there are some weirdos who would taste and drink the bathwater of beautiful women. There are such people in the world of cultivation as well? After giving it some thought, it really did seem quite possible. Most cultivators were also human beings. It would not be surprising that some cultivators would have certain strange fetishes to them. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Hahahaha, Yang Xian, you are really mean. Fairy Lychee, seriously speaking, in the world of cultivation, the bathwater of beauties would not be sold for much. The looks of a person, whether they are beautiful or not, is not important. Cultivators would look at other factors. I can also be considered a beauty in the world of cultivation, but nobody would want to buy my bathwater. However, there are many people in our group who want to buy True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon's bathwater. Song Shuhang, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon's bathwater? A picture emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon was swimming in a bathtub, then after a lap, he got up casually. Then, suddenly, a large group of cultivators rushed over to drink the bathwater. Disgusting. This picture was too much, and he dared not continue to think about it. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team, F***ck, why did you involve me all of a sudden? I haven't said a word from beginning to end, yet you suddenly dragged me in this matter. Little Lychee, you are not a kind person at all. Fairy Lychee, it's because I remembered that it was only you, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, who was able to sell his bathwater for a sky-high price in the group. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team, that's the dark past that I can't bear to look back at, alright? And, that was not bathwater, it was Flood Dragon soup. That year, that old bastard threw me into a pot with more than 300 kinds of medicinal herbs used for refining. The young me almost died from being played around with, several layers of my skin had even been peeled off. Fortunately, I was lucky, and I was able to escape that wretched fate. When Song Shuhang heard this, he got a general gist of what had occurred. He then inquisitively asked, then, what happened to that old bastard? True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon laughed as he said, of course I killed him. After running away and practicing for good, the first one I visited was him. If I hadn't killed him, I would not have gotten rid of my inner demon, being unable to advance further. After that, the topic of the 9 provinces #1 group had gone back on track. Fairy Lychee started talking to everyone about the True Martial Cup Valkyrie competition, which was an upcoming event on the True Martial Island. Fairy Lychee fancied the reward for the 3rd place, which was the spiritual beast, cocooned cow. This time, she was determined to get it. Song Shuhang didn't know much about this, and could only keep his mouth shut. After thinking about it, he exited the chat group page and turned off his phone. In front of him, Fairy Fleeting Life was still unconscious. From the looks of it, she would stay in such a state for quite a while. Song Shuhang gave it some thought, and then brought out the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. He willed, and a layer of saber light emerged from Broken Tyrant, propping up Fairy Fleeting Life. Afterward, Shuhang controlled the treasured saber and moved towards Fairy Fleeting Life's room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw lowly Shur rubbing her eyes as she appeared in the distance. "Senior brother Song, it's almost time, we have to go to class." In the next moment, she blinked as she looked at the unconscious Fairy Fleeting Life behind Song Shuhang, and said, "Senior brother Song, what have you done to Fairy Fleeting Life?" "Don't talk nonsense," Song Shuhang said. She passed out after listening to Dharma King Creation singing. "Oh." Shur nodded cutely, and then she suddenly asked, "Senior brother Song, are you interested in adopting a daughter? The cute kind that is very lovely." Song Shuhang, PFFF. Shur was very cute, but Shuhang was still a sophomore. He had just turned 18, so how could he adopt a daughter? Did he really look that old? Lowly Shur waved her hands repeatedly as she said, "Senior brother Song, don't get me wrong. I don't want you to take me as your daughter." Song Shuhang asked, "So why did you suddenly ask the question?" "It was Zhu who asked me to." Shur smiled bitterly, and said, "I also feel that Zhu is too ridiculous, but she practically forced me to ask." "Zhu?" Song Shuhang recalled the smaller Lowly that was with Shur the last time, Shur's junior sister, who appeared to be even younger than Guogua. "Yes, she wants to become an adopted daughter of senior brother Song," Shur said. Song Shuhang responded, "Why? Don't tell me that she feels some kind of deep connection with me, I won't believe that." After recognizing brother Shuhang as her foster father, she would be able to leave the sect and play in Jiangnan University town for a while with the excuse of visiting her foster father, Lowly Shur said earnestly. Song Shuhang, "Zhu is a bit ridiculous, but after careful consideration, I concluded that this matter would also be beneficial for senior brother Song. So, I chose to relay her question to you, Shur seriously." Song Shuhang asked, "Beneficial?" Zhu's parents disappeared while exploring some ancient immortal ruins, so she has always been raised by her grandfather. Her grandfather, true Monarch White Pear, is one of the best blacksmiths of our sect. I see that senior brother Shuhang has already reached the 4th stage, and it is almost time for you to create your own life-bound magical treasure. If Zhu recognizes you as her foster father, then true Monarch White Pear would definitely help senior brother Song to create his life-bound magical treasure." Song Shuhang asked, "Are you baiting me?" Zhu wants to recognize senior brother Song as her foster father, but knowing that you would be unlikely to accept, I thought that it would be best to bait you with some good rewards, Shur said seriously. Song Shuhang laughed. "Are you this certain that Zhu's grandfather, true Monarch White Pear, is going to agree with Zhu and let her recognize me as her foster father? You know, my cultivation isn't high. Moreover, I'm only 18 years old. 18 years old is no longer young. In ancient times, people of such age would already father several children." As Shur said this, her eyes slightly sank. And, if Zhu wants to recognize someone as her foster father, as long as that person's character is decent, even if they were an ordinary person, Zhu's grandfather would still not refuse. Zhu's parents disappeared when she was very young, because of this, true Monarch White Pear would not have the heart to refuse. To be honest, the bait thrown out by Shur was indeed very attractive to Song Shuhang. Although he had yet to decide what life-bound magical treasure he wanted to forge, he was currently at the stage where he needed a method to forge one. Though he had quite an interest in the 33 Divine Beasts sect secret combined magical treasure, he had no clue on where he could obtain the method to forge it. Nevertheless, he definitely had to forge a life-bound magical treasure at the 4th stage. If he were to forge it after the 5th stage, the effectiveness of the life-bound magical treasure would no longer be the same. Life-bound magical treasures integrated with the cultivator, and each time a cultivator was subjected to the heavenly tribulation, their life-bound magical treasure would also be tempered by the power of the heavenly tribulation. It was something that had many uses. However, he couldn't bear becoming a foster father. Shuhang asked, "Can't I just be her adoptive brother instead?" Shu shook his head. An adoptive brother's weight is not enough to allow Zhu to leave the sect. Shuhang pinched his chin as he fell into thought. Senior brother Song doesn't have to answer me right away, there's still some time for you to consider it. Shu smiled. I won't be able to accept it. Shuhang shook his head. Reasonably speaking, there was no reason for a cultivator to refuse an opportunity where they could get the help of a blacksmith. For cultivators, cultivation was of utmost importance, and adopting a daughter was not a bad thing. Let alone adopting a daughter, in order to get the help of a blacksmith, even having to adopt a granddaughter would be fine for most. Moreover, both parties were even willing in this case. However, Shuhang was too young, and simply couldn't bear having others call him father. Shu blinked, and said, "Senior brother Song, do you not want to give it any more thought? You don't have to bear any responsibilities, you only have to be her nominal foster father." She had a great relationship with Zhu, and in her heart, she wanted Zhu to leave the sect and accompany her. Moreover, Senior brother Song had promised her that he would give her a personal, profound sage speech. Therefore, she wanted to enjoy such an opportunity together with Zhu. Shuhang shook his head, but before he could speak any further, Shu said seriously, "Senior brother Song, you really don't have to rush. You can go back and think about it. Anyway, Zhu isn't in a hurry. Just think about my suggestion whenever you don't have anything else to do. Maybe after some time, you can find it in your heart to agree to Zhu's request." With lowly Shu saying this, Shuhang couldn't really refuse, so he just said, "Okay, then I'll give it more thought later." Shu smiled sweetly. As long as senior brother Song did not reject, there was still room for success. Classes started, and then ended. Time passed fairly quickly. The afternoon class had ended. Doudou asked, "Are you guys going back to sleep at the dorm tonight?" The ones he was asking the question were Yangda and Shuhang. Ever since Yangda had rented a house outside, he spent less and less time in the dormitory. As for Shuhang, he had not gone back to the dorm ever since the semester started. There were usually only Doudou and Gao Mumu in the dormitory. Over the past few nights, Doudou wasn't able to sleep well. Every day, in the middle of the night, he would keep on hearing a strange tapping sound beside his ears. However, when he wanted to open his eyes to see what was happening, he would feel extremely exhausted, and end up just turning over and falling asleep again. This kind of thing happening once wouldn't be disturbing at all, but as it had been happening every day for the past few days, Doudou had really started to feel insecure. "Doudou, do you feel lonely?" "Well, I can finish the program before dinner today, and go back to the dormitory to rest for the night," Yangda said, laughing. Recently, he found that he had indeed been spending less time with his roommates. Doudou's mouth twitched as he replied, "Lonely your ass." Shuhang laughed, and said, "I'm pretty much the same as him, but I'll only be able to finish my matters after dinner. At that time, I'll go back to the dorm to sleep." Gao Mumu then said, "It's rare that the two of you are willing to go back to the dorm to sleep. I'll go and prepare some liquor for tonight so that we can have a couple of drinks in the evening." Shu sat aside and blinked. If senior brother Song was going to the dorm to sleep, it meant that it was only going to be her and little Kai in the house today. This meant that she could watch TV dramas all night, without anyone bothering her. When she thought about it, she felt ecstatic. After class ended, Shuhang first returned to the medicine master's building. He typed out Encyclopedia of Animal Taming at the fastest speed he could, and printed it out. He then fell into thought as he tried to remember and draw the missing pictures. He came to the living room with the printed encyclopedia of animal taming and saw Sher sitting on the sofa watching TV while eating some melon seeds. Shuhang asked, "Sher, has Fairy Fleeting Life woken up?" "She still hasn't showed any movement," Sher answered without looking back. Shuhang said, "I'll go take a look." Then, he came to the room where Fairy Fleeting Life was resting in and entered. At this time, Fairy Fleeting Life had already woken up. She was pale as she remained half hanging on the edge of the bed with a small trash can right beside her. She seemed to suffer from nausea. Shuhang, Fairy Fleeting Life and Soft Feather were the only fairy maidens he had met that liked listening to Dharma King Creation songs. However, the two were completely different. Soft Feather liked Dharma King Creation songs and loved when the devilish sound filled her mind. She would treat it the same as background music and found it very pleasant to hear. She even recommended it to the seniors of the 9 Provinces #1 group. Soft Feather's love for Dharma King Creation singing likely came from hearing being different from ordinary people's. As for Fairy Fleeting Life, she also liked Dharma King Creation singing, but in contrast, she was affected by his singing voice like everyone else. When the devilish sounds reached her, she would turn pale, nauseous, weak, and even end up fainting. But she simply loved this dark heavy metal style, the magical sound that would bring her close to death. "Fairy Fleeting Life, are you okay?" Shuhang asked. I'm fine. This is the first time I was able to directly listen to Mr. Creation's voice. This kind of singing that reaches the soul makes me feel like walking around in hell. It's too exciting. Oh, I'm still quite nauseous. Let me puke for a while, Fairy Fleeting Life said. Shuhang, she was a true die-hard fan. Dharma King's voice had abused her thousands of times, yet she still continued to love him. After Fairy Fleeting Life finally recovered, Shuhang handed her the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. The original copy is currently not in my hands. If I get the chance, I will get it back and try to send it to you, Shuhang said. No need, Senior Song. This is already enough. Fairy Fleeting Life took the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, looked at a bit of the content, and she could naturally see with her eyes of a beast tamer that the knowledge within it was precious. After she kept the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, she gestured respectfully to Shuhang, and said, Senior Song, Fleeting Life will always remember this matter in her heart. If you ever need help in the future, you just have to tell me. Fellow Taoist Fleeting Life is really polite. By the way, if fellow Taoist Fleeting Life is not very busy lately, you might as well stay here for one night. Tomorrow, I'll be able to get more of the things left for you by your teacher and return them to you, Shuhang said. Next, he would have to get the Spirit Beast Crystals, the immortal clothing from Su Clan 16, and give them to Fairy Fleeting Life. With this, he would finally be able to end his karmic ties with the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Thank you Senior Song, then I'll be bothering you for one more night, Fairy Fleeting Life said. As it happened, her disciple, the Monster Fox, would also be able to get out of the box tomorrow. Her mind would be much more stable at that time. Speaking of the Monster Fox, when Shuhang saw Senior White 2 at noon, he forgot about him, and did not think of asking Senior White 2 to get rid of the seal on the box. Due to this, he would end up staying in the box for 10 more hours. At the same time, an idea came to Fairy Fleeting Life's mind. Since the 33 Divine Beasts sect was destroyed, she had rarely returned to the ruins of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Each time she went there, she would only feel pain in her heart. But now, she wanted to go back to the 33 Divine Beasts sect again to take a closer look and check if there was any information on the magical treasure of the Huge Whale department. Even if the forging method had been lost, there could still be relevant records that were kept in the sect. Perhaps she could find some clues. The kindness shown by Senior Tyrannical Song was something she had to find a way to repay. After dinner, Shuhang reminded Sher and Little Kai to take care of the house and rest early. Sure and little Kai naturally nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Song Shuhang packed some items and then returned to Jiangnan University town. I haven't returned to the dormitory for quite some time. Thinking back to the first half of the semester, he had quietly refined the body-tempering liquid in the dormitory. It was clearly just last semester, yet it felt like such a long time ago. Thanks to Soft Feather and the Medicine Master, he was able to enter the world of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, he was already a fourth-stage cultivator who could fly on a sword. Time really flies, Song Shuhang said to himself. In the dormitory, Gao Momu, Tubo, and Yangda were playing cards. After seeing Song Shuhang returning, Gao Momu said, "Have you eaten already?" "Yeah, I have," Song Shuhang said with a smile. After that, he looked back at the small fish tank on the table. There was a cute little turtle mindlessly sliding around on the smooth walls of the tank. Song Shuhang asked, "Who bought this turtle?" "I picked it up," Gao Momu said. "When I was on the way back from shopping with Yai, I saw this little turtle when I passed by a small river. This guy was so stupid and didn't even try run away from me, so I simply ran over, caught it, and brought it back." Song Shuhang smiled and nodded, and then stared at the little tortoise. The little turtle was distressed by Song Shuhang's stare and retracted its head into the shell. Song Shuhang still wore a smile, but his eyes narrowed, and a flash of saber intent appeared in his eyes. The little turtle was a monster. Why did a monster approach Gao Momu and pose as an ordinary turtle? Did it want to be made into soup? The little turtle, damn it. Lady Jiaojiao, your friend, fellow Taoist Song, is staring at this old turtle with a murderous look in his eyes. While Song Shuhang was thinking whether to take the turtle to Immortal Fairy Bishue to make it into soup, the little turtle flipped over and exposed a rune on its belly. The rune exuded gentle water-type magical energy. However, Song Shuhang did not recognize the rune. He frowned as his head became filled up with questions. He could not understand what the little turtle was trying to say. Could it be that this was the rumored way of expressing an apology by showing one's belly? The little turtle quickly stomped its feet, and its monster energy stirred. The rune moved, and formed into text that only Song Shuhang could see. Loyally serving the country. Song Shuhang, sure enough, he should just catch it and boil some soup. In his mind, he was already thinking about several ways on how to cook up the little turtle. But as he thought of turtle soup, he also ended up thinking about the sky-high priced bathwater which was mentioned in the group today. According to that logic, wouldn't the turtle soup actually be the turtle's bathwater? Did this mean that he had drunk chickens, ducks, turtles, and other animals' bathwater in the past? Ugh, how could soup and bathwater be considered the same? True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon's bathwater came about because of him running for his life. If he had been really boiled to death in the soup that time, it would have been a genuine Flood Dragon soup, and not just Flood Dragon bathwater. Although the turtle couldn't see the words on its belly, it saw that Song Shuhang's face had turned quite unsightly. Damn, didn't Lady Jiaojiao say that if we encountered Song Shuhang, we just had to show the rune on our belly and convert it into text, and then fellow Taoist Song would understand that we're allies? Why does it seem like this fellow Taoist Song only became more murderous? Right at this time, the text on the turtle's belly changed again. I am a subordinate of Lady Jiaojiao, Song Shuhang. Was Jiaojiao not afraid that her joke was a bit too much? When he saw the words, loyally serving the country, he almost offed the little turtle. Subsequently, the saber intent in his eyes dissipated. As for you, Jiaojiao's action of sending a subordinate to approach Gao Momu and see what he was doing, Song Shuhang could easily guess what she was trying to do. It was nothing more than using various means to quietly get Gao Momu to type more stuff into his novels and be unable to extricate himself from doing so. It seemed that the unlucky Gao Momu, who happened to love writing novels, had dug a pit for himself. At this time, Shuhang secretly glanced at Gao Momu. He had not noticed it a few days ago, but now after taking a closer look, he found that Gao Momu had become thinner and his skin more tender. His entire being seemed to be in good shape, better than ever before. Although Gao Momu didn't have the opportunity to cultivate, as he was bathed by Yu Jiaojiao with spells and liquefied pills, he had become extremely healthy and disease-free. He would have no problem living a long life. After seeing Song Shuhang's killing intent disappear, the turtle secretly sighed in relief. At this moment, Song Shuhang's voice had entered its mind. "How is Jiao Jiao doing recently?" The little turtle blinked at Song Shuhang. It couldn't use the secret sound transmission, and it wouldn't be good for it to speak either, as Song Shuhang's roommates would definitely be frightened if it did so. "Why's Shuhang staring at that stupid turtle?" Gao Muma laughed, and said, "Oh, the stupid turtle has flipped over again." The stupid turtle's favorite thing to do was to climb up the wall of the fish tank, and then lean on its back as it was flipped over. Gao Mumu reached out to grab it and flip it over again. "This turtle is quite cute." Song Shuhang laughed. "Do you like it?" "I could give it to you if you like it," Gao Mumu said. It wasn't a hobby of his to keep pets. After the initial interest passed, he was no longer interested in raising the turtle. The little turtle became anxious when it heard this. It had come with the great mission given to it by Lady Yu Jiaojiao. It had gone through great difficulties to approach Mr. Gao Momu. If it was taken away by fellow Daoist Song, how could it face its responsibilities? "Forget it, I have terrifying kids at home. If I were to bring this little turtle back there, it would probably end up all broken in a few days." Song Shuhang laughed while he took out a few packets of spirit green tea. "These are some tea leaves that friend sent me. Do you guys want some?" "Of course." "Is it still the same as previously where you can only put in 1 or 2 at a time?" Yangda asked. The spirit green tea was like a divine treasure to him. With it, he was able to write programs at double the efficiency. "Yes, only 1 or 2 at a time, don't put any more than that." After saying that, Song Shuhang lifted the fish tank and said, "I'll go and change the water for this little turtle." As he was changing the water for the little turtle, Song Shuhang gently asked, "Can you speak?" Replying to Mr. Song, "I can," little turtle replied softly. Song Shuhang asked, "Is Yu Jiaojiao doing well these days?" After a farewell last time, Yu Jiaojiao went to the Dragon King Palace for further training. It was said that there was not even any signal there, which seemed to be why she no longer showed up in the group. The little turtle replied, "The lady is doing very well, and she can occasionally go online in secret. But when going online, the only entertainment that she can get is from downloading novels and read them later." Song Shuhang, it sounded like the Dragon King Palace was a very strict place. "Don't mess with Gao Momu too much, give him some rest from time to time. Office workers usually have 3 or 4 days of rest a month," Song Shuhang said. The little turtle said, "This little turtle understands." Then, would it be fine as long as Mr. Gao can have a day off every Sunday? "Deal with this matter by yourself," Song Shuhang said with a laugh. After saying that, Song Shuhang changed the little turtle's tank water. "Mr. Song, can you bring me some seawater next time? I'm fairly unaccustomed to fresh water. In fact, though I might look a bit more like a tortoise, the blood of sea turtles flows within me," the little turtle said. Song Shuhang, after changing the water for the little turtle, Song Shuhang was just about to take it out when it remembered something. The little turtle said, "By the way, Mr. Song, Lady Jiaojiao had ordered me to transfer the rune on my belly to you when I met you. Please reach out and press the rune on my belly." So, Song Shuhang flipped it over, and then poked its belly. "What do I do?" The little turtle shyly said, "Lady Jiaojiao personally told me the secret method, please wait. By the way, Mr. Song, please move your finger up a bit, this little turtle is a female turtle." Song Shuhang, he then moved his fingers slightly up. The little turtle used the secret method, and the rune on its belly seemed to come to life. It climbed up Song Shuhang's fingers, all the way to his wrist. Finally, it transformed into a beautiful mermaid pattern. The pattern was very familiar to Yu Jiaojiao's mother. That girl really likes to take pictures of her mother and spread them around. I wonder what true monarch tyrant flood dragon would feel if he were to know about it. The pattern was branded on his wrist, now he had to look for another method to cover it. Otherwise, others would think that he was some pervert who had gotten a tattoo of a beauty on his wrist. Song Shuhang asked, "What's the use of this rune?" This little turtle doesn't know. The little turtle shook its head, and said, "Lady Yu Jiaojiao only told me to transfer it to Mr. Song, she didn't say anything else." "I see," Song Shuhang said. That night, in Song Shuhang's dormitory, the four of them chatted about all kinds of things for a long time, and it was not until early in the morning that they went to bed one after another. In consideration of Song Shuhang's face, the little turtle did not mess with Gao Momo. Gao Momo was finally able to get some good sleep. Tubo also didn't hear the weird typing sound in the middle of the night. As for Shuhang, he had a weird dream. Immediately after falling asleep, he suddenly found himself on the ocean floor, surrounded by various marine creatures that were swimming around. Such a realistic feeling. Did I enter the dreamland again? Song Shuhang said. What do you mean by that? At this time, Yu Jiaojiao's voice echoed right by his ear. Jiaojiao? Is this your doing? Song Shuhang immediately understood. It should be the rune that he had obtained from the little turtle earlier that caused him to dream about this scene. You are making it sound like something bad. Anyway, I saw something interesting and wanted to share it with you. Also, you haven't answered me yet. What did you mean by, enter the dreamland? Jiaojiao's voice was again right by Song Shuhang's ear. However, Song Shuhang could not see where she was. It's one of my special abilities. Sometimes, I get very interesting dreams. I learned the flaming saber technique in a dream I entered, Song Shuhang said. You can learn martial arts in your dreams? What kind of abnormal special ability do you have? Is it some kind of cheat? Yu Jiaojiao ridiculed. Song Shuhang, alright, what did you want me to see? Song Shuhang asked curiously, changing the topic. You should know that I am studying at the Dragon King Palace, right? I saw something interesting while I was in it, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. Wait, isn't the Dragon King Palace a forbidden area for others? Is it okay for you to show me what's inside it? Song Shuhang asked. He knew that regardless of which sect or family it was, their forbidden areas would always have strictly enforced rules. Even if Yu Jiaojiao was true monarch tyrant flood dragon's daughter, if she were to take Song Shuhang, who was an outsider, to pry into the mystery of the Dragon King Palace, the consequences were not something that Yu Jiaojiao and Song Shuhang could afford to suffer. I'm not stupid to the point of taking you to the Dragon King Palace to seek death. I am just using a special spell to take you into a part of my memory. Just like showing you a video. Moreover, the part involving secrets has long been blocked by the power of the Dragon King Palace contract. Nothing you will see is a secret, Yu Jiaojiao said smugly. When Song Shuhang heard this, he felt relieved. Are you ready? Let's go, Yu Jiaojiao said. In the next moment, Song Shuhang's consciousness was dragged deeper to the bottom of the sea. On the way, there should have been a lot of iconic buildings or formations, but in the eyes of Song Shuhang, they were all blocked by mosaic. This was the blocking power of the contract that Jiaojiao mentioned earlier. Censorship was an evil thing. What should have been pure images could become evil when coupled with the mosaic censorship. Song Shuhang vision was currently like this. With a glance, he saw all kinds of mosaic floating on the seafloor. There were squares, circles, triangles, cylinders, and different polygons, with some even having the ability to move. Soon, Yu Jiaojiao took Song Shuhang to the door of a large hall. Look over here, at the lower right corner of the plaque. Stare at it and you will find something interesting, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. Song Shuhang stared at the location indicated by Yu Jiaojiao. Drop dead, stupid Song 1x10,000. A string of text suddenly flashed in front of Song Shuhang's eyes. How is it? Interesting, right? Yu Jiaojiao's voice sounded right beside Song Shuhang's ear. Song Shuhang, Yu Jiaojiao said, would occasionally stare at this plaque, and this line of words suddenly flashed before my eyes. I tested it out several times, and I found that I had to look at the lower right corner of the plaque at a special angle for it to appear. Then, I thought of you right away. Don't you think it's quite the coincidence? Fellow Taoist Song 1. Song Shuhang replied, no, ever since the time I showed my divinity in front of the masses, I've already changed my Taoist name, so please call me tyrannical Song, for this kind of message to be on the plaque at the Dragon King Palace, from ancient times to the present, meant that many dragons, their children and grandchildren had likely seen this message. *CK, in the future, I have to use the Taoist name Song 1 with great caution lest I meet an unreasonable child or grandchild of a dragon who would suddenly bag me into a sack and start beating me black and blue. Hahaha. Yu Jiaojiao laughed sweetly. Song Shuhang continued to stare at the plaque. As long as he stared at the bottom right corner, the text on that line would flash before his eyes once again, drop dead, stupid Song 1x10,000. Like the words on the plaque, this line was also written in the script of the ancient language, and the owner of the script had used some mysterious method so that when people saw it, they could immediately understand the meaning of the sentence. This sentence was not something that would be considered a curse. It was more of a joke among friends instead, but it also contained a strong grudge. What had Song 1 done to make the one who wrote this line so resentful? Song Shuhang asked, was this plaque written by an ancestor of yours in your clan? Yu Jiaojiao said in admiration, the exact age is no longer known. However, the owner of the plaque was a pure-blooded true dragon. A true dragon? Song Shuhang seemed to have vaguely remembered something. Anyway, that isn't all, so let's move on. There are a lot of interesting records which I found in the Dragon King Palace after searching for quite a long time, Yu Jiaojiao said. Then, Jiaojiao directed Song Shuhang forward. After entering the Dragon King Palace, the mosaic became even more exaggerated. The full-screen mosaic would only occasionally allow Song Shuhang to see objects such as small tables and chairs. Song Shuhang could only follow Jiaojiao's directions, turning either left or right. Finally, the two arrived before a painting. It was a huge picture of a divine beast. This divine beast seemed to be composed of 36 different types of beasts. Look at the lower right corner of this one too, Yu Jiaojiao said with a chuckle. Song Shuhang stared at the lower right corner for a while, and another sentence flashed before his eyes, Song 1, you bald monk, bald monk, bald monk. For the bald monk to have been repeated thrice in a row, how much resentment did the person who left this string of words have for Song 1? Song Shuhang, how is it, how is it? Isn't it very sensational? Senior monk tyrannical Song. From Yu Jiaojiao's laughter, he could imagine her laughing her ass off and rolling around everywhere. Song Shuhang asked, this painting was also left by that ancestor true dragon? Naturally. If you look at the handwriting, you can find that the handwriting of the two messages is exactly the same, Jiaojiao said while still laughing. Song Shuhang was silent. True dragon. Song 1, and the address of a bald monk, these keywords brought him to immediately recall a specific memory. It was shortly after he had come out of the mysterious island, and when he had entered a dream. At that time, when he entered the dream, he seemed to have acquired some of the memory fragments that had been lost on the mysterious island. In that dream, he and 9 lanterns were drilling a stone wall, until they finally entered a tomb. In the tomb, there lay 10 ancient coffins. In the center of the room was a crystal coffin, with 9 bronze coffins that surrounded it. And in that crystal coffin, a pure white true dragon lay. The moment he saw the true dragon, his spirit suddenly received a great shock, and while that happened, he was taken into a strange spiritual space. There, the pure white true dragon had come to life and soared in the huge colorful clouds. When he saw Song Shuhang, he suddenly yelled, "Aya, stupid bald monk, eat my claw." At the same time, it extended its paw and slapped Song Shuhang. After doing that, the little white dragon jumped around happily like a child while screaming, "How delightful." But after it yelled cheerfully a couple of times, it became depressed again, and said, "Aya. Damn, I hit the wrong person." The person who left the string of words couldn't possibly be related to the white dragon in the crystal coffin on the mysterious island, right? Song Shuhang thought to himself. In addition to that, Song Shuhang also thought of Slow-Witted Song, which he thought was his first ghost spirit, who had done lots of bad things behind his back. This Song won. It couldn't possibly be Slow-Witted Song, right? Did your ancestor leave behind any other messages? Song Shuhang asked. He hoped to find some clues to see if this Song 1 and Slow-Witted Song really were the same person. He did. "Follow me," Yu Jiaojiao said. She then directed Song Shuhang to move along. Under Yu Jiaojiao's directions, Song Shuhang shuttled among mosaics again for a long time. Finally, he arrived at a half of a human statue. The statue was carved from ordinary wood, however, it was protected by a powerful formation and runes, which allowed it to survive eternally and keep it from rotting. Half of the statue seemed to have been intentionally cut off by someone, leaving the statue with only its lower half. From what could be seen from half of the statue, it looked like the statue was of a man wearing scholarly clothing. Look at the lower right corner of this one too. Oh, wait, it should be around the position of the right foot. You can find it if you look carefully, Yu Jiaojiao said. Song Shuhang stared at the statue's right foot for a while, and sure enough, another line of text flashed by his eyes. Surname Song, you are slow-witted, slow-witted, slow-witted. Song Shuhang, for some reason, when seeing the halved wooden statue, Song Shuhang felt some pain on his waist as if he had been sliced there. Was it really Slow-Witted Song? Song Shuhang bitterly asked, any more? In his heart, he was feeling worse and worse. He, naturally, there are more. The best part has yet to come, Yu Jiaojiao said while laughing. Under her guidance, Song Shuhang arduously moved across mosaics. Soon, he arrived in a small study. There was only one shelf in the study, and it was filled with all kinds of books. However, since nothing there contained godly cultivation methods or anything secret, it was not blocked by the contract. Yu Jiaojiao said, third row, the sixth book. It's a white diary, take it out. Song Shuhang stepped forward and took out the white diary-like booklet. This booklet seemed to be made of silk, thin and soft. Yu Jiaojiao said, turn to the last page and look at the lower right corner of the page. Song Shuhang suddenly said, Jiaojiao, are you really staying at the Dragon King Palace for practice, or are you just playing detective? The plaques, the painting, the halved wooden statue, and the diary in the bookshelf were all objects unrelated to one another other than the fact that they all had a hidden message from an ancient true dragon. As such, how much time did Yu Jiaojiao have to spend to find these things? Yu Jiaojiao proudly said, Hahaha, do you think that one can only devote themselves to bitter practice in the Dragon King Palace? The Dragon King Palace is a combination of work and rest, and there are rules for the time of practice and rest. Moreover, looking for something in the Dragon King Palace is neither a waste of time nor a game. It's about finding one's own opportunity. Opportunity? Song Shuhang opened the diary. In the Dragon King Palace, there are countless opportunities that were left by the senior dragons that built the Dragon King Palace, as well as others that were added by other seniors at a later point in time. When one practices in the Dragon King Palace, as long as they have the heart, they would always be able to find some adventures. As such, one's strength making great leaps forward isn't a dream. This is why the Dragon King Palace attracts the youth to enter for practice, Yu Jiaojiao said. So, I'm not simply playing detective. I have a feeling that perhaps the messages hidden in these miscellaneous things would bring me to a great opportunity. Shuhang, you have always been lucky. With this, I might be able to borrow some of your luck to encounter a great opportunity. Song Shuhang said, "Ah, so that's why you seem to have a sense of purpose even though you appeared to be playing around." With a laugh, Yu Jiaojiao said, "He, anyway, stop talking and look at this. If I'm really able to find that opportunity, the opportunity left behind by that ancestor true dragon, then my strength will definitely progress by leaps and bounds." Song Shuhang asked, "What if there is no opportunity? What if they are just random ramblings of your ancestor true dragon?" Yu Jiaojiao said, "That's okay, at least I was able to let fellow Daoist Song 1 see these random ramblings and see his disconcerted expressions, which isn't that bad either." Song Shuhang replied, "Your friendship is over." "How petty," Yu Jiaojiao said. At this time, Song Shuhang opened the diary and stared at the lower right corner of the last page. "Hey, slow-witted Song. If I die one day, will you cry for me?" The handwriting in this sentence was still the same handwriting as before, but the size of the words had become slightly thinner. It had become more graceful, and was no longer as domineering as before. But when he saw this, Song Shuhang only felt his scalp tingle and shivered uncontrollably. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the voice of a woman whispering in his ear, repeating the sentence. "Hey, slow-witted Song. If I die one day, will you cry for me?" Song Shuhang didn't know how to describe his state at this time. After a while, he could only utter, "Heavens. Song 1 equals slow-witted Song. Slow-witted Song equals his first ghost spirit, probably." So, apart from a fashionable, "Heavens," Song Shuhang really did not know what else to say. Yu Jiaojiao asked, "What's wrong?" "It's okay, let me sort out my thoughts first," Song Shuhang said. Yu Jiaojiao immediately burst into joy. "Shuhang, what opportunities do you see from it?" "Nothing yet, but I have cleared some doubts in my heart," Song Shuhang said. "Let me think first." He looked at the last page of the diary again, staring at the lower right corner for a bit longer. "Hey, slow-witted Song. If I die one day, die." Song Shuhang asked, "Jiaojiao, what type of true dragon was that ancestor true dragon of yours?" Yu Jiaojiao replied, "A true dragon is a true dragon. How can there be any type?" Song Shuhang asked, "No, what I'm asking is, what was the color of your ancestor true dragon? Was it white?" "No, that ancestor true dragon should be a noble gold, and this is something that can be said to be known by all dragons," Yu Jiaojiao replied. Song Shuhang, it unexpectedly was not the white dragon? So, did it mean that the little white dragon on the mysterious island was not the same dragon who'd left those messages filled with resentment? What a headache. What did slow-witted Song do in the ancient era? How many people did he offend? How many dragons did he mess with? Could it be that slow-witted Song's title of being the greatest escapist came from him honing his escaping skills while seeking death? Song Shuhang asked, "Is that ancestor true dragon still alive?" Yu Jiaojiao replied, "I don't know, my clan hasn't been able to contact that ancestor true dragon for a long time. However, it should still be alive. It was the Dragon King in those years, and it had found its own way, becoming an immortal. I haven't heard of its fall, so it should still be somewhere in the universe." Song Shuhang nodded and opened the diary again to see what was written in it. However, the ancient writings written in the diary were not accompanied by the self-translation feature. As such, Song Shuhang could only barely recognize a few characters. Song Shuhang asked, "Jiaojiao, what's written over here?" "I don't know. I don't know much about the ancient script. However, I've asked about it, and it seems to be about various chores. Yu Jiao paused for a moment, and then she said, do you think that there might be some opportunity hidden there? Want me to ask a teacher from the Dragon King Palace to translate it for me? You can try, Shuhang said with a smile as he closed the diary. When he closed the diary, his heart suddenly moved. His gaze fell on the back cover of the diary. Jiao, the back cover of this diary is a bit weird, Shuhang said. Jiao's eyes suddenly brightened up, and she asked, what's weird about it? She felt that her opportunity might have come. The seniors in the group really did not speak wrongly. Shuhang had a lot of luck, and could even be considered a mini Venerable White. Moreover, compared to Venerable White, Shuhang's luck was safer. According to the calculations of a bored senior in the group, Shuhang had great luck, and it would not be the passers-by that would land in dire straits every time, but rather Shuhang himself. In other words, if anyone wanted to get a piece of Shuhang's Wi-Fi, huge pie of luck, they would not have to worry about a meteor falling onto their head, and even if there were indeed meteors incoming, most of them would likely be aiming for Shuhang. Does the back cover of this diary look exactly like this in reality? I feel that there should also be some messages on this back cover. If you're free, can you go and check the diary again? Shuhang said. Give me a minute, I'll go back to check on this diary immediately, Yu Jiao said. You can still go and check on the diary while in this dream state? Shuhang said in surprise. Yu Jiao laughed, and said, you're the one dreaming, not me. I'm still awake. Now give me a moment. Shuhang, after about 30 seconds. Yu Jiao's voice rang out again, but there was a sense of loss that could be heard in her tone. Sure enough, there are messages, but not opportunities. Shuhang asked, what is it? Yu Jiao said, wait for me. I'll update the memory in my head. Place the diary back on the bookshelf first, then take it back out and open it. Shuhang, Jiao, is your brain a computer? However, he still listened to her words and placed the diary back, and then took it back out. This time, he quickly flipped through the diary and went to look at the back cover. After staring at the bottom of the cover for a moment, a string of text immediately appeared. The handwriting this time, although still written in the script of the ancient language, was slanted and unsightly. Wahahaha, you idiot, if you die one day, I will release 3,000 fireworks to celebrate. Of course I'd feel ecstatic. If you die, then I don't have to worry about getting beaten anymore. Shuhang, all of a sudden, the slightly sad atmosphere that the ancestor true dragon had created was completely destroyed. There was only one phrase that remained in Shuhang's mind, seeking death. If the ancestral golden dragon saw Slow-Witted Song's response, then it would definitely cut some people up, and go hunting all over the world. Disregarding the ancestral golden dragon, even when it was Shuhang who saw the reply, his temple exploded and he felt a great desire to cut people up. Yu Jiao said, the only thing that can be said about this reply is that it shows that he suffers from the thrice reckless disease. Shuhang responded, cough, this was in the ancient era. Even if Senior Thrice Reckless was more powerful, he couldn't have possibly spread the thrice reckless disease over time and space. Yu Jiao continued, then let's use another name, Ancient Thrice Reckless Disease. Shuhang said, okay. But right after he said that, Shuhang's heart suddenly moved. This sentence was a reply by Slow-Witted Song. That meant, after the Dragon King Palace had already been established, Slow-Witted Song had sneaked into this place and found the ancestral golden dragon's message. Then, he had used the same method which the ancestral golden dragon used to write a reply. Slow-Witted Song purposely rushed back to the Dragon King Palace just to reply to ancestral golden dragon's message. If that was the case, then maybe Slow-Witted Song's reply couldn't just be taken at face value. The relationship of friendship or love between the two was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. In addition, there was one thing that could be seen from the comments of Slow-Witted Song. Slow-Witted Song was not able to beat Ancestral Golden Dragon, with him being the one who was always on the receiving end. Are there still any other messages? Song Shuhang said. In addition, Jiao, can you check the plaque, the painting, and the halved wooden statue again in a while? Slow-Witted Song was able to reply to the message in the diary. Maybe there are still other comments on all the other objects, just that they are hidden in somewhere else. Yu Jiao said, that makes sense, but is it necessary to do so? I feel that the messages he left behind were simply seeking death. Song Shuhang shook his head, and said, this Slow-Witted Song is not as simple as you might think. Slow-Witted Song was very likely to be his ghost spirit, and although it was still a guess, he thought that it had traveled through space and time. After all, such a thing should have only been limited to novels, movies, and television. Therefore, Song Shuhang could only tell Yu Jiao what he did know. This Slow-Witted Song existed during the period of the ancient heavenly city, and he seems to have a lot to do with many of the big names there. As far as I know, there are several immortals and tribulation transcenders that know Slow-Witted Song. In addition, looking at the messages here, it can be seen that the relationship between Slow-Witted Song and the ancestral golden dragon was very unusual. Perhaps we can figure something out from reading their messages and replies to one another, and if we do figure something out, it seems to be likely that there will be a pair of opportunities. That makes sense. Yu Jiao nodded. Then, I'll take you to the next place with a message while I go back and look at the plaque, painting, and halved wooden statue. Having said that, Yu Jiao guided Song Shuhang, shuttling through the world of mosaics. Finally, Song Shuhang arrived at a large jade bed. Song Shuhang curiously said, and where is this? As there were mosaics everywhere, he had no idea what or which room he was staying in. This is a cultivation spot in the Dragon King Palace. This jade bed was where the ancestral golden dragon slept, causing there to be a lot of lingering dragon aura on it. For us descendants with dragon bloodlines, staying near this jade bed as we practice would allow us to practice with greater efficiency, and purify our bloodline as well, Yu Jiao said. Anyway, like before, look at the lower right corner of the bed. The ancestral golden dragon must have had obsessive-compulsive disorder. Its messages were always at the lower right corner of objects. Song Shuhang stared at the lower right corner for a moment, and then a string of text flashed before his eyes. Hey, Slow-Witted Song, I'm pregnant. Song Shuhang, PFFF, this couldn't be Slow-Witted Song's fault, right? If so, was Slow-Witted Song already fertile? So, he was no longer a ghost spirit? Or, was his previous guess wrong, and Slow-Witted Song was actually not his ghost spirit? Song Shuhang said, Jiao, is there a reply on this jade bed? Yu Jiao said, I didn't pay attention. Just continue checking it out while I go and check it out again. Song Shuhang stared at the jade bed and inspected it closely. Song Shuhang quickly said, here, there's something different beside the bed. Jiao, prioritize checking the bed and see what the reply on it is. Wait for a while, Yu Jiao said. After saying that, Yu Jiao, who was in the Dragon King Palace, quickly went to the jade bed. A few minutes later, Yu Jiao's voice resounded. Updated, close your eyes and then look at it again. But, this reply is just like the other one, and isn't an opportunity. Jiao's voice was a little disappointed, but there was also joy in her tone. She was actually quite happy. Treasure hunting was boring to play alone. However, if you had a companion, then it became a lot more interesting with the communication involved. Song Shuhang closed his eyes and then opened them again. Then, he saw Slow-Witted Song's staggering response. Hey, wait, if you leave such a message, it will cause misunderstanding for those of future generations. Speak clearly, it is definitely not mine. We, There should have still been writing on the back, but it seemed to have been erased by Slow-Witted Song. Song Shuhang, the ancestral golden dragon, was pregnant. From the messages between her and Slow-Witted Song, it seemed that this child was not Slow-Witted Song's child. However, Song Shuhang got a faint feeling that this child still had something to do with Slow-Witted Song. Any other messages? Song Shuhang asked. With this series of messages and replies, the image of a pair of enemies formed in the minds of Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao. There is one last place, Yu Jiaojiao said. I'll guide you there, while I, myself, am also going to the same place. The last one was a big drum, but this drum had no skin. This time, Song Shuhang looked towards the lower right corner of the drum without even needing Yu Jiaojiao's reminder. It's almost time. I've been waiting for you for 13 years, idiot, but you still have not stepped into the Dragon King Palace. I'm leaving, maybe I will meet the Great Northern Emperor. If one day I see you again, I will definitely kill you. You wretched scum, I'm really going to kill you. At that time, I will use your skin for this drum. Song Shuhang inspected the drum carefully, pointed to the bottom of the drum, and said, Here. He seemed to have a close relationship with Slow-Witted Song and could always find where his hidden messages were. Yu Jiaojiao said, Updated, close your eyes and then open them again. I wish you success in your plans, was Slow-Witted Song's message. Song Shuhang pinched his chin as he reminisced on the Great Northern Emperor, and that was when he realized something. After dying, the Great Northern Emperor had seized the opportunity to cut his ties with the ancient heavenly city. Now, they discovered that the ancestral golden dragon also wanted to die, to give birth to a child, and also look for the Great Northern Emperor. Slow-Witted Song also wished for her plan to succeed. Just like the Great Northern Emperor, the ancestral golden dragon also seemingly wanted to cut off her ties with the ancient heavenly city. The Great Northern Emperor had done so by preparing a method that could allow him to be reborn. As for the ancestral golden dragon, was she planning to do so by giving birth? Aren't there other messages? Song Shuhang asked. No, I've only found these messages so far. Perhaps there are others in the Dragon King Palace, but I have yet to find them, Yu Jiaojiao said. In that case, let's go ahead and see what messages were left on the plaque, painting, and half-wooden statue, Song Shuhang said. The duo arrived in front of the half-wooden statue, and Yu Jiaojiao's body in the Dragon King Palace also rushed in front of the half-wooden statue. The message the ancient golden dragon had left here in this place was, Surname Song, you are slow-witted, slow-witted, slow-witted. Song Shuhang carefully looked at the half-wooden statue. The sculpted figure was wearing a scholarly robe, and it was very likely Slow-Witted Song's sculpture. Unfortunately, the sculpture's upper half was missing, and there was no way to see Slow-Witted Song's facial features. It would have been better if the upper half was here instead, Song Shuhang muttered. Even after inspecting the sculpture for quite some time, Song Shuhang didn't find anything useful. Slow-Witted Song didn't leave any message on the sculpture? Song Shuhang asked. Maybe he didn't know how to reply to the question. Yu Jiaojiao guessed. Song Shuhang said, You have a point. Let's take a look at the other two messages. Next, the duo went to see the painting. There was a lifelike divine beast drawn on the picture scroll. The beast seemed to be the combination of 36 different animals. Song Shuhang stared at the painting, and asked, What kind of divine beast is this? Yu Jiaojiao replied, It's the pet of the ancestral golden dragon, a divine beast that lived during the initial period of the remote era. It said that the beast possessed 36 different forms with different abilities. It's a very powerful divine beast with great battle prowess. A beast with 36 different forms and with each form having different abilities? Song Shuhang held his chin and pondered. Among its forms, was there one that looked like a pig? He had recalled that senior lightning pig with sloth cancer he had met on the mysterious island, the same senior that had kidnapped immortal Master Copper Trigram for breeding purposes. Senior Lightning Pig, Senior Anus Pig for friends, possessed 36 different forms, and definitely matched the divine beast drawn on the picture scroll. Yes. If you look at this part of the picture, you'll see the pig-like form. Yu Jiaojiao pointed at the center of the picture. The curled-up tail of the divine beast was that of a pig. Does it also have the form of a white crane? Song Shuhang asked. The last time he saw Senior Lightning Pig, it had said that true Monarch White Crane had inherited part of its bloodline and thus one of its forms. Yes. Among its 18 wings, one is that of a white crane, Yu Jiaojiao replied. Song Shuhang was now sure that the lightning pig he had seen after dreaming about his experience on the mysterious island was the same divine beast depicted on the picture scroll. If the lightning pig was the divine beast depicted on the picture scroll, the white dragon it was protecting was possibly the child that the ancestral golden dragon had given birth to, her own method to cut off ties with the ancient heavenly city. Still, the small white dragon he saw on the mysterious island had been placed inside a crystal coffin, and its body had no life aura. The dragon wasn't dead, but it was waiting for the opportunity to come back to life. He knew it because when he was in the dreamland, the little white dragon came out and patted Song Shuhang. The only problem was that something went wrong with her resurrection method. If my guess is correct, something must have gone wrong with the plan of the ancestral golden dragon. Just like the Great Northern Emperor, she is seemingly waiting to come back to life. The Great Northern Emperor was stuck because his foolish servant, the Jade Turtle, didn't activate his resurrection method. As for the little white dragon, it must be waiting for the right conditions, Song Shuhang thought to himself. When he was in the dreamland and recovered part of his memories of the mysterious island, he remembered carrying out a transaction with the skeletal dragon. Back then, he had poured some of his blood in the grooves of the crystal coffin. Unfortunately, his blood didn't resonate with the coffin in the end. However, when he asked the skeletal dragon protecting the crystal coffin if whatever they were doing had failed, the reply he received was quite interesting. The skeletal dragon had said, it didn't fail, but it didn't succeed, either. The crystal coffin seemed to have reacted to Song Shuhang's blood, but still failed to activate. The person the white dragon was waiting for wasn't Song Shuhang, but his blood had produced some reaction with the crystal coffin. The little white dragon was waiting for someone, but the person she was waiting for wasn't me. Still, this person is definitely related to me. Perhaps, it's none other than this slow-witted Song Shuhang thought to himself. However, that slow-witted Song she was waiting for still hadn't gone to find her. Did something happen to slow-witted Song? This thought suddenly flashed in Song Shuhang's mind. The relationship between slow-witted Song and the ancestral golden dragon was very good. After building the Dragon King Palace, the ancestral golden dragon had left some messages inside, and several years later, slow-witted Song sneaked into the palace and replied to all the messages. If slow-witted Song knew about the little white dragon, he should have already gone to look for it. Unless something happened to him, or if he didn't know about the little white dragon in the first place. What are you thinking about? Did slow-witted Song leave some message on the picture of this divine beast? Yu Jiaojiao asked out of curiosity. Song Shuhang said, I have my theories. However, I have no proof to back them up. In addition, part of the information I have can't be divulged to others. It's probably due to a contract or something. Song Shuhang was unable to tell others about the events that had taken place on the mysterious island. He was sure that he had signed some kind of contract when he lost his memory. It was likely one of the safety measures that the inhabitants of the mysterious island had taken to protect themselves. I see. It must be something similar to the contract of confidentiality that I've signed with the Dragon King Palace, Yu Jiaojiao said. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, however, I might be able to mention part of the content. For example, the divine beast on this picture scroll is very likely the same person that kidnapped immortal Master Copper Trigram. Oh. Are you talking about the one that took away Senior Copper Trigram after the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City ended? Yu Jiaojiao said. Yes. That senior has a very ancient bloodline as well as 36 different forms. They perfectly match the divine beast depicted on the picture scroll, Song Shuhang said. Yu Jiaojiao fell into deep thought. If that senior was the pet of the ancestral golden dragon, then they should have some information on it. The next time Senior Copper Trigram came online, they could ask him to ask that senior about it. Song Shuhang carefully looked at the picture scroll depicting the divine beast. The message the golden dragon had left on it was, Song 1, you bald monk, bald monk, bald monk. Here it is. As expected, Slow-Witted Song left a message on the picture scroll. Song Shuhang pointed at the center of the picture, where the eye of the divine beast was, and said, Here. Jiaojiao, you can start with the synchronization. Alright. Thereupon, in real life, Yu Jiaojiao headed toward the real picture scroll in Dragon King Palace. Yu Jiaojiao had already given up on the idea of getting some benefit from the conversation between Slow-Witted Song and the ancestral golden dragon. The messages they had left behind felt like lovers joking and flirting. However, she was very curious as to how Slow-Witted Song would reply. After all, everyone liked gossip. Her main body arrived in front of the picture scroll, staring at the eye of the divine beast. Soon after, Slow-Witted Song's reply appeared. I'm not a bald monk. It's just that I've lost my hair in battle. However, one small magical technique and I can grow them back. Golden-furred thing, are you jealous of my shining pitch-black hair? In addition, although I'm late, it's because I've been very busy. After I was done with my business, I came to the Dragon King Palace to look for you, but you had already run away. Not only that, but you also cursed me 10,000 times. Damned golden-furred thing, do you want to die or something? Finally, as for the secret technique you wanted me to find, I've got it and placed where you and I know. Go take it yourself. My opportunity has finally come. Yu Jiaojiao's face was full of tears. She quickly used the secret method to enter Song Shuhang's dreamland. Shuhang, I've made a big discovery. Yu Jiaojiao said. Then, she quickly updated the picture in the dreamland so that Song Shuhang could also see Slow-Witted Song's message. Song Shuhang held his chin. A technique that could let one regrow their hair after battle. Was it the hair-growing technique? Slow-Witted Song was looking for a secret technique on behalf of the ancestral golden dragon. My intuition is telling me that this is the opportunity one was waiting for. I'm gonna get rich. Yu Jiaojiao laughed loudly. But there is a problem, do you even know where this secret technique is? Song Shuhang said with a smile. According to what Slow-Witted Song said, the secret technique was concealed in a place that both he and the ancestral golden dragon knew about. In that case, how could a stranger know about it? Can't it be somewhere in the Dragon King Palace? Yu Jiaojiao said. Song Shuhang shook his head. Slow-Witted Song came to the Dragon King Palace 13 years after its construction. In other words, it was his first time going to that place. Therefore, it's impossible for this place that both of them know about to be the Dragon King Palace. Yu Jiaojiao was immediately disappointed. She was going to cultivate in the Dragon King Palace for quite some time, so if that thing wasn't there, she wouldn't have an opportunity to get it. Moreover, since the ancestral golden dragon was an immortal, Slow-Witted Song shouldn't be any weaker. Therefore, there are a lot of places where that thing could have been hidden. It could be anywhere in the universe. Song Shuhang said, if there aren't more clues that you know of, then you can only dream about finding where Slow-Witted Song hid that secret technique. Yu Jiaojiao, her heart went cold all of a sudden. Song Shuhang comforted, but you don't have to worry. If you have the time, then you can just continue searching in the Dragon King Palace. Perhaps you can find other messages exchanged between Slow-Witted Song and the ancestral golden dragon and find some clues. Yu Jiaojiao replied, alright, since I've already invested so much energy into finding the ancestral golden dragon's messages, then it shouldn't be a problem investing more of my spare time into this. My instincts tells me that this opportunity must belong to me. Song Shuhang encouragingly said, you got this. I'm optimistic that you can do this. Yu Jiaojiao said, then let's go and look at the plaque. Song Shuhang nodded, only that he couldn't see anything on the plaque. The ancestral golden dragon's message on the plaque read, drop dead, stupid Song 1x10,000. As for what Slow-Witted Song's message might be, Song Shuhang bet that it would be another reply with mockery. However, since they were already here, then of course they would still check out what Slow-Witted Song wrote back. The two were once again at the entrance of the Dragon King Palace. They looked up at the plaque. Yu Jiaojiao asked, did Slow-Witted Song leave a message here? Let me see. Song Shuhang carefully looked at the plaque. Perhaps there was a faint connection between him and Slow-Witted Song, and his messages, which others couldn't find, could be found by Song Shuhang as long as he took a careful look. Song Shuhang said, in the middle of the three words, Dragon King Palace, there's a gap between the ancient characters. There should be a message from Slow-Witted Song there. Yu Jiaojiao said, got it, I'll update it real quick. After saying that, she quickly returned to the main world to look for Slow-Witted Song's message. She wondered how that death-seeking Slow-Witted Song might have replied to the ancestral golden dragon's message. Golden-furred thing, you should be the one to drop dead 10,000 times, and everyone in your family register as well. Wait, I forgot that you're a sad single dragon. You're the only one in that register, and that's even worse than dying 10,000 times. Huh, single dragon, single dragon, single dragon. Yu Jiaojiao, there were already things like family registers in the ancient era? This time, Slow-Witted Song's message was divided into two separate lines. The one above was a message from Slow-Witted Song roasting the ancestral golden dragon, while the part below was his actual message. I've been very busy, okay? I've spent the past 10 years transferring the inheritance of the Divine Beast Department. According to the plan, the transfer was successful, with one part being in the light and one in the dark, ending the karmic ties between me and the Divine Beast Department. But then, I got into another fight with some other people. However, since I couldn't win, I've been on the run for more than 7 years. *CK my life. I've wanted to come here to get you to help me beat them up, but it took me 7 years to get my face to become thick enough. I did not expect that by the time I let go of my honor and got to the Dragon King Palace, you'd already left. What am I supposed to do now? I'm very desperate. Yu Jiaojiao, with a strange feeling, she returned to Song Shuhang's dream and forwarded the message to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang saw the two messages and only had one thought in this mind. It must not have been easy for the ancestral golden dragon to hold herself back from killing Slow-Witted Song. How good was the ancestral golden dragon's temper? Even the most gentle and calm woman would likely want to kill Slow-Witted Song when facing him. At the same time, it could be seen that the relationship between the ancestral golden dragon and Slow-Witted Song was really great. When Slow-Witted Song couldn't beat his opponents, he actually chose to run to the ancestral golden dragon, intending on borrowing her assistance. There was also the mention of death of everyone in the family register. Did the ancient era even have something like family registers already? If it did, well, then it was nothing special. If it did not, then things became quite interesting. However, this wasn't important. The key point in Slow-Witted Song's message was, I've spent the past 10 years transferring the inheritance of the Divine Beast Department. According to the plan, the transfer was successful, with one part being in the light and one in the dark. Needless to say, the inheritance of the Divine Beast Department left in the light was definitely the 33 Divine Beasts sect. In addition, there was still the inheritance of the Divine Beast Department in the dark. This was good news for Song Shuhang. If he could find the inheritance of the Divine Beast department left in the dark, maybe he could get the complete forging method for the combined magical treasure of the Divine Beast department. Song Shuhang smiled slightly, and said, "This is an opportunity, for me." Yu Jiaojiao said, "Heavens, why did it end up becoming an opportunity for Song Shuhang?" Song Shuhang said, "Jiaojiao, if you have time, look for more messages exchanged between the ancestral golden dragon and Slow-Witted Song. I have a gut feeling that the messages between the two of them are definitely something valuable. We might both be able to benefit from this." Yu Jiaojiao replied, "Why do I feel that you'll be the only one who benefits?" "It must be just your misconception," Song Shuhang said. "Let's work together to crack the secret technique hidden by Slow-Witted Song. Come on, Jiaojiao, I believe in you." Yu Jiaojiao said, "Okay, let's have a good cooperation. Shuhang, please pay more attention to the 9 provinces #1 group these days and see when Senior Copper Trigram is online. If he is online, please ask him to do something for me. Tell him to ask that Senior Divine Beast for news on the Ancestral Golden Dragon. Maybe we can find out where the treasure trove hidden by the Ancestral Golden Dragon and Slow-Witted Song is. After all, that Divine Beast is most likely the Ancestral Golden Dragon's pet." "No problem," Song Shuhang said. He knew that it was difficult for Yu Jiaojiao to go online recently. As for when Immortal Master Copper Trigram might go online, Song Shuhang wasn't sure either. He could only follow Senior Copper Trigram in the group, activating a notification on his phone for when the latter went online. He just hoped that when Senior Copper Trigram came online, he'd still be awake and not busy. After Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao were done talking to each other, Jiaojiao ended the secret Dreamland technique. With her strength, maintaining this secret method for a long time and over a long distance was very taxing. She wouldn't be able to sustain it if it weren't for the spiritual energy and dragon energy at the Dragon King Palace. After Yu Jiaojiao ended the secret technique, Song Shuhang slowly woke up. With his current strength, he needed little sleep. The reason why he still slept every day was simply that it was a habit he had developed over the 18 years of his life. After he practiced for a longer amount of time, maybe he'd be able to remove his habit of sleeping. When Song Shuhang woke up, he saw light on Gao Mumu's bed. Gao Mumu had woken up again in the middle of the night, but this time, the little turtle didn't do anything. It didn't feed Gao Mumu with any liquefied pills, nor did it put him in a magical state. Gao Mumu had just woken up habitually. Habit was such a terrible thing. Because of it, Gao Mumu had woken up early in the morning, and then after waking up, he couldn't sleep anymore. He felt energetic again and his brain was awake. Coupled with it being night, the time when an author's inspiration erupted, ideas and plots kept on emerging in his mind. As such, Gao Mumu, who couldn't sleep, ended up bringing out his phone and started typing stuff. Today, he did not open the laptop to type on in fear of making too much noise and disturbing Song Shuhang and Yangda in their sleep. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. "Gao Mumu, don't you have any other hobbies? Are you really typing again?" Song Shuhang secretly scanned Gao Mumu's physical state with his mental energy and found that his condition was really good. As there was no problem with him, he let Gao Mumu continue to type. Early in the morning. As Song Shuhang quietly got up, all 3 of him roommates in the dormitory were still asleep. After Gao Mumu had typed for several hours in the middle of the night, he became sleepy again and fell asleep. After Song Shuhang got up and washed up, he went to exercise. He then got breakfast for each of his roommates, and hung it on their beds. Then, he turned on his phone and habitually looked at the chat history in the 9 provinces #1 group. The seniors in the group had quite a serious chat yesterday. They talked about their cultivation experiences and some other stuff. From reading all of the messages, Song Shuhang was able to gain quite a bit. Joining the 9 provinces #1 group had many benefits. Every day, one would be given the opportunity to see a lot of seniors discussing. Even the core disciples of the big sects didn't enjoy such benefits. Just when Shuhang went online, true Monarch Eternal Fire sent him a private message. "Little friend Shuhang, you were looking for me yesterday?" Shuhang replied, "Oh, yeah, there's something that I wanted to clarify with Senior Eternal Fire. However, you weren't online yesterday." True Monarch Eternal Fire replied, "Haha, yesterday, we of the scholarly faction had a meeting and passed a bill. I'm the one who put forward the bill, and it was all thanks to little friend Shuhang if it happened." Shuhang sent a. True Monarch Eternal Fire continued, "We're going to start and try to transfer some of the smaller ancient heavenly city fragments into the world of the Golden Lotus and see if we can integrate the fragments into the world of the Golden Lotus." Shuhang understood. When he transferred True Monarch Eternal Fire into his inner world, he must have found the ancient heavenly city fragments in the inner world and came up with a similar idea. "Did you succeed?" Shuhang asked. He also wondered if the world of the Golden Lotus would be able to integrate the ancient heavenly city fragment like his inner world did. True Monarch Eternal Fire said, "We've only passed the bill, and have not yet actually begun. To be on the safe side, we plan on transferring a small fragment to the world of the Golden Lotus first. The small fragment is relatively far away, and it would take a day to get it all the way here. However, as we have to pay attention to eventual thieves during the move, it is expected that it will take at least 2 days before the operation can actually begin." Shuhang nodded. There wasn't any other way. The scholarly faction did not have Senior White 2's help, so the handling of the ancient heavenly city fragments could only be carried out in a relatively rougher way. True Monarch Eternal Fire asked, "Anyway, why was little friend Shuhang looking for me?" Shuhang, "I wanted to ask if the scholarly faction collected any fragments related to the Divine Beast Department. You should also know that I practice the 33 Divine Beasts technique, so I'm currently looking for information on the Divine Beast Department.